from the inside, Great Scott, Hypothetical in 2, Choi Wizard in 3, Title Ready in 4, Military Law in 5, Mystic Guide in 6, Capizano in 7, The Great Collection in 8, Jesus' Team in 9, Sleepy Eyes Todd in 10, Salute the Soldier 11, Magnicor in 12, Hosta Fiscal in 13, and Gifts of Gold draws in gate number 14. So that is the post position draw for the Emirates Dubai World Cup coming up on Saturday. We thank you one and all for your attendance here today, and we wish everyone the very best of luck on Saturday. Lunch is to be served, and lunch is ready through the escalators to my left, to your right. On level number 2, lunch will be served. So thank you very much for your attendance.
تغطية كأس دبي العالمية الخاصة للنسخة 25 تنطلق عبر برنامج يتحدث عن تاريخ الحدث الكبير، أهم الانتصارات، أقوى الخيول المشاركة، ولقاءات مع محللين وكبار الشخصيات. اليوبيل الفضي من الاثنين إلى الجمعة 7 مساء على دبي ريسينج. يقال اتبع قلبك، احلم بالنجوم وما بعد النجوم، لكن حلم واحد يسبق كل الأحلام في قلب كل فارس، من قدره أن يكون أسطورة يجاور النجوم. في اليوبيل الفضي من سيصنع رؤيته ليحقق أحلامه وأمانيه؟ كن جزءا من القصة وشاهد كيف يصنع الأبطال. كأس دبي العالمي على قنوات دبي.
لا تهرب مني، العين مغرفة الكلام، طلع بعيوني، إذا ما طلعت فيني ما رح تصدقني.
هدول النسوان بس حطوا شغلة براسهم بصيروا بيخوفوا.
الكندوش في رمضان على قناة دبي، معا في رمضان.
the Dubai World Cup. 6BL wins the Dubai World Cup. Over German sway, it's a photo. Al-Mudawakkal wins it. What a performance. Dubai Millennium wins it.
Dubai World Cup one. Street Cry is supreme. Street Cry wins the Dubai World Cup. And it is Blue Ballon, a superb winner of the Dubai World Cup. Pleasantly perfect, draws clear, wins the cup. The roses in May, it's garlands in March. Electrocutionist takes the lead. Nadal Sheema goes berserk. And Inversor is too good. The undefeated champ is Curlin. And from Cigar to Wellarm, it's all over at Nadal Sheema. Going to Campeo in front. Blizzard's Desire lunging. And it's tight. Victoire Pisa in front and wins for Japan. McHale does it again because Monterotto's won the cup. Beat out America. Ida Okita wins the Dubai World Cup. African Story wins the Dubai World Cup. Prince Bishop wins the 20th Dubai World Cup. Chrome turns to gold. California Chrome wins the Dubai World Cup. Arrogate, a brilliant winner of the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow, a massive upset in the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow on the outside, nose in front of Double Thunder.
The 25th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup has been 2 years in the making. And of course, nobody wanted to be behind closed doors. But we are racing for a fantastic 9-race card, all building up to the $12 million Dubai World Cup, one of the most open renewals of the race we've ever had. There are so many stars out to shine today here at Meydan.
French Dude doing it well and drawing well clear. French Dude wins by 2.5 in the end over Barak.
But Midnight Sands races away for Pat Dobbs inside the final furlong marker, and Midnight Sands is going to return in a blaze of glory.
Spanish Mission is clear by 2 lengths in the Doncaster Cup, and Spanish Mission goes on to score.
Space Blues, he's storming home. Earthlight is there. Space Blues found the split, got the run, and Space Blues came through to win it.
Panadol in front, Space for Comet trying to get there, but Panadol takes the Elbastic here at just a second run.
And Yopon, the 3-year-old, makes it 3 for 3 as he wins the Amsterdam.
Lord Glitters is going to get close. Lord Glitters, the grey, gets there. Lord Glitters in a big performance.
Lord North, he found the best turn of foot here. Lord North is a Group 1 winner.
Mishriff Charlatan, Mishriff conquers the cup, an upset winner.
Mogul over the top is going to get up and win the Gordon.
Salute the Soldier books his ticket to the World Cup. Salute the Soldier in round 3, wins by 2.
Mystic Guide with those white blinkers to win the Gim Dandy.
Plenty of established stars on show already, and 1 or 2 whose day of destiny lies in front of them on what promises to be a cracking Dubai World Cup card. The full schedule of today's events is as follows. We've got 9 races for you, everything kicking off at 3:45 with the first of the Group 1s. That is for the Purebred Arabians and the Kahala Classic. The second race is the Godolphin Mile. That one is a Group 2 contest, 1,600 metres on the dirt. Then at 4:50 UAE time, the first of today's turf contests. It is the Altair Motors Dubai Gold Cup, that one over 3,200 metres. The fourth race is the Quoz Sprint, a fascinating contest over the 1,200 metre trip, swiftly followed by the Emirates MBD UAE Derby Group 2 for the 3-year-olds. That is followed by the Gulf News Dubai Golden Shaheen. That promises to be a real burn-up. And then the first of the Group 1s to end the card, we've got the DP World Dubai Turf, followed by the Longines Dubai Sheema Classic, and the big one is at 8:50, the Emirates Airlines Dubai World Cup.
I counted that there are 26 individual Group or Grade 1 winners on the card today. 9 of them line up in the opening race, the Group 1 Dubai Kahala Classic for Arabians. So although we may be lacking a cigar, a California Chrome, a real sort of headline grabber, we have got quality right the way through the 9 races today. And apart from Space Blues, who's very well fancied, there aren't really races with proper clear favourites in them. It is very, very open right the way through. We've got plenty to bring you on today's broadcast. We'll be joined in a short while by Chad Summers, who of course has won 2 editions of the Golden Shaheen. We'll also later on have Richie Mullen, who's only riding up until the Quoz. He's going to join us for the second part of the broadcast. And Seth Benzel, the assistant trainer at Jebel Ali Stables, will be dropping by after the run of Muhib, of course, who's well fancied in the UAE Derby. Before that, though, we can hear from a man who's got a big night in store. Antonio Fresu will be on one of the favourites in the World Cup.
Joined by Antonio Fresu, he's got a real full book of rides on World Cup night. Great to be involved pretty much all night.
Yeah, it's nice to pick up some very good rides on the day, you know, and before I was able only to get like a couple. But I mean, this year I've been lucky to get 6, you know, in the night, and they all like stand a chance. So I'm really happy and looking forward to it.
It kicks off with RB Money to Burn. You build up a good association with Eric of late. The draw's not done any good for you though, really, has it? Yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about, because she has a lot of speed, yes, but obviously we worried about the draw, because 10 furlong is a little bit too long, and obviously we need to save her a bit, you know. And but she's a good filly, and Eric is doing really well with her. She won really well in maiden last time over a mile, so you know, I think it's a good shot. Well, then a couple of outside other rides, Tuz and Zenden. Tuz certainly seems to be coming to the boil well, and we can never discount the American sprinters with Zenden, can we? Yeah, you know, Tuz, he's actually ashamed that he never won here in maiden, but he always been running like great races. It's been a bit unlucky for maybe last time when he missed the break, but I sat on him in his last gallop, and he seems in very great form. So he's ready to go, and I think you know, it will be a nice horse in that race. And then you've got 3 for the boss. Obviously, Military Law, the big one. All been well with him since Saudi? Yeah, Military Law has been doing great. We're really happy with him. We're really pleased, and so he galloped the other day, and we were very happy with him. He's doing well at home, like I say. All the matter will be the draw, but he's, like I say, he's a very nice horse, and we were really looking forward to getting the Dubai World Cup and see what we can do. And being back at home here at Maidan's going to obviously help him better than Saudi. Yeah, you know, the extra furlong first of all, and then because even in Saudi he kind of hit the flat spot around the bend, and the track was too heavy, the surface was different, you know, he's not used to that, and but he was running on again at the end to finish 6. So Maidan, I think that's his house, so he's doing well here. He has been doing well last season and this season, so he can, you know, I think it will be different now. And then Zainham's almost one of those no-pressure rides. He'll just be hunting around and see how many you can pick off at the end. Yeah, you know, last time he likes to be on the outside. Last time I was drawn 1. He hasn't been running for a long time, over 1800, always running over 7 furlong. He was a bit keen. He was trapped on the inside, you know. But when I tried to switch him on the outside, he had a bunch of horses in his face, so he couldn't really quicken like he did the time before. But still, he finished really close to the winner, Low Glitters. I think the horse is in great form. I sat on him the other day, and they gave me a great feeling. So I think he's ready to go, because he has been racing a lot this year, but he's also in great form. And a quick word on Fire Group. I think you said right back at the start of the season he was going to be a horse that keeps on progressing, which is exactly what he's done. He's a big baby, you know. He's a massive horse. He's a huge horse, and it takes a lot of time to get him ready. Also, you know, he got a very babyish mind still. Just a shame that he's still a maiden, but he's been racing well in the Bastakia trial and in the Bastakia when he finished just a nose behind El Patriota. He's in great form. He'll be a very good horse for next year, I'm sure about it, but I think he can run a huge race this time.
Yeah, Antonio with obviously a nice chance on Military Law, but his mount Zenden in the Golden Shaheen has been a little bit ignored, I think. He doesn't come in with the best form, but he's really been impressing with the mornings this week, and he's one of the outsiders for that race. Perhaps that shouldn't be discounted, so look forward to seeing how Antonio gets on what is a big day for him. Of course, he has ridden in the World Cup before on Fury Crusada, but would have a better chance today for his boss Masaba and Nasser Asghar. He's got a couple of nice runners on the card. He also, of course, has Secret Ambition, who lines up in the Godolphin Mile. Let's head back outside to Stephen.
I'm joined by Adrian Beaumont from the IRB. Welcome along, Adrian. We're here and racing, which I guess over time has not entirely looked possible, but here we are.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, I've been coming here since year one, and it's great that I can keep my my streak going. I would have missed last year, but then obviously we had a cancellation, Steve, and it's fantastic to be here. I'd forgotten quite how hot it was going to be. I mean, they're saying 40 degrees. It is absolutely scorching, which is makes me feel rather bad for my family back at home who are suffering with cold and rain at the moment.
I was going to say, can you remember a hotter World Cup? I mean, I think this is my 7th on the bounce, and this definitely feels as warm as it's ever been.
Well, of course, some years we've had rain and quite miserable weather. I was lucky enough or unfortunate enough to be here in the famous Singspiel year when Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid had to cancel the meeting because of we had so much rain that Nado Sheba was being washed away, and we had to wait around for another week and rerun a week later. So that was quite an astonishing week, really. But this weather is fantastic. I'll be really interested to see how the turf track's going to ride today. I mean, obviously, we were expecting to be on the little bit fast side of good. If this was in England, we'd be expecting very fast ground after this dry spell.
Yeah, indeed, of course, on the dirt as well. They'll be applying water, no doubt, throughout the card. And your main job is to bring the Europeans here. And unfortunately, we've had a couple just fall by the wayside the last day or two. Regal Reality and Berkshire Rocco this morning, both non-runners.
Yeah, it's been very unfortunate. Obviously, we spent most of my winter recruiting horses to come here. I think we had 24 horses on the ground, so to speak. And Regal Reality was the first one we lost. He was just going to do a piece of exercise on, Thursday. And very unfortunately, the young lady just took a random temperature check on him before he exercised, and it was elevated. So she didn't train him, and they took some bloods on him, and bloods weren't good. So he's been taken to the vet hospital. But we spoke to the girl in charge of the horse last night, and she was able to take him out for a pick of grass yesterday evening. And apparently he seems much better in himself. The one positive about scratching him from the race was that we were able to then medicate him and get him all the right treatment that he really required. Obviously, it meant that we couldn't run, but it meant that we could make him better.
And it means he can probably go home as well that bit sooner than maybe ordinarily would have been able to.
Yeah, that's the key to it, Stephen. I mean, all the European horses are going home on Tuesday, so our hope is Dr. Noor at the veterinary clinic said if he's stabilised by tonight, then she'd sign him off to go home on Tuesday. The other horse, Berkshire Rocco, yeah, he was just a little bit lame. Andrew Balding's been talking to the vets over here about him. They've sent him all the paperwork and the x-rays and everything he had historically. But Andrew said to me last night, I'm in the hands of the vets here. They're top class. They won't let him run if there's any question mark on the horse. As we all know here, the last thing we want to have is a horse maybe finishing sore or lame or having any injury at all. So as always with horses come first, and it's our first priority is to make sure they have good welfare, and if they're lame at all, we're right at the start of the season in Europe. We've got a very long time to go. He'll go home on Tuesday, Berkshire Rocco, and let's hope for Andrew and the owners that they have a good season.
Yeah, hopefully there'll be an option for him at the Guineas meet in the 1.5 mile race there. And the Europeans that are here, obviously Mishrif is the star turn basically, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Gosden, he's got Lord North and Mishrif, 123 type horses. I've seen a few people on the social media maybe saying that some of the horses aren't up to the standard, but my golly gosh, we've got 4 horses over 120 here, including those 2 from Mr. Gosden, and as well as the local contingent with horses like Space Blues. And we really do have a really strong lot of superstars, and that's without even counting in the Japanese and the other internationals. I mean, I can't ever remember such a good, strong group of Japanese headed by Chronogenesis. But for my team, Team Europe, Mishrif is probably the star.
I think, if you look worldwide, there's not really a lot missing, is there? Obviously, Charlatans, Knicks Go from America, but they went to Saudi. And talking of Saudi, you were heavily involved in that, and that meeting's not really taken too many horses away from Dubai. Is that the way you see it?
No, I think that the aim ultimately is to run a series of races throughout the Gulf, Stephen, and I'm explaining to the guys here that really we need to be working with Saudi in partnership. If we can get the American horses and Japanese horses to come to Saudi Arabia and then bring them over here, keep them in the Gulf for the winter series. And the only 2, I mean, every Japanese horse that ran in Saudi came here, and all of the American horses came here with the exception of the 2 you just mentioned, and that's because they're not really staying types. Charlatan's best run was over 7. Knicks Go is an absolute speedball miler. They rather cut their own throats in Saudi. That race, of course, was over 200 metres less trip, only over 9 furlongs as we call it. So I do think 10 furlongs would have stretched their stamina against the sort of quality horses we've got running in the World Cup.
Yeah, Indeed. So any horse you're particularly looking forward to yourself? Any sort of backstory that you've been heavily involved in that you take great pride from seeing a good performance today?
Well, it's one of the more obscure horses, and it might be a 33-1 shot, but the one that gives me the most pleasure will be Ambassadorial in the Godolphin Mile. I don't know if everyone knows the story with Jane Chapel-Hyam, but she is the host of all the international horses when they come to England, particularly to Royal Ascot. So, that great mare Deirdre has been stabling with Jane for the last 2 years. So Edward Veal and I are in the barn every day for most days looking at the international horses. Jane is so accommodating to the foreigners when they come to Newmarket. It'd be great if she could have a horse that she owns and trains running well in the Godolphin Mile.
I don't see why he won't either. Stall one, he's got a good bit going for him. Well, we'll let you get out of the sun and start melting. Many thanks for joining us, and hopefully for a nice peaceful day for you, I suppose.
Well, absolutely. As long as the horses come back sound, that's the most important thing, and to get a European winner on the board would be a delight.
Thanks to Adrian Beaumont. He really is fantastic with all the information he gives us behind the scenes about the international horses. I'm joined by Chad Summers, who's a regular on our broadcast, and of course the dual Dubai Golden Shaheen winning trainer. Good memories of Dubai, of course.
Yeah, especially on today, right? When the crowds start coming in, even though there's no crowds, but the people and the connections are coming here. And I remember how hot it is. In 2018 it was really hot. 2017 it was really wet. So yeah. I've experienced both.
It does feel particularly warm this afternoon. We're away off racing. The Arabians do hand it a little bit better than the thoroughbreds as well. And of course they are first up at 3:45. And behind the scenes, obviously, we know we've had a few late scratchings, Regal Reality as well, Berkshire Rocco. Any other concerns you've heard from any of the trainers? Are any of them worried about the heat back there?
No, I mean, we come here, coming from America, we have a couple of guys come from Florida, and they said, bring on the heat. We're Florida breds. We're ready for this. I don't think they realize that all the local runners are more than ready for this. Yeah,
of course, we raced in the afternoon at Jebel Ali all season round. It was pretty warm when we raced there last week. It does feel a little bit different, doesn't it? There's obviously not going to be so much of an atmosphere. From the horses' point of view, it's probably an advantage, isn't it?
Well, most definitely. And you're talking about a couple of horses who are synonymous for being bad actors, especially in a race like the Classic where Capizano, for years. This year he's been a little bit better behaved, but he's been excused from the parade ring. I think Fozzie's horse as well, right? Soldier, yeah. He ends up going out last. And even Mystic Guide. Mystic Guide has a tendency to get a little warm as well. So the lights will be on and at its brightest at that point, and hopefully they'll be at their best behavior.
And Mystic Guide's a horse we should talk about. He's the favourite for the Dubai World Cup. He's obviously owned by Godolphin, who have 3 in the race. How late a decision do you think it was for them to bring him? Because obviously Maxfield was also in the mix for a while.
I think it was in the back of the mind the whole time. Both horses, Maxfield and Mystic Guide, thought about going to the $3 million Pegasus, which definitely, if there were 1-2 in there, would have propelled them into this race. Both got sick, both got fevers, and both missed the race, so it kind of backed them up. At that point, Maxfield was the first one to get his season started in Fairgrounds and was a rousing success, won by 3, and everybody just kind of assumed Maxfield's the one. He'll be the favorite for the race, and he'll come here. And next thing you know, there was chitter-chatter that, maybe Maxfield wouldn't come. Maybe Maxfield would stay side. Maxfield's a horse that's had issues along the way, some soundness things over the couple of years. So, a travel of 14 hours and having to come back, and it might do too much for him, might take too much out of him. So all of a sudden, here's Mystic Guide, and his race is canceled because it's cold in Arkansas. It's snowing in Arkansas. And it's a historical place, so you can't put any salt on it. The track itself was unopened for 5 days for training. Finally got a chance to run, and it's pouring down rain, and it's muddy. And Mike Stidham thought about scratching him. He said, listen, I don't know if I want to run the horse on a track like this, but we've waited so long, let's do it. And he broke good. He rode the better part of the track, and he won by 8, and he got the best figure of his life. Now, at that point, it was decided that they would go. That was when it was confirmed that they would go. Were they doing everything they could to get into it to that point? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was, maybe 50-50 to 60-40 to 90-10, really. I mean, they waited till the breeze he had following, the 2 weeks following the win in the Razorback at Oaklawn before they decided to confirm and they were going. And then they had to worry about the jockey because Louis Sy is, of course, the regular rider for Central Quality for the Kentucky Derby, and everybody knows how badly Godolphin wants to win the Kentucky Derby. We'll see Central Quality next Saturday in Keeneland. Want to make sure with the COVID protocols he would be able to ride here and ride there as well. Finally, everything kind of sorted itself out. Mystic Guide came here, and he'll be the post-time favorite.
Yeah, and he probably deserves to be the favourite it's on excitement, isn't it? As you say, he was so impressive in the Razorback. He's been second in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, but a lot of it, I think, is to do with connections. If he was trained by somebody else, if he wasn't carrying the famous blue, I don't think he'd be favourite.
Well, I think the question in this race in particular is, have we seen the best from everybody yet, or is there best yet to come? You know, a lot of times what the Dubai World Cup has been for years, starting with 25 years ago with Cigar, was we have the superstar, right? Whether we're crowning him or we're continuing to just love him like we did with Thunder Snow last time. It's one of those things to where we want to know who the best of the best is in the world, and is it decided on a night like tonight? Mystic Guide is not that horse yet because he's the unknown. He has a Group 3 win and a Group 1 placing to his name, but he's not a proper Grade 1 horse yet. Is today his coming out party?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would like to see it be his coming out party, but I have a few reservations. There's 5 Group or Grade 1 winners in the World Cup, and the top 3 in the market have never won at that level. It's quite remarkable.
I think a lot of that goes to the youth of the other horses, right? Being younger horses, being 4-year-olds, a horse like Jesus' Team, who showed up in every dance now, and he is a proper Grade 1 horse without being a winner, running second in the Breeders' Cup, running second in the Pegasus. I don't think there's any shame in that, and I think when you look back at it, that might be a better performance running second in a Group 1 rather than winning a Group 3.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very much with Jesus' Team today. He has been beaten by Mystic Guide, of course.
Different time, different strategies at the time. If you go back and you look at that race, that was on Kentucky Derby Day in Saratoga, which is the weirdest comment I think I'll ever make. And he moved a little early. Jesus' Team was up a little closer to the pace. Mystic Guide was a little further back. At the 8th pole, Jesus' Team actually had a clear lead. He was in front by 3, and Mystic Guide rallied and got him, and he ended up having to settle for 3rd. But I think tonight there might be a reversal of forms.
Okay, well, plenty more from Chad later on. He's got the lowdown on every horse on the card, not just the World Cup runners, and some little bits of inside info as well. Let's hear, though, from a man who's already won a Dubai World Cup.
Of course, I have to say that it's 2007 when I won on the Invasor. I remember being a little nervous, going to the race. It was another tough horse, Discret Cat. And of course, one of my favorite riders was Frankie, So when I get to see him so close, for me, it was like a dream come true, and actually nervous before the race. But thank God everything went well and went our way, and we got that winner, for Sheikh Hamdan and Kerr McLaughlin, that really support me big time on my career.
Invasor, Premium Jet, they're having a battle. Invasor is now going home the better, and Invasor is too good. He drew away, he won by 2 lengths to Premium Jet.
I'm joined by Yevgeny Kapyshev, who's here under a multitude of clouds representing horses, Russian TV. Big busy day for you.
Very much so, not just the Russian TV, not just the media duties, but also owners' duties too. We've got tools for Jockey stable, and I am the racing manager of the Jockey stable, and hopefully we have a good shot in the Godolphin Mile.
And Twos is a horse who's only had the 2 starts this season. He's shaped really well on both of them. I think he's second favourite as things stand in that race. You must have high hopes for him.
Very much so. This horse is always exceeding expectations. He's got so much speed. Tell you what, when he first worked at Zabil, Satish told us that this horse is a sprinter. He said, he's not a sprinter. This horse really stays. He says, listen, he made 6 furlongs in 109 something. And you know what, classic runners don't do this. He's a sprinter. But then when he ran second in the Albastakia, he proved that he's just a very, very good horse. And everybody thinks that he is a 1.25 mile horse. So Godolphin Mile is hopefully a trampoline for him into the major league, I should say.
He had those 2 runs in Russia. He won both of them by wide margins. What sort of standard of racing is it currently like in Russia?
You know what? It's hard to compare. And even Melvin Day, the handicapper, told us, look, I give him 85 just because this is the normal rating for the maiden winner here in Dubai. But realistically, I don't know what he's worth. So, but he's a good ambassador for us here, for our racing. But on the other hand, I should say he is the best horse shipped into Russia as a yearling ever. So how good he is, we don't know, because he ran just 2 races and won by, I don't know, 25 lengths and set a track record. So it's hard to compare.
We'll see a bit more about him today. Another one you're representing is Roman Rosso. He's probably a bit unfortunate not to be in the World Cup itself, isn't he?
Very much so. On the other hand, I fully understand Melvin Day, who says, look, the horse did not win in 3 years, and he will never won in Dubai, and in the World Cup we prefer horses with a better form. So if he runs well today and if he continues doing what he does, he was unlucky this year to skip the second round because he had a quarter crack. So hopefully he's a good horse for the future and he can make it next year.
And the Great Collection is in the main race itself, and Doug was telling me maybe he had a bit of an excuse for that last run, which was still a good one in the Maktoum Challenge.
Very much so. I think that he did not really need this run. Well, dirt racing is dirt racing, and normally you don't run them every 3 weeks in top stakes races. So in my opinion, the only issue with him is freshness.
And you'll be helping show the World Cup off to Russia itself. You'll be broadcasting live there all day, will you?
Yeah, we will. Well, tell you what, we broadcast all the best races worldwide, probably except for Japan, but all action from here. For example, last week we had 4 days of Cheltenham, and it was great fun for us. And Dubai is also a special place for us because there are so many Russian people here in the Emirates, and also Russian owners have a lot of interest here. So we will cover all the biggest English races throughout the year, both jumps and flat. Then we've got top experts like Bruff Scott, Marcus Armitage, Tom Stanley, and the likes exclusively for us. So we're doing a good job. If only you could speak Russian, you would see it yourself.
maybe one day. Well, I know you've got a busy day ahead of you. I wish you all the best and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
They could well have a winner for Team Russia today. Tuz has a big chance in particular. And, of course, they've been successful at this meeting before with Pluka Parfait, who I think runs in the States tonight.
Yeah, he's a horse that, when he came from the United States, had mediocre credentials. He certainly deserved a spot in the starting gate in the UAE Derby, but from the time he arrived, his coat changed. He started getting brighter. He looked like a shiny copper penny. And if a horse can sit there and say, I'm going to win a race, he was screaming it from the rooftops. And the same things kind of happened here with the horse who's a big price on the morning line kind of thing, and that's Zendin in the Golden Shaheen. And he's an outside horse, he's an outside draw, but he is trained better and better every day. His coat looks fantastic. I think he'll win the Best Turned Out award if they still have it this year.
We do. Basiaku World putting up $1,500, I understand.
That's good news for trainer Carlos David's uncle, who will actually be running the horse over here. He's the exercise rider. Carlos himself has been the groom all week long. He's taking pride in his work. And listen, I know people are going to think he's a little bit of an outsider, but the way he's acting over here in the morning time, I think he's going to be tough to beat.
And what else do you look for in the mornings? I know you've been out here every morning at 4 a.m.-ish. Is it something about the way they move, apart from just their coats, that you can gain an insight from?
It's a combination of a lot of things. Dubai itself, at the Meydan racetrack, horses tend to go okay or love it. Not very many of them don't like it. It's such a kind, forgiving surface that everyone seems to kind of get over it. But you have the long walk from the quarantine barn, and then you come over here, and then you have cameras, you have the floodlights, and in the early training sessions that it ends up working your advantage because you have the floodlights later on in the card over here. But it's new. Horses aren't used to that. And who can adjust to it quicker and who can move better. And it's just a thing where it's how they travel and how they move. And, then you have horses like Manny Kors, who we've never seen on the dirt course before. Obviously, he was a winner on the all-weather and did things the right way last time out. We saw him on the all-weather over here on the training track a couple of days. And finally, we got a little sneak preview of Manny Kors, and I think he's probably an all-weather horse.
Yeah, I can't have him at all in the Dubai World Cup. A lot of people will, and Andre Fabre is clearly very keen to win that race. He's tried on a few occasions, never been better than 6th in it. His only win here came a long time ago with a Polish summer, and that was in the Sheema. So, Manny Kors for me is going to struggle later on, but it is the most open World Cup I think we've ever had.
Yeah, I think you can throw a blanket over a number of them, and it's really how the race is going to set up, and where's the pace going to come from in this race. This is a wide open affair with 14 horses that have all sorts of different running styles. When Salute the Soldier won last time, you see Andre de Vere, he doesn't even want to be in the lead, and he kind of let him gate to wire. With Capizano in there, you think, okay, Capizano's going to go, he's going to set the early pace, but is it the same Capizano as it was from before? If it's not, and Capizano doesn't lead, who goes to the lead? Maybe it's Saeed Mansour's horse on the outside, who's maybe a grass horse.
Well, you and I went to see Salem Bin Gadea the other night, which was good fun. He's always very, very entertaining. He seemed a lot keener on Hypothetical than Capizano, I thought.
We met with him in 2019, about the same time, about 2 days before the race. And he goes, Laura, I tell you, Gronkowski's going to run a big race. And we looked at him like he was mad. And I'll tell you what, Gronkowski didn't run a big race. He ran a giant race, right? He just got beat by Thunder Snow, ran the race of his life. And we met with him 2 days ago, and he said, Laura, Hypothetical is going to run a big race. So certainly got to think that Hypothetical will have a good chance. Look, Salem's been here for a while now. It's his 6th year of training, and winning the Dubai World Cup would mean the world to him. So would winning the Kentucky Derby, and he's going to have a shot with that, with Panadol in the UAE Derby as a win-in-your-in race for the Kentucky Derby.
Wouldn't that be great if we can have a nicer campaign from one of our homegrown UAE horses over there at Churchill Downs? Let's hear from our big night commentator. Of course, it's Craig Evans.
We can now introduce a man who we'll be hearing plenty of throughout the course of the afternoon. Craig Evans, the English commentator here at Meydan. Thanks for joining us, Craig. A busy day, a high-pressure day, or one that you look forward to and relish?
Oh, you look forward to it, but that doesn't take the pressure away. There's always, pressure on these big days, but I've always lived by the theory, if you don't get nervous and a little bit anxious on a day like this, it doesn't mean enough to you. So, I'm out here for 6 months of the year, and I'm out here for one day. I'll make that very clear. The excitement of these sort of days, and even the lead-up, down at the track all week, is unsurpassed, so very much looking forward to it.
Well, I think pretty much everyone's echoed these sentiments, that the show that Dubai's put on this week, as despite what's going on in the world and indeed here locally more recently, it's been fantastic effort from everybody involved.
Yeah, I think so. It's you can bemoan the fact that we don't have crowds here, but there's nowhere in the world really that's racing with crowds at the moment, save my home country perhaps. But I think the Emirates Racing Authority, Dubai Racing Club, all involved, have done a remarkable job. And we've got some people here, the connections and sponsors and media and what have you. So there'll be more people watching your show, I guess, because they won't be on track. So it should be a great day.
Let's hope so. And what sort of preparation have you put in for today's meeting? Just like any other day, a case of learning new colours in some respects?
Yeah, there's certainly more prep once we start getting hold of the fields, probably 3 weeks out. Obviously, they change a little bit from the 3 weeks out into the final week. But, I try and have a look at at least 1 or 2 replays of each of the horses and get a bit of a handle on them. But, I'm really going from a race calling aspect. If I find one I'm winner here today or I find 9, it really doesn't matter to me. I've got no qualms about saying that I'm not here to find winners for people. I'm here to try and get the horses in order and call them right. So that's my main aim. But certainly a lot of work. But you try and treat it as another day, but it's not.
If you do have pre-race fantasies of yourself, do you find yourself maybe drifting away and calling them a bit differently? Is that why you have to remain as neutral as possible?
No, you just got to, you got to sort of relax. The biggest pressure is that these replays are going to be played over and over and over again. And I've done 2 Dubai World Cups, Thunder Snow. Both I wasn't 100% happy with, but people look at race calling and remember things for different reasons. There was probably no person in the world who would have declared Thunder Snow the winner without calling a photo. There was a nose in it last time. I didn't get any recognition for that. But if you come up with some quirky or fantastic line, then everyone's over it on Twitter. So I'm more of the nuts and bolts, get it right, and try and do a good job rather than be the star of the show. The horses, jockeys are the star of the show, and I think we've got some real stars here today. So it should be a cracker.
Indeed, we do, and I suppose a bit of a relief for you as well that Godolphin aren't dominant and not so much as blue on show as there has been throughout the carnival.
No, but to be fair too, Godolphin are wonderful. They've got a few in the sprints, and their order of pecking was to have a black cap, which would have clashed with one of the Shadwell runners with a black cap. And we asked them, could we put a pink cap on one of the colours, Man of Promise, I think it is. they came straight back and said, yeah. So they're fantastic. Very, very professional organisation. And, I'm tipping them to have a massive night, actually, Godolphin. I've tipped them for 5, I think. And it could be another one for the boys in blue.
Indeed it is. I think we're about half an hour away from going for the first race, or not too far away. What would be your prep before then? Do you like to get up to your commentary box nice and early and just have a little bit of a relax, a bit of water, etc.? Yeah,
well, I'm pretty well on air from about 15 minutes before the race, doing the paddock on track, which you guys wouldn't see. That's purely for the on-track audience, but I like to get up there half an hour before the first race and just, go through the colours. And, relaxation's probably the main thing. I know all the horses by now. It's too late to start cramming at this stage of the game. But, just relax and try and get into the normal routine, I guess.
Well, we wish you all the best and hopefully we'll catch up after.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve.
Craig has been brilliant all week. He's been out there really embracing it. He's been there at track work at 5 a.m. Of course, he hosted Breakfast with the Stars. And I spoke to him about it. I said, you really enjoy this, don't you? And he said, why are we in the job if we don't want to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch the best horses in the world? They really are, a lot of these. Then I can't understand people who don't embrace it. Craig's been fantastic.
And he's come a long way, too, from the beginning. I remember the 2018 World Cup very, very well. And I was a little disappointed in his call of Mind Your Biscuits. He'd come from this seemingly impossible position, and Craig goes, and Flo got him. And like just like a walk in the park. But since then, he's gotten much, much more comfortable with the job. He's let his wit and his humor kind of take over. And, he has a lot of fun calling the races. You pick up on things. When you listen closely to Craig Evans calling races, you learn a lot. And he does a great job. And it's not easy when you have 8 Godolphin horses and 4 Shadwell horses in a race. And you're judging on what might be a light pink helmet cover.
Well, he's banned the light pink. That got banished. It was far too close to white.
But the other thing here for Craig is it's a very difficult job at hand because you have so many new horses. Craig's used to calling these meets and all the locals, and he does a great job. But you have 14 horses in almost every single one of these races. Craig has to go to work learning the horses. He told me he watches their replays and their running styles of where they might be. Of course, their silks. And you have some owners that change silks every single time. We see that with the Bill Mott horse coming up in the Sheema Classic.
Yeah, we haven't had too many last-minute purchases, have we? There was one that was supposed to happen and didn't happen with Avant-Garde. But...
Well, I actually have a funny story for you. So about 9:30 this morning, trainer Jose Francisco D'Angelo got a phone call, and Satish Seymour said, come to my car, I'd like to talk to you. So Satish was trying to buy Jesus' team about 7 hours before the race.
And was he successful? I guess not.
He was not successful.
Not successful.
We're going to roll our dice for $12 million.
The price could go up a little bit around about 9 o'clock this evening. Let's hear from Stephen once again. This time he's with 8-time champion jockey Tygo O'Shea.
I'm now joined by our reigning champion jockey and soon-to-be current champion jockey Tygo. 4 rides on today's card, a card that you really can't help but look forward to, I suppose.
Yeah, look, fantastic meeting and really looking forward to it. It's what we work all season for, so 9 races, so great to get in just under half of the card. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, they all run well.
And you kick things off with AF Al Wajal. I think it's been a little bit overlooked. He's obviously the trip and maybe the dirt to a certain extent to prove, but other than that, he looks a top quality Arabian, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, listen, he's got a good stall as well. He ran 3rd, obviously, in round 3. He's first time going the distance, so like anything, he's done the distance now. Look, there's no getting away. He is a fast horse, so hopefully now with doing the 10 furlong distance already, it'll stand him stamina-wise, and Ernst has trained him accordingly. And listen, he's in great shape. I rode him here last week, and the team are very happy with him. So yeah, fingers crossed we can get off to a good start.
I suppose from stall 1, your mind's pretty much made up. You just got to get as good a position as possible.
Yeah, I'll go forward. It actually... it doesn't scream any pace, to be honest with you, but so I don't mind being on the fastest horse in the slowest run race if that's the way it transpires. But no, look, you can't give up that stall, so hopefully he jumps well, and we'll ride the race accordingly.
And then you've got 3 for Satish Seymour. Switzerland looks to be the pick of them for me, and I think he's been a bit overlooked. That was a cracking run in Saudi last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, cracking run, and look, listen, obviously it's a belting race and a lot of speed early in the low stall, so I'm out in 9, so it mightn't be a bad thing, just... When I won the Dubai here, I was drawn similar to him. So they're going to go very, very fast. So hopefully he can travel into it like he did in the Dubai. And as you say, he had a good run in Saudi. And if he can have a crack at him inside the last furlong, it'd be great.
Plenty of signs that he's fresh enough after that race.
Yeah, listen, he gives you all the signs. He's very exuberant in the mornings anyway. So he does his thing. And he looks fresh, well and happy. So yeah, hopefully he can run well.
He's got secret ambition. I guess half the battle with him will be just to try and break on terms, which is what he didn't do last time.
Yeah, listen, he can be his own worst enemy when he does that. So look, listen, if he's on his best behaviour, he's also drawn very well. So in what's a very open race, obviously, I think it's one for the locals between Salam Bin Gader, Red Stable and Zabil, in whichever order. So hopefully it's me.
When you made all a couple of starts ago, was that sort of you learning a little bit more about him, really? I know he's an 8-year-old, but you never stop learning in this game, I suppose, do you?
Yeah, look, I'd love to make the running in him every day, but as you quite rightly pointed out, he gives it away in the stalls, you know. So if he jumps well again, I won't be taking him back. I've Chieftain beside me there in stall 4. But hopefully lie up his neck and he'll hit the gates and be on his best behaviour.
And then first contact in what looks an open Dubai turf. Probably a case of him bouncing a little last time, but it was a great run under you the time before, wasn't it?
Yeah, great run in the Zabil Mile. So, look, obviously he's a big price and it's a very, very good race. And he's also drawn very well in stall 3. So if he can back up his Zabil Mile run, hopefully he'll outrun his odds and give a good account.
Have you been able to relax this week? Have a nice relaxing 7 days ahead of the World Cup? It's been a while since we had racing here, I suppose, now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a little bit different, as you know. It's pretty hectic on the run up to the World Cup. So it's nice to have an easy week. We ride out every morning. We try not to change too many things. And looking forward to the big day here now, and it's finally come.
Indeed. Well, thanks for your time. Wish you all the best, Tig.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks. Cheers.
So helpful with the media, Tig O'Shea, and he's got a few little chances today. I'd say he doesn't have any standouts.
No, but he's a guy that just works so hard. You know, and all the local jockeying contingent, I don't think they get enough credit for how hard they work day in and day out. They're out here riding out every single morning, even on World Cup Day. I was out at 5 o'clock this morning back in the barn visiting with the team of Mike DeCock, and walking by me was Antonio Fresu. Of course, he's got to ride out if he's going to want to stay out with all those big horses that he rides. But as far as Ty's concerned, look, I mean, obviously he gets along so well with the Arabian horses. We'll kick off the card here with the Arabian race, and his ride in 2019, to me, was the ride of the night, despite how good Christoph rode Thunder Snow.
Yeah, and we were talking about Craig Evans earlier in the commentaries. Craig very rarely gets it wrong when it's a narrow margin. I can't think of a time he has got it wrong, actually, and he got that one right, and that was very close.
No, and look, that was the culmination of something that was amazing, right? I mean, the ownership, to be a UAE bred, the first UAE bred and raised and run, to win the Kahala Classic was such a big deal, and they're back again to try in this race. And, you know, I talked to Ernst Artel yesterday, the trainer, and I said, what? Talk about the race, talk about the speed, where's it coming from? He goes, well, we're not slow, and we don't plan on being slow. So I guess he's planning on going from the rail.
He's a super trainer, Ernst. Our gel, yeah, for me, he's up against it in what is such a hot Kahala today. It really is good. As I mentioned earlier on, there were nine Group 1 winners in that race. We can actually talk a little bit more now about the Kahala Classic. Adam has been out and about speaking to Connections.
The Group 1 Kahala Classic kicks off proceedings on Saturday evening at Meydan, and the $750,000 contest went the way of AF Maher in 2019. And his trainer Ernst Tortel has another leading contender this time in the shape of AF Al Wajel.
It's El Wajel well clear in the El Ruwais, and El Wajel's going to win easily.
Wajel is Mayer didn't break the track record, the 5 and 6 furlong track records, so he didn't have as much speed. But they're both very good horses, and but for me, Wajel is a very exciting horse, and he is one of the best I've ever trained. So I'm hopeful if he stays, he'll go very close.
Eric Lamartinelle last tasted victory on World Cup night back in 2008 when Mizna won this race. The French handler will rely this time on the Mazrat Al Rawaya winner RB Money to Burn.
Money to Burn well clear in the late stages, is getting tired. Spaghetti won't get past her, and Money to Burn will take it out.
We see last time she have a draw totally outside, so we try to have a good start but not rush to go in front. And we have a good lead last time, so we will try to see to do like this. It's 2,000 meters, so better to wait in good position. We'll see.
RB French Dude has been one of the Arabian stars of the season in the UAE. Halal Al-Alawi stable star performed with great credit in the Obeya Arabian Classic in Riyadh when last seen back in February.
He's doing well after Al-Obeya Classic in Saudi Arabia. As you saw the race, he had a small accident there, like the traffic. He finished 4th. He came home very well, and hopefully in Kahala Classic he will do better.
The colours of His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan were carried to Kahala Classic glory by Rabah de Carrere in 2014 and Mizna in 08. He has 3 big chances in this year's renewal, and his racing manager Khalil Dababneh took the time out to take us through the chance of each one.
Well, we've always believed in Barraq. He's a horse that has a great quality, but he was lacking the form. But this season, he proved that our expectations about him, about his form, are really good. In the last 3 Maktoum challenges, he finished first, second and first. And of course, everybody remembers that on the 2,000 meter, he broke the time record in Maidan. So we have high hopes for him, inshallah. Darian showed real good quality on dirt, although all his runs in France were on turf. And when we tried him in Saudi last month, he showed good quality over there as well. Perhaps his position was a little bit to the front. Maybe if he stayed a little bit behind, he might have had a better finish. But we will see. He's an excellent horse in top shape. Hayyan is a really, really good horse. And we've been working on Hayyan for a long time to prepare him slowly, to take our time with him. It took him time to mature enough. And now we think that he is ready for the big race. It's going to be the first time for him on dirt. But, you know, he trains every single day on dirt. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And I think Hayyan will be the surprise of Kahala this year.
Yeah, it is an open-looking race, the Kahala Classic. It's quite difficult to know whether the Saudi form will ring true. You think there'll be a reverse of form, don't you, from the Bay Arabian Classic in Saudi?
So Jockey Eddie Castro rode for me years ago back in the States. He's been a Saudi resident for the last 3 years and doing a really good job. And he goes, I know what happened last time out in Saudi on Saudi Cup Day. And he goes, I'm going to correct it. And I'm very confident. So I bank my confidence in Eddie Castro. But look, there's 10 horses in the race rated 115 or higher. There's 9 Group 1 winners. And if this race was later on in the card, I think people would talk about it a little bit more. I know it's the Arabian races, but they are a central part of the racing here in Dubai, certainly at the other racetracks, not just in Maidan. And I think that they deserve their just desserts because this is a heck of a race.
It is. For a couple of years, they switched it with the Godolphin Mile, and it was run as the second race on the card, which people didn't really like. I quite like it as the curtain race. I'm used to it being sort of traditionally first.
Well, it's also good when it's hot out because they don't mind the heat. They handle the heat a lot better, and that extra 40 minutes we have between them running and race number 2.
It's only 30.
It's only 30.
It's the shortest gap we have all year here at Maidan, which is slightly baffling.
Well, nonetheless, the 30 minutes they have in between the 2 races is a welcome consideration as the sun begins to drop. And look, I think once the sun goes down, we'll be okay. And it's not brutally hot. It's been hotter in years past, I think. The breeze is kicking up a little bit. Yeah. And, look, you want to see how the track is. We haven't seen this track in over a week now as far as for the races. But I'll tell you what, all year long, credit where credit's due. This has been a really, really fair track. It looks like you can come from anywhere, off the pace, on the pace, inside or outside. And that just adds to the competitiveness of today's card.
Yeah, Patrick Baker and his track team have done a really good job all season. There can be few complaints about how that dirt track has ridden, and indeed the turf, which people regularly say is one of the best in the world. Back to Stephen.
Of course, there is plenty of prize money on offer for today's race meeting. $12 million alone for the Dubai World Cup. But there are also some fantastic trophies, and here is the Dubai World Cup trophy itself that the 13 runners will be going for at around about 10 to 9 here locally in the UAE. It really is a marvellous trophy with some fantastic names on it, including the likes of Dubai Millennium. We've got Electrocutionist, plenty in there for Godolphin, and Mystic Guide and Magni Core will be the 2 that are hoping to add their names to that trophy today. Indeed, all the trophies here are fantastic. Alongside it, we've got the Sheema Classic one, which is another lovely looking trophy. The likes of Jack Hobbs have won that in recent times for Godolphin. We've got Rewilding, Fantastic Light, Stay Gold. The Japanese got a good record in that, and Chrono Genesis will be hoping to add her name to that today. Then there's the Dubai Turf, where we can see the likes of Almond Eye, fantastic mare, winning this for Japan in recent years. Elsa Hale and Lord North are the 2 leading fancies for the Dubai Turf this year. The Golden Shaheen is a real speed up on the dirt, plenty of pace on in that contest today. The Americans have got a great record in that particular race, and XY Jet is the reigning holder of that. He won it in 2019. And on this side, Dubai Gold Cup, the newest race on today's card. And perhaps not the strongest, a race that's maybe still beginning to feel its way here on the card, but plenty of lovely trophies on offer today, as well as plenty of prize money. We can soon head back to Laura. There are 3 or 4 others as well, the Godolphin Mile. Plenty of established contests on today's card, and we're looking forward to it. We're not too far away from it now either, so hopefully you're going to stick with us right throughout the course of this afternoon.
They are beautiful trophies. Where do you display your Shaheen trophies? Of course, you own the horse as well.
They're wrapped away, but I'll tell you what.
Why are they wrapped away?
I want to preserve them. But last year I was through a little bit of a losing funk. I didn't win a race for a couple of months, and I brought it with me. I dusted it off, and it sat outside my nightstand for 3 months as a reminder of what can be done. Right? I mean. And lightning can strike twice and 2 years in a row and things like that. It's not easy, and we don't take for granted at all, what those trophies mean and what they stand for. And, you do have to display them. And I remember getting the knock on the hotel the day after we won the race. Like, who even knows what room number I'm in? And sure enough, it was the hospitality dropping off the winning trainer trophy and the winning owner trophy, and that was the first time I knew what a selfie was. I took a selfie or two with both trophies, and look, it was a remarkable experience, and it's very emotional going up on that winner's podium because you finally can breathe for a second. You can't breathe. As soon as the horses travel on the plane, at least for the Americans, and you're talking about 12 days out. I know for the other international media, international horses, it's a little bit longer. The Japanese, some of them have come from Saudi and come here. Aidan O'Brien gets here about, Wednesday afternoon and then runs on Saturday. But for us, the horses get on the plane and then you don't sleep. I don't care what any connections say. Oh, I had a good night's sleep. There's no way you had a good night's sleep. For 12 days, you toss and turn and think about everything that could and can't happen. And at the end of the day, you can't do anything about it. When the gates open, it's the horse and it's the rider. And the trainer's left to just worry and wonder and figure out who to blame if we lose.
Blame the jockey. That's what most of them seem to do. And we've got a lot of young trainers here, which I think is brilliant. We have Jose D'Angelo with Jesus' team. He's only 30. Carlos David isn't particularly old either. Miguel Silva with Sleepy Eyes Todd. How are they handling the pressure?
Better than I thought. I think it's been good. The American team is a very tight-knit unit, and we spend a lot of time together and talking with each other. And for Carlos, this is his first kind of big race. For Miguel, with Sleepy Eye Todd, it's his first big horse. Same thing with Jose Francisco D'Angelo, right? It's their first big horse, but they've done some of these dances before, right? They've been in the Pegasus. They've been in the Breeders' Cup. Even Sleepy Eyes Todd was on the Breeders' Cup undercard, so Miguel Angel Silva was able to experience that a little bit. And it's not that they're veterans at this, and this will be their first time here in Meydan, and the Meydan experience is different than anywhere else, but the fact that they do have a little bit of experience under their belt will help. It's more, for me, about some of these new jockeys riding here for the very first time. Even jockeys who are well-known. A jockey like Luis Saez, who is doing very, very well in America and has traveled and done well abroad in the past. This will be his first time in Meydan, and that kickback is different than you find in the States or really anywhere else in the world.
Do you know when he arrived? Has he been out on the track much?
So he got here on Tuesday, and he's been here all week, but with the COVID protocols, he has not had a chance to ride out, and this will be the first time that he's going to ride on the track. But look, his jockey agent is Kieran McLaughlin, a name that everybody here in the United Arab Emirates knows very, very well, and Kieran's given him a lot of pointers, and I'm sure pointed him in the direction of some jockeys who have been here before. So he'll do well, he'll be prepared, but you have other jockeys who have been based here year long. Maybe they're the ones that are nervous, and you're happy that they're riding in the first race. Certainly, I think the jockey that's going to ride Sleepy Eye Todd, the fact that he's got to ride in the first race, right? Alex Moreno's going to come here and ride the Arabian race just to get those nerves out of the way. And Ryan Cortolo, who's been here for the meet, he rides the first race and then is on a very, very live horse in the UAE Derby. So I think if I was a rider, which clearly I'm not, I'd want to get out and get going early. I don't want to be waiting around in the room for a later race like the Sheema Classic in race 8 or the Dubai World Cup in race 9. I want to get in the room. I want to get in my routine as much as I possibly can, and then go from there. And like even a jockey like David Egan, who won the Saudi Cup and seemingly the world is his oyster right now, he goes, listen, when I get in the room, I do the same thing. It's a very superstitious thing. I put in my right pant leg first, my left pant, and he's got it down to a science at 21. But these jockeys, yeah, they're the most talented athletes in the world, but the mental fortitude that they have to go and prepare to do all that kind of stuff. I think it's undersold about really what it takes to be a jockey, and sometimes the weight they have to make. I mean, we got a stalwart like Paddy Cosgraves. He gets a great opportunity to ride for Saeed bin Suroor in the UAE Derby, but she's a filly. She carries 53 kilos, and I don't think he's carried 53 kilos in the 2000s.
Since he was an apprentice, he told me, Pat. But it's worth it for Soft Whisper. And he did say a few times earlier this carnival he got down to 53.5. And just by, I think, cutting out all carbohydrates, just basically eating vegetables.
And, you know, she's a very, very interesting filly because when she won in January, Frankie Dettori got off her and he said, I haven't had a winner like that since Dubai Millennium. Now, those are really, really brave words for a guy like Frankie who's ridden around the world and done, you know, all sorts of things. And then she goes to Saudi and she might not have liked the track. Maybe she did. We're going to find out a lot about that Saudi form. Last year, it got canceled because of COVID. So we had horses that tried this kind of double-double, if you will, went to Saudi and then came over here to Dubai and looking for the world's richest races back-to-back, and it got canceled. We didn't see how they handled it. Saudi here had some horses that loved that track, and we're going to see them run on the card, and some horses that really maybe didn't like that track. How do they handle this track? Military Law, another one that might not have handled that track in the Saudi Cup, but certainly loves this track.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see with the 5 weeks between the races. Should be enough time for the horses to get over any Saudi exertions, but we just don't know until we try. Another huge part of Dubai World Cup night, in fact, any meeting here in the UAE, is the start. Stephen is with ERA official starter Shane Ryan.
I'm joined by today's official starter, Shane Ryan. I'm guessing you're hoping that you have a fairly quiet day and that we don't see too much of you throughout the course of it, aren't you?
Yeah, we're all looking forward to it. We're all ready, I think.
How many World Cups is it that you've been doing now as official starter?
I think this is my 16th starting. I was 1 year assistant and I'm probably involved in 20.
And what sort of stuff have you been doing in the build-up to it? Getting to know plenty of the international horses?
Yeah, it's the Japanese and the Americans gate school every morning. Everybody does really, but we kind of get information from England and Ireland, from the starters all over the place. But the gate school in the morning is usually the Americans and Japanese. We get to see quite a lot of them and their little quirks, and it's good to know on race day.
Do you insist on them going through the stalls, or is it just their choice?
Their choice. Like if I get some information from some of the starters around the world, you know, and I'm not, you know, if there's a question mark about it, and I'd like to see it, because at the end of the day we're down there and nobody else is, so it's nice to see animals before they come and put them in the gates.
And of course, with the Japanese, they're not used to having people in the stalls with them, so they've been getting used to that here as well this week?
Yeah, it's kind of a big thing this year for some reason. I don't think if something happens in Saudi, but a lot of the Americans like gate boys in the gate. Japanese are not used to it, they don't do it, so they've been practicing all week with men in the gates, and then they have a choice then at the end of the week if they want to use one or not. So I kind of suggested not to, because that's not what they do in Japan, and just leave it like it is.
And the guys that are with you, they've been sort of the same team for many years, the same sort of people, they know what they're doing?
Yeah, Tino's my assistant there. He's been with me, I don't know, 12 years maybe. All the other lads, yeah, there's a few of them there 10 years plus, and there's some new lads have come in, and I'd be lost without them.
And it's not been the easiest year. You've kind of been down on numbers at various points due to one or two issues, but on the face of it, there's not been any difference from what we've seen.
No, yeah, we were down to probably, like, we have a crew of 16 there. I think we were down to a crew of 9 there at one stage, and we even had the lads at the back there. They're flagmen, but they're riders and urban sharpies, and we told them to stick a body protector on, and we can put a few in for us. So, but no, it was tough, but I know we school horses here on a regular basis for the local trainers, and you know, trainers kind of do their own bit of work as well, and as long as we're all on the same page, race days usually hopefully go smoothly, you know.
And will there be any one horse that will give you a bit of satisfaction if it runs well today, something that you've had to do a lot of work on, maybe blown by wind? Have you had much to do with him at Salem Bingo Days?
Yeah, well, he came over with he had history in the UK. He had to go with a blind on, he had to go last. He was hard to get the blind on, but you know, we've done a bit of work with him, and we've kind of something different over here that works for him, so it helps us.
I suppose you don't get to see much of the racing out there yourself, bar the World Cup itself, which starts in front of the stands. You've got the best view of that finish, don't you?
We have the best view of it all. We're down there looking at the horses. You know, we're right beside them, and you know, they're only a touch away, so it's nice to see good animals.
Well, we wish you all the best, and hopefully a quiet day, Shane.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
He does such a good job. At points earlier on this season, he was down to, I think, 6 stalls handlers due to various COVID quarantine restrictions. Managed to keep the show on the road. We didn't even notice. That's how good a job he did, that nobody said, oh, they've gone off late. He did a super job, Shane. And you actually got on very well with him when you were here with Biscuits.
Look, Biscuits was a very eccentric horse, to say the least. And so he needed a gate school, and they're so patient with them. You know, you have a tight window and they're coming and going, and the starters actually would like to see the horses behind the gate at least once or twice to get to know them, know their quirks and their ins and outs. Look, nobody wants them to have a better start than the starters, right? The last thing in the world that the starters want is somebody to have a bad break. It's almost like the saying, you know, they only know your name if you mess up.
Yeah.
And it's really a thankless job that Shane Ryan and his crew do, because as soon as everybody breaks, we move on with the race and everything's good. If one horse breaks slow, it was that guy's fault. So they do a remarkable job, and you know, nobody really likes to school horses more than the Japanese. They're back there schooling almost every day. They school in the paddock, they school in the gate, they walk around for 45 minutes before their 45-minute walk. I mean, they are active here in Meydan, and certainly well photographed as well.
Yeah, does it surprise you ever the amount of time that the Japanese spend out and about? They all do 2 circuits. We'll see the Americans often sort of backtrack, don't they, to the turn, and then they go around once. The local horses only ever go around once. The Japanese do so much more.
Look, when I call it Olympic Village here in Dubai, so we quarantine in all separate things. So Saudi Arabia's in one area, Team Europe's in one area, Hong Kong, Australia, Japan, America. So the American barn is about 2 barns down from the Japanese barn. And we get there, and we have to leave about 4:15, 4:20 to make this race, you know, at 5 o'clock. And we'll get there about 3:45, and we're still got sleep in our eyes, or if we did it, sleep that night. And we go and we look over to our left, and all the Japanese horses are already parading around in a circle. They're not even going to leave for 30 minutes.
Amazing.
They're ready to go. They're prepared. And the thing that's really amazing about that is they're trained by 6 or 7 different trainers. We wouldn't see that kind of unity and continuity over here in America. You don't see play well with others like they do in Japan. Although we did see an interesting workout this week where Title Ready for Dallas Stewart worked in company with Ambivalent for Doug O'Neill. So I guess we are getting along a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that's really nice. We've also seen a nice sort of buddying system with some of the Europeans going together. One of the Arabians, Masha Al-Khalidiyah for Phil Collington has been buddying up with Mekong, who's always been really fresh in the mornings as well. Vol Derby as well. They're kind of in a little string, which has been really, really nice to see. So we do see it a little bit. And as you mentioned, it is a tight slot, isn't it? They have to be on the track. They won't let them on before 7 or 5 if they're that slot. You've got to be off before that Harrow break half an hour later.
No, and there are stories that I can tell you probably off the air about certain riders that overslept, that didn't make it, and all of a sudden the horse didn't train that day. You say, wait, I didn't see that horse. Laura, did you see that horse? And everybody's asking each other, and it turned out that the exercise rider was in the room sleeping. Yeah.
Zenden cut it pretty fine the other day as well. They were pretty nice. I think that the track team saw a little bit of sense. They were pretty nice and let them out on the track with that horse. Let's go back to Stephen. I think this time he's with Ryan Caratolo.
I'm joined by a jockey who will be experiencing the Dubai World Cup for the first time, Ryan Curatolo. He's got a couple of rides. Are you looking forward to today, Ryan?
Yeah, definitely. Super pleased to be here. I think it's the place to be. So I'm very, very happy to be here. And we're going to fight for it.
It's pretty hot today. Have you experienced anything like this before?
It's not hotter than Singapore. So I got the habit, you know. Singapore is hot and humid. And here is less humidity, so I think it's okay.
And 2 rides for you, starting with Barak in the Arabian race. You won on him last time, and he's just getting better and better, isn't he, despite his age?
Yeah, definitely. He's getting better with age. He broke the track record last time. We had a perfect trip. It's another level of race today, you know, with the horse coming from Saudi Arabia. It will be competitive. He's at home here, so it's going to be an advantage.
You've got a bit of a harder draw tonight compared to the other day. You're a bit wider, but it looks as though it's a field with plenty of pace and you're just going to be able to slot yourself in wherever.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I can see a lot of speed in the race. So when the gate open, we have to go from there.
And when you got the job at Jebel Ali Stables at the start of the year, the dream would have been a runner on World Cup night. You've got that with Mahib. Was he sort of the headline act right back at the start? Did you know he was going to be that good?
No, to be honest, you know, I was having hope, you know, on all the babies I see at the stable, pedigrees. So I see fantastic pedigrees. But to find a horse like that, you know, in fact, Nicolas chose this one at the cell. So credit goes to him because he see him and he choose him. And He was on the spot.
And he's had a nice break since that Guineas run. Do you think he needed that? Do you think he had a hard race when winning that race?
Yeah, I think so. He won the race, but that was not easy. So he's a fighter, but that was good to skip the Saudi Derby because he was coming only 14 days. So let's see what happened today.
And the extra trip, would you see that suit? I mean, he was doing all his best work at the end last time, wasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I think the trip will suit him. He stayed good on the line. I think it's not going to be an issue.
And what's the atmosphere like in the weighing room there? Everybody quiet, or is there a few characters trying to keep everyone nice and relaxed?
But to be honest, I get in, I spent 10 minutes. I see a few guys that I know, like Eddie Castro, who I was riding with him in New York. And a few nice jockeys, you know, he's good, you know, everybody's relaxed for now.
You seem quite relaxed, or will the pressure get to you, or will you feel the pressure? Not that it'll get to you.
To be honest, I feel great. I feel great. Just the only fact is because we're riding here weekly, so we do the same thing weekly. It's just that the price changing, and I'm confident, and that's it. We go from there.
Well, we wish you all the best. Thanks for your time, Ryan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
He's done really well in his first season here, Ryan, and he's coming in tonight with 2 live chances. And Mahib, I think, on recency bias because he hasn't run for a while. People are just overlooking him. He's got a lot of talent. In fact, you were at the sale, I think, when he was purchased.
Yeah, I mean, he should be 3 from 3, I think. I mean, he's a head bob away from being perfect. And, you know, Nicolas Bachelard is a guy that I've known for a long time. He used to be in the States as a longtime assistant for trainer Christophe Clement, and then got a private job in Saudi Arabia and trained a horse named Ron the Greek that a lot of people might remember. And now he's been here, and I think he's done a really, really good job at Jebel. And it's not an easy track to train on. They've done some things to change things, and he's had a much better season this year than last. And I think the stock is going to continue to get better. I know they got horses being broke right now in France. They're in the United States. They're really diversifying and buying horses from all different places. But if there's a horse that has a Kentucky Derby-like pedigree, a Kentucky Derby-like feel, would it not be Muhib, being a son of Flatter? Obviously, West Coast was on that kind of same cross. And I think Nicholas certainly knows how to get one ready for a big race. And I think he missed this race with this in mind. I don't think he misses, the 3 weeks out from an American sire for a dirt horse going a mile and 3/16 is not ideal. So to get him in a little bit fresher, I have a feeling that it's going to pay off in the end here.
Yeah, they felt that he had a pretty hard race in the UAE, the Group 3 UAE 2000 Guineas, which I think was on about the 4th of February. Then Saudi would have been, I think it was on the 20th, wasn't it? They felt that it would have just been asking far too much.
No, and I think in the overall, the longer you're here, the more you learn about how your horses are and recovery and things of that nature. And Nicholas is in his 3rd year now. I think this is the year where you're going to start to see the accession. And I think Jebel is really next year sitting on an even bigger year if they do get some support and buy some nice horses at the sales again like they did here.
Yeah, it's great to have them back. It really is. His Highness Sheikh Ahmed, of course, his famous silks. People know him the world over, and it's been really good to see them have a great season, of course, with Borum picking up a listed prize for them, as well as that carnival win by Muhib. Just looking at that UAE Derby, I think in the end I ended up tipping France Godaina, who has quite a layoff to overcome, but was impressive. Then we have Pink Kamehaha, who was a winner in Saudi. There's stamina doubts about him. We have Soft Whisper that we've already mentioned. Again, it's so open.
And you have some unknown Americans, too. You have a horse in Lugamo who has never run for Antonio Sano. Needed a rider. We were able to get O'Sheen Murphy to ride him, and he's not run since November of last year going 6 furlongs, and now you're going a mile and a 3/16. And they keep saying, I hope we can make the lead. I hope we can make the lead. And they tipped their hand a couple of days ago. They worked really, really fast. They had a big piece of breeze up about 3 days ago on the Wednesday. And I got a feeling that we're going to see him in front, how far he takes him, if they leave him alone on the lead, if he's able to give him a breather. I didn't think that Panadol was the fastest horse in the world. I know he did it kind of the right way last time out in the Al Bastakia, but it's a little bit of a different feel on a full field. And that American gate speed, Panadol doesn't have that.
No.
So it's going to be interesting as far as tactics and where everybody settles in. And with the filly in the race, too, how many of the guys are going to be noticing the filly?
Yeah, very true. And what about Ambivalent? Because he ran in some pretty big races last year.
The question on Ambivalent is he a turf horse? Talked to Leandro Mora this morning, the assistant trainer for Doug O'Neill. He spent the carnival here last year, and I'm happy to see them kind of get a chance to finish their job, right? They came here with a goal in mind. They had good success, right?
Yeah.
They won the prep for the UAE Derby, right? With a horse in 4 left that probably doesn't want to go further than 6 furlongs. They got him to stay out a little bit. Wildman Jack set the track record on the turf, the first American horse to ever win a race on the grass. Parsimony is another one that had success here, and so they know what they're doing. And Ambivalent is a horse that gets better when he gets here. He knows what he's doing, but is he a turf horse? That everybody thinks that he's better on the turf, but they're going to give it one more try. They have Hot Rod Charlie already in the Derby, but if they can have 2, they'd certainly like 2. They know how to get the win in the Kentucky Derby once they get there. They have 2 Kentucky Derby wins. Team Doug O'Neill's slogan is, why not us, why not now? And this has rang true today.
Yeah, it does. It's amazing, actually. The Americans haven't got a great record in the UAE Derby. It was dominated for many years by Saeed Bin Sroor and Mike de Kock.
Well, I think the concept of the race, right? His Highness Sheikh Mohammed so badly wanted to have a horse trained in the United Emirates and win the Kentucky Derby. And so this was his focal point. When Kieran McLaughlin was here training, the focal point was to try and get one to the Kentucky Derby, It's kind of followed suit with Saeed Bin Sroor. Maybe not so much Charlie, actually, in the grand scheme of things. They look more towards the campaign later on in the year in Europe. But I think Charlie has one in the race. Saeed's got a couple in the race. So they are still trying to make the Kentucky Derby here. And the Americans look at it as an aside. Now, it's changed because of how it is where it's 100 points to the winner. This race, effectively, if you win this race, you're guaranteed a spot in the starting gate. Now, if you're not nominated, you have to pay $60,000 US. It's expensive, but you can afford it, having won the UAE Derby. So the race has kind of picked up strides and picked up lengths in the last few years, and I think you're seeing some guys take advantage of that. And the Japanese, for sure. I mean, translator Kate Hunter, who's been with the Japanese since Saudi, she said, I packed my bags to go through Kentucky. They're really confident, maybe in France Godina or Pink Kamahamahama.
Yeah, they've got really good chances right the way through the card, the Japanese 12 runners in total. Let's go back to Stephen. Who are you with now?
I'm joined by Ajay Ane, one of today's stewards on show at Meydan. You'll be hoping for a quiet day, won't you?
Absolutely. I mean, it's good for us, good for the jockeys, good for everyone that we have a quiet evening. You know, the best horse might win, and best of luck for all the connections.
And what sort of things have you been doing prior to the race? Have you been talking to all the jockeys? Because, of course, they'll arrive probably at various different points throughout the day here today, won't they?
Yeah, they come from various jurisdictions with different rules, so it's always nice to go into the jockeys' room before the races, like an hour and a half before, and give them a briefing on how the set of rules work here in terms of whip or in terms of interferences, and make sure that everybody is safe and comes back safe, not just them, even the horses, and how to follow the flow of things for this evening.
I suppose that's one thing you don't consider. They'll not be used to what they do before a race, where they weigh in, weigh out, etc. So you've got to go through all of that with them, I suppose.
That's correct. One of our stewards would give them a briefing on the rules. One of them will give them a tour for jockeys who haven't been here, and make sure that they know where to give their saddle, where to get off their horse, and what route to follow to come back into the jockey's room.
Will you have a walk of the track as well yourself as routine? I don't suppose there's too much that can go wrong out there, but you always have to have a look just in case.
Absolutely, we just did about 20 minutes ago, and in the morning also both the tracks have been checked, with the help of the clerk of the course.
Maybe a stray golf ball will end up on the odd track every now and again.
Nadal Chiba, it used to happen a lot more than it does happen now. So likewise in our lane race course also it happens. But yeah, no, we make sure that those things don't, because they can be quite catastrophic.
In terms of the weather, a lot of chat about how hot it is today. Will there be any special dispensation for jockeys who might lose perhaps a bit more weight during a race than they ordinarily would?
There is an allowance there already, and they generally come back quite all right. Weather like this has been like this before as well. We do get rain on the World Cup nights, but I think it's hot, but it'll get nicer by the second or third race, I'm expecting.
You better add to, because I'm already losing a few pounds, I think.
So do I.
Well, we wish you all the best, and hopefully for a nice, quiet, peaceful day, AJ.
Thanks very much, and good luck to everyone.
Charlie's very keen to talk about the best horse on the card. Effectively is Mishrif, really, who, of course, goes in the Dubai Sheema Classic.
From everything I've seen this year, Mishrif is the best horse in the world. I think when the Longines ratings get upgraded, he will be the best horse in the world. Yet everybody I've spoken to says Mishrif's not going to win today. Everyone said he should have won on the Dubai World Cup. He won the $20 million Saudi Cup. He's a dirt horse. He's only run on the dirt twice. He is a Group 1 winner on the turf. Now, is that form maybe not as good collectively as maybe some of the others? Possibly. But my feeling is horses change from 3 to 4. They start filling out and they start getting better. And a guy like John Gosden, and of course now his co-trainer, Thaddy Gosden, they know how to get a horse ready to run. They were not going to come here. The plan was, I talked to some of the traveling lads over there beforehand, a couple of weeks, because I was trying to find out who's going to the Dubai World Cup. He wasn't going to the Dubai World Cup. He wasn't going to the Sheema. He wasn't going anywhere. He was going to get ready for the Jumpman International. So now when he shows up here, I have a feeling that he's training good. When we went and saw him train for the first time on the training track on Tuesday, he didn't train good. He trained great. He was absolutely phenomenal. Ever since then, David Egan, the regular rider, has gotten on him every single day. There's actually a pretty cool GoPro piece of him on Twitter right now, kind of going on the horse, and you see just how controlled he is. But he's really, really sharp right now, and he's really strong. And look, everybody's talking about the Japanese filly and saying this is the start of an international campaign for her. She's the next Deidre. She's the next Amandai. She's the one. She's a smallish type filly. She's going to have to do a lot to beat Mischief, in my opinion. If he goes to 12, if he stays to 12, which is, again, something he hasn't done before, it's Mistress' race to lose, in my opinion. But, man, what a great race. And you add in the likes of a horse like Mogul, who was last seen winning out in Shatin. So Aidan O'Brien also, not a lot of success maybe of late in Dubai, but he only brought the one horse, and I think he brought the one horse for a reason.
Yeah, I think Mogul might just got instinct looking at him the other day. This is very much the start of the campaign for him. He may get a bit of fitness, I think, from this run.
Yeah, and I think it was the oddest I've ever seen an Aidan O'Brien horse. He looked alone. He looked lonely. I wanted to play a song for him, you know, maybe with a little guitar or something like that, because every time you see these Aidan O'Brien horses in these big events, they're heads to tails, whether they're jogging, they're cantering, they're galloping, they're walking. There's a minimum of 8, as maximum of 20, 24. And here's Mogul on Thursday and Friday, all by his lonesome.
Looking lonely. He was looking lonely. Pat Keating, of course, the travelling head lad, out here with Mogul. Who do you think is the strongest chance of a winner on the card for Japan? We mentioned Chronogenesis. There's Love's Only You in the same race. There's the Derby horses. They've got one in the Dubai Turf. They've got one in the Mile. Well represented right the way through. Chua Wizard in the World Cup. Probably throw out his Saudi run. That was a bad run, but the time before he's got very good form from the Champions Cup.
Just haven't seen enough of him loving the track over here. He's a typey kind of horse. He doesn't really have that big stride. Over here, they kind of, if they can have a long stride where they kind of lengthen out, when they hit the ground and they're at their maximum, and we don't see them breezing very, very fast, but when they gallop strongly, they pick it up a little bit. You want to see them kind of start getting their head down and striding out really well, and we haven't seen that from Chua Wizard. He's been there and he's done well, but I don't think he has that kind of ability. But a horse who we've really, really enjoyed watching from the Japanese, and who might have the best chance of the Japanese outside the UAE Derby, would be Justin. I mean, how much fun have we had watching Justin train all week long?
Yeah, Justin is a little bit crazy. I do say Sakai, who's been here for weeks. He's ridden every track in the UAE, which I think is amazing. He gets on Justin every morning. The horse comes out, sees the cameras, and goes varying levels of crazy, right?
You know, they want to compare the filly to Amandai, but we have not once heard a comparison of Justin to Lonnie, and maybe that's the comparison that needs to be made. He's not as crazy as Lonnie. I remember when we were walking on the 2-mile walk on the international quarantine, the handler came up to us and goes, "Danger, danger," and he points to Lonnie. He goes, "Lonnie, danger," and Lonnie was proper mad. They used to close the bottom door, the top door, do everything they could to keep him quiet. Justin's not that bad, but I thought Justin's races in Japan were the best of the Japanese. Now, look, Matera Sky's had a lot of success on the international scene. The hardest luck loser I think we've ever seen in any sprint race out there. 2 Saudi races, the one over here. He's due for a win. Emotionally, we're all rooting for Matera Sky, but to me, Justin is a horse who was better than him back there. Capano Kicking won in Saudi. You talk about a horse that didn't like Saudi. Did Capano Kicking move up? Because he did like Saudi. It was a great ride from William Buick. He's going to ride him back over here. But to me, I think Justin is the one that I want moving forward of Team Japan.
I was very keen on Justin in Saudi. The break didn't go his way over there. And the Saudis seem, the Japanese seem to think he's the best of theirs in the Shaheen. They also have Red Lizelle, who would have a good chance. No one's talking about Capano Kicking. He's been completely ignored. I think the feeling is that he needed every inch of that longer straight over there in Riyadh.
That might be true, but it's the second longest straight right here in Meydan. So it's maybe a touch longer, but really not much. And really the big thing about Capano Kicking was, did the race fall apart? They were going so fast early. Well, guess what? In the Golden Shaheen today, they're going to go so fast early. I mean, I kept watching replays, and I never thought that there'd be a local horse that was faster than the Americans. And good effort, and Frankie, I mean, this horse is fast. He is really, really fast, and he's breaking from post 1. I think there's no bones about it where he wants to be. You have Japan in post 2. You have Materas in post 4. They are going to fly early on. And so does that help a horse like Capano kicking, like cavorting for Doug Watson, who was so good 3 weeks ago, or did he run too hard? That's what we need to find out.
I think it could well set up for a closer. It is very interesting. My gut feeling is that Canvas won't be quite good enough to win it, or is Japan just too good? He would need to clear a good effort, wouldn't he? And that horse looked great the other morning.
Japan was the deserving favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was 3 from 3 going into that race, so he's still very, very lightly raced. He's still the lightest raced horse in the card, but he needs to show that he can overcome adversity. When he ran in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, he got bumped around, he got jostled around. He didn't like it. He got dirt in his face for the first time because he's led at every call before that, and he's comfortable when he's in front having things his own way. Now, this was the race in mind, and a guy like Steve Asmussen knows how to get one ready. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason, and he gradually amped him up. He skipped Saudi. He was on the Saudi nomination list, and he threw in a 59 work, a 59 work, a 59 work, 3 straight weeks of bullet fast workouts coming into this race. So is he ready to go? Is he sitting on one off the November layoff? Possibly, but Jockey Joel Rosario and the break are going to be very key. We're going to know if Japan has a chance to win this race in the first 50 meters. I wish I can tell you then who my pick is in the race.
Yeah. Sadly, you'll be gone by then. You're only joining us for the first 3 races because you are helping out Jesus' team, Saddle and things like that.
Yeah, we'll be busy, over here, especially with the COVID, smaller teams have kind of been assembled. So I know Adrian and Ed as well with the IRB. They do a lot of helping out. I'll help out a lot of the American horses. Just kind of saddle up and anything that they need over here because it is so difficult and it's such a giant facility over here. You walk over to the receiving barn. It's a 12-minute walk from the receiving barn to the saddling barn. So sometimes the trainer can't be in 3 places at once. They need to be with their horse. We want them to be with their horse. So we'll grab the saddle for them. We'll meet them in the saddling enclosure and just try and get them to be as less nervous as possible.
Yeah, you can definitely do with the help as much as you can get it, especially as you say for first timers here. I understand that in a couple of minutes we will be having a 1-minute silence here at Meydan. So if we suddenly stop talking, that's the reason why. Just quickly, what race are you most, I know what you're going to say, but what race are you most looking forward to tonight?
It's the Classic.
So you were going to say the Shaheen. I didn't know what you were going to say.
It's the Dubai World Cup. I mean, this is the chance for somebody to come out and make a name for themselves. And, I'll be honest, the Sheema Classic is a great race, too, because I think Mishra stamps himself as the best horse in the world if he wins. But the World Cup is so wide open, and I got a feeling that Jesus' team is just sitting on an absolute cracker. I've been saying it for the last 6 months. They've been preparing for this race since October, and everything has kind of fallen into place the way that it needs to. And, what a story is that for a $30,000, purchase to go on and win a $12 million race. He was in for a claiming tag of $25,000 to life in Jose's first start for him in June, and now he's running for $12 million.
It is absolutely fantastic story. It'll be an even better story if he manages to win. It's been really good hearing from the team with Jesus' team, who's named after the owner's son.
Yeah, he's got 3 kids, and they named all the kids were named as part of it. It was Alejandro's team, it was Mora's team, so they've had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I think a few of us have struggled with the pronunciations a little bit so far. We've so much to come today on Dubai World Cup Day. It's going to be an excellent day of racing. We're not too far away at all from the opening race, but coming up is a minute's silence, which will be coming up in 2 minutes' time. Of course, following the very sad passing of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan. Yeah, so we've got that coming up for you in a couple of minutes. We haven't talked much about the Dubai turf, which is strong without being brilliant.
Yeah, and I think you look for blue, right? You look for Godolphin in that race. They've dominated that race for so long, and they have some really good chances in there, but there's a couple of lords that have something to say about it as well.
Yeah, there will be. Lord Glitters, of course. And also Lord North, who is a favourite for the race for John Gosden. He's got 3 runners on the card. He also has New Treasure, who lines up in the UAE Derby. And John not here at the moment. Sunthady, as Chad mentioned, is on the course. And they actually had their first winner yesterday as a training partnership. So it's all coming together nicely.
Isn't it kind of weird where you have your first winner and you're not there? Hey, why aren't you there for your first winner? Oh, I got to go saddle one for $12 million and $6 million. No big deal, Dad. You take care of it, Dad. I'll take care of the little ones over here.
Yeah, it can only help, can't it, having 2 of them at the helm there. in Newmarket, and Thady Gosden's been really helpful with us all week and in Saudi as well, with interviews and so on, giving us the lowdown on their runners. So good luck to them later on with the 3. It's starting to get a little bit busier here at Meydan. We do, of course, have VIPs, if you like, invited guests and horse connections. We are behind closed doors. You couldn't buy tickets for the meeting. But, of course, you need thousands of people just to stage a race meeting. Every horse is going to have at least probably 3 connections by the time you factored in trainer, groom, jockey owner.
And that was the thing that made the cancellation so tough last year. I mean, the horses had all arrived. So we were good to go. The show will go on kind of thing with the horses. But we just couldn't get the connections here. Everybody was on a plane. We're getting flights kind of moved around day in and day out. And it was just one of those things where, for the safety of everybody involved, it just made the most amount of sense to pass on it. And in hindsight, look, you feel bad for some of those connections that didn't get their chance at glory, but some of them are back again this year, and they're happy that they had an extra year to prepare.
Yeah, as Fernando Hara told me the other day, he feels he's got unfinished business, of course, with Wildman Jack, who at this time last year was on course. He would have gone for the Al Quoz had the meeting happened, but they're switching him onto dirt for the Golden Shaheen. He's one of several strong chances on the night later on for trainer Doug O'Neill, as we've mentioned. I think it's great that they've booked Fernando. As you heard earlier on, he's already a winner on the night with Inversor, right back in 2007. That's his only ride today. So I think we are going to head to the minute silence to be observed here at Meydan.
Ladies and gentlemen, as this 25th edition of the Dubai World Cup gets underway, it's a perfect opportunity to reflect on how we got here. So many challenges were overcome to arrive at this moment. The past year, truth be told, has been difficult for many, yet together.
Yeah, it's obviously been quite a tumultuous week here in the UAE, and there's no doubting the huge loss to many people in racing following the passing of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan, who does have some nice runners on the card today who all carry the Shadwell name, including Cardam, who lines up in the Quoz Sprint, which is another race we haven't talked overly about. You think this will be a first American win in this race?
I think is a relatively loose term. Look, I don't know who's going to win this race. It's a straightaway. You would think that Charlie Appleby would be the horse to beat. He's won it the last 2 years, would have won it the last 3 years that they ran the card. There's no doubt that Blue Point would have won again. But I just have a feeling that we're due for American win. And why not this horse, True Valor, who started his career in Europe, came to America. They tried to stretch him out. He's trained by Graham Motion now, and Graham Motion certainly, talk about a big win. He won with Animal Kingdom in the Dubai World Cup. So he knows how to win this race, and I think he's just one that's getting underlooked. He's under the radar. He's big price, and maybe for a reason, but I think he's getting better.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't totally rule him out. I have to say, Space Blues, as we said, one of the hottest favourites on the card, but there's no doubt he's a little bit vulnerable over the straight 6. It was a 6.5 furlongs that he went over in Saudi. He's probably, in all honesty, a 7 furlong horse, but he's been one that people have been keen to take on all week, Space Blues.
Take on Charlie Appleby with caution.
Yes,
okay?
I agree.
Since Charlie started here, Charlie wins here. It seems like every time we turn around, there's Charlie in the winner's circle. At big races around the world, not even just here in Meydan, but in Europe, in Australia. I mean, he's won Breeders' Cup races. Charlie Appleby on the turf especially is extremely dangerous. But he's been so kind of loose lately that you don't see nervous Charlie anymore. He's very confident, and he should be confident. He wins everything.
Yeah, he's got some great chances tonight, concluding with that Secret Advisor who goes in the Gold Cup. Let's hear from Stephen. He can give us the vital bits of info ahead of the Kahala.
First race on today's card then, the Kahala Classic, not too far away. The Arabians kicking things off in a very competitive and open renewal of the Kahala Classic. It is 2. The full conditions are as follows. This is the Mubadala Dubai Kahala Classic Group 1 contest, and we're over the 2,000 metres with $750,000 on offer. Number 1 is AF Al Wajel for Tiger O'Shea and Ernst Ortel, reigning holders, of course, with AF Maha, having won it back in 2019. Al Robert Al Khali has the first run in the colours of Al Ajban Stables with Andrew De Vries on board. We've then got Al Zahir for Shadwell and Jim Crowley. 4 is Barak. Ryan Curritolo will break from stall 4. Another one in the colours of Yas Horse Racing Management is Duryan. Iriet's Mendizabel rides that one. Feta de Loup is number 6. We've then got Hadres. Elizabeth Bernard trains this one. Heian is the mount of Richie Mullen. Then Masha Al Khalidia will be ridden by Alexis Marino. Jockey change there. Mubasha Al Khalidia is number 10, followed by Mutawakel Al Khalidia, that one ridden by Eddie Castro. RB French Dude is the mount of Pat Cosgrave. And finally, sole filly in the race, RB Money to Burn. She'll break from stall 13 in the hands of Antonio Fresu.
Yeah, fascinating renewal of the Kahala Classic is Amayas, and the sun has kind of gone pretty much behind the grandstand now. It has cooled down appreciably, which will suit these horses a little bit better. And they are all looking absolutely gleaming, particularly Al Zahir, who's just coming out behind me. 3-time Group 1 winner in here for Shadwell. This is AF Al Wajel. You spoke to his trainer yesterday. The big question with him is stamina.
And Ernst said that he kind of ran him over 2,000 for the first time last time out, and he did get a little bit tired, but he's confident that he's made the adjustments between that race and now, that he's going to give it his best go. He knows how tough this race is, okay? There's 9 Group 1 winners in this field, and it's going to be very, very difficult, but they won this race last time, and until you beat the champion, you have to beat the champion.
He's very potent over shorter. But his run last time behind Barak was very good in round 3. This is Al Zahir, as I mentioned, he's a 3-time Group 1 winner. They've all come on the turf. He's never actually won a race on dirt in 5 attempts. He was 5th in this race in 2018, and I think he's probably running here rather than in the Group 1 Emirates Championship at Abu Dhabi last week, just because they wanted to have a representative in the race. He's up against it, Al Zahir. This is Barak. He has a big chance here. He's tricky but talented.
Oh, that's a typical sign of the Arabian horse, right? Tricky but talented sums up a lot of them. But on his best day, he's really good. And last time, he was really, really good. Can he go back-to-back? That'll be the question.
Yeah, he probably is held by RB French Dude, I think it's fair to say. That horse beat him in Maximum Challenge round 2, which was back at the end of January. But Barak only had 11 starts. He was a real runaway as a youngster by all accounts. This is Derian, has his 3rd start on the dirt. He did actually win a race on dirt in Morocco, and he kind of went to win in Saudi last time, got reeled in late. There's a few stamina concerns with him as well.
I think a lot of stamina concerns with him over here as the jockeys begin to make their way out, and the jockeys are just as excited as everybody else that the show is getting ready to get started.
There is Derian, number 5 still. Let's have a look at Hadres. He's bred in Tunisia. He's a representative here for Elizabeth Bernard, who's top of her profession. She's a very good trainer based in France. This one's a Group 1 winner that came at Windsor over the 1,600 metres. He's also won 3 times on dirt from 5 attempts. Was a good 3rd last time in the Abaya Arabian Classic over in Saudi. But of course, he's had to travel back to France in between, which isn't necessarily a good thing. That's happened with all of the European horses that ran in Saudi, Thoroughbreds, Arabians, everybody else. They've all had to go back to Europe and then come here because of the 5-week gap between the meetings at this time. This is Heian, who Richie Mullen will ride. Tries to do it for the first time, but he's got a good chance if he takes to it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, he's very confident in the job that trainer Frederick Sanchez can do. Freddie, of course, spent a lot of time in the States. He rode out for Bob Baffert for a while, so he's versed with Thoroughbreds and versed with Arabian horses. And this horse ran a really good race last time. I know he hasn't been seen since December, but I thought his 3rd was better than it looked on paper.
Yeah, third behind Messi, of course, in the Dual Crown. That's at Abu Dhabi. Richie Mullen has plenty of success on the Arabians, including at Group 1 level, and Heian was a Group 1 winner over at Deauville in France. A lot of connections here for the Arabian race. Of course, it's easier to travel here from France than it is from England. That's Mutlaq, who trains Mulak bin Mashraf, who trains Mubashir Al Khalidia and Mutawakel Al Khalidia. This is Mashur Al Khalidia, who's actually based in the UK with Phil Collington. He won the Dual Crown last year. It's only his 4th try on the dirt. He's yet to win on it.
And I think he's the one that has the most to prove in here of the ones that are kind of Group 1 horses, because he hasn't done it on the dirt, while some of these other ones have.
Yeah, that would be my worry about Mashur Al Khaladia. He's a horse who, for a time, was actually barred from racing in England, and Philip had to exclusively find targets abroad for him, which wasn't easy, I'm sure. And Alex Marino rides him, as Chad mentioned earlier. Of course, he's based in Saudi. Mubashir Al Khaladia is the one we're looking at now, number 10. He's never been worse than fourth in his career, and he beat several of these last time in Riyadh.
Can he go back-to-back? Can he do it again is the question. But, both him and Esteve Might, the 11, Muqatil Al Khaladia, are very, very classy horses. When the Saudi Arabian horses trained this morning or all week long, you think that the Arabian horses would get warm, and instead it was the thoroughbreds that got warm, and the Arabians were cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, the Saudi quarantine slot was at 4 a.m, so they went out a little bit earlier. It's actually pretty chilly this week at that time. This is Mutawakal Al Khaladia, who's also a son of Laith Al Khaladia. He had a very wide draw to overcome in the Saudi Cup and didn't do a great deal wrong. And this is the horse you mentioned earlier. Eddie Castro is confident in reversing that form.
He was kind of a horse that really form changed this year. Last year he was off form. He was just so-so, but this year he just gets better and better and better. And I'll tell you what, as far as a paddock pick is concerned, he's the best looking horse in the paddock right now. He's really on his toes and ready to go.
I do think he's going to probably get a better trip than he did last time. He's rated a little bit inferior to Mubashir Al Khaladia, who's at 122. 120 is the mark which Mutawakal Al Khaladia has at the moment. This is probably the best of the locals, RB French Dude. He ran a good race over in Saudi when Pat Cosgrave said he didn't really love the track. He was very confident of a better performance back here on home turf, if you like.
Yeah, and this is kind of the horse that normally wins this race, isn't it? It's the one that have had success on the racetrack all year long, and he's no different. Obviously, he hasn't run here in a little while, but his old form certainly stacks up.
Pat Cosgrave will be riding at his lightest in this race as well, so there'll be a fair bit of dead weight on board RB French Dude. Of course, Pat riding later, as we said, at 53 kilos. RB French Dude carries 57. This is Money to Burn. She's a Group 1 winner. That came over a mile. It's her first run today over 2,000 metres, and bearing that in mind, she has to go the furthest way round from stall 13. That's going to be very hard.
Well, and while she was a winner last time out, it was a very interesting race as she was wanting to join you on the set towards the end of the race, kind of getting further and further outside. Antonio Fresu picks up the mount, and what will be a very memorable day for Antonio. He's got a lot of action all day long, including in his first World Cup.
She goes for Eric Lamartinel, who of course won this race a few years ago with the Great Misna. We haven't seen, I believe, number 6. This is Feta de Loup, who was the latest entrant into the race. He ran a good second here behind Barak in round 2. He's a horse who almost always misses the break, which you do. Arabians obviously go a bit slower, but so you don't really want to be doing that. Harry Bentley rode him last time in the Saudi Cup when he was well beaten. I think he's probably got a little bit to find. Just comes here off a mark of 111. Goes for jockey Moat Al Balouch. He's had a bit of success here this year. Let's head to the parade ring and Stephen.
I'm joined by the trainer of Heian, Frederic Sanchez. Good to see you here, Frederic. Is he in good form? Are you in good form?
Yeah, the horse is in good form. I'm in good form too. So we'll see after the race. But there's a question mark by not the ground, but the surface, first time on the dirt. So the horse got a good quality, but question mark for the dirt track.
And we've seen you on him most mornings. He's quite a playful character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's playful. He's still immature. He's not still a baby. He's 6-year-old, but still he have time to, and he's okay.
And we know from Abu Dhabi he's not far off the best that we've got here in the Gulf, so a case of him handling the surface and he should go well.
Yeah, in Abu Dhabi the pace was not that fast, and he was pulling. I was worried about that. Anyway, he got a good finish. Today I think they're going to go not flat out, but they're going to go good pace. So, no, just worry about the kickback, So if you have not too much kickback, maybe he can perform. And after, what is it? A race is a race, so we cross fingers.
We wish you all the best. Thanks for your time, Frederic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good to have Freddie with us. Just his 4th attempt at winning a race here in Dubai with Heian. It's so difficult to work out this race. It really, really is. I mean, you've got some that have just got loads of talent, but over shorter, like Awagel there and Byrne. You've got these top-class horses who are Group 1 winners, but on the turf, such as Derian. And then you've got the Saudis, who have been very, very hard to beat in this race in the past, and that Abaya Arabian Classic this year looked very, very strong. It's a bit of a head-wrecker.
It's the perfect start for the perfect day of racing, because all the races on the card have the same kind of feel to it. And this might be the deepest Kahala Classic we've ever had with 9 Group 1 winners.
Yeah, I think it might well be the deepest. I have to love the consistency of Mubashir Al-Khaladiya, who came up against Talib Al-Khaladiya, a former winner of this race 2 starts ago in Group 1 company over 1,800 metres in Saudi. Managed to beat him, and that set him on the path to winning that Abaya Arabian Classic. They're all behaving pretty well so far. This is for people that are new to Arabian racing. They start their careers later and continue them for longer, don't they, often?
Yeah, and they don't run as much, right? Their season is their season here. You don't see a lot of big Arabian races. In the United States, there's a few, maybe 5 or 6 Group 1s over there, and in Europe, 5 or 6. But, this is their bread and butter right here, and this is the time to see him run.
Robert Al-Khali has a real chance, I think. He ran a good race, just a little bit wide behind Barak last time. Adrian Beaumont takes over, but he does have a difficult draw in 12. Stephen's back with us from the parade ring. They all seem like they're behaving quite well.
Yeah, some pretty established Arabians in there. They're not getting too warm either, unlike my good self. But no, they're all very much relaxed, and I think, as you've said all week, it's a really good race. We've got the first several home from the Saudi race. We've got the best and consistent form that's been offered up from Meydan this season. But we do know it's going to be tough to beat the Saudis. Mubashir Al-Khaladiya and Mutawakil Al-Khaladiya. They were first and second in Saudi, and I don't really see too much reason why they can't be involved once again.
No, I suppose you've got maybe a freshness angle with Barak, for instance, who was a good winner here. That was back at the end of February. This, I suppose, is the first test of the impact that Saudi might have on the meeting. Yeah,
exactly. I suppose then we could say that the Arabians will recover a bit quicker than the thoroughbreds anyway. It's kind of in their nature, their breed, to be very quick recovering animals. But yeah, it's certainly an angle in there, isn't it? We've got French Dude as well, who it's often the ones that are well beaten that can maybe bounce back quicker than those that have been involved in the business end of a race. I'm not saying RB French Dude was well beaten in Saudi, but he could be a touch fresher. And I know, speaking to Ernst Ortel, that he's quite confident that AF Al Wajal is going to be an awful lot better for this initial outing over 2,000 metres that we can see now. Barak and Robert Al-Khali were both ahead of him, but I think they're going to be a lot more positive on AF Al Wajal from what I've heard. They've kind of know now that he stays 2,000 metres. He was coming back a little bit at the end, and I think from stall 1 they're going to be very positive. And the Saudis are going to be quick early on, and I'm not saying they're going to take them on, but I think, as we saw with AF Maher 2 years ago, they'll be certainly very positive and go forward from their good gate.
Starter Shane Ryan, looks like he's just readjusting the saddle there on Robert Al-Khali. It's not something you'd like to see as a trainer, would you? If he was your horse, you'd be a bit worried.
Yeah, it's not something you want to see, but again, this is a great job that the starting gate staff does that they don't get credit for. It's just another thankless task that, they're the final line of defense to make sure that all their equipment is settled and that the jockey is as comfortable as they possibly can going into the gate.
Well, it's very rare for Al Ajban stables to buy a horse with form, isn't it? Obviously they buy them as unraced horses. They breed an awful lot themselves, but this would be the first established horse that I can remember them buying for an awful long time.
I suppose they've had a brilliant season, haven't they? Absolutely superb, but they didn't have a horse in this race, so they got one.
Yeah, they've not really had much for the dirt either. I think Goshawk is their highest rated horse. They've tried Winked over here as well. She's not quite been good enough. So yeah, I guess the thing is to get that horse that was clearly available to buy from Omani connections initially and run him in the big race. So look, I can see the angle perfectly well for buying him. It's just a very rare move for them to make.
Yeah, I can see him running a huge race. Adri will not have been over the moon with his draw, as we said, in 12. Our best local is, you mentioned, obviously RB French Dude.
I think so, from the early carnival form. Obviously he then went to Saudi and others franked form in his absence, but I definitely think that that potential he showed on turf initially, Pat Cosgrave had the belief that he was always going to do better on the dirt. He's the American bred horse, obviously came from America, and his win suggested that he was going to be the best. RB Money to Burn, who we can see here, has got a lot of quality, and probably if this was over a mile you'd say that she would be the best. I just fear for her over this trip, bearing in mind her draw. She's stepping up 400 metres. She's drawn widest of all in 13, but I imagine Antonio Fresu will try and replicate what Tygo Shea did on that occasion. That's just take a bit of a pull on her and be a bit more patient with her and get her to see out this trip, because she's got the ability to do so.
Could well be her last run today. I don't have that from connections, but I'm speculating. She's already a Group 1 winner. She's 6 years old now, and she's not ever going to do a huge amount more. You wouldn't have thought. If she wins this, I'd say there was definitely draw stamps. They're loading pretty quickly. Chad, your selection, just to remind everybody.
Going to go with the 11, Muqwatal Al Khalida.
Okay, I'm with Mubasher Al Khalidi. You make it trio of.
Yeah, I went with Mutwakel Al Khalida as well. Just thought he went a bit too soon in Saudi. The shorter straight here might help him.
Yeah, okay. Well, best of luck to Craig Evans with this one. Some tricky names to master, but I'm sure he'll do it brilliantly as Al Zahir goes forward. Nearly time for our Group 1 Dubai Kahala Classic.
Goes forward for Jim Crowley. All riders and stalls handlers with black armbands as a mark of respect for Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Still a few more out there back to come forward. There's Money to Burn, who's taken up its spot. Goes into position. Now about to go up is Hayen. So Hayen to come forward. Best turned out was Barak for Albasti Equiworld, $1,500 to the groom, the richest best turnout prize in world racing. Now Barak is coming along, we're almost set. Just about ready to run. Dubai Kahala Classic kicks off the 25th Dubai World Cup night. They're off and racing, gates are back. El Wajal off the inside began quite well. Money to Burn has pace to burn and comes across in the early stages. French Dude is heeled up on the inside and Hadrez is going forward. Mubasher El Khalida just off them, followed by Mutawakal El Khalida. Through on the inside is next of all them Mubasher El Khalida as Mashur El Khalida went forward. Next of all is Derian as they go through the first corner. El Zahir, Feta de Loop, Barak getting back in the field. Out wider then is Hayen as they work up the side, and El Rabar El Khalida. They go by the 1,500 metre pole. Towards the back they go, and El Wajal the leader. El Wajal out by a length. Over in second, French Dude up on the outside of Hadrez down on the fence, then Money to Burn. Darian with the gold cap down on the inside. They were followed by Mashur El Khalida on a wide tripper going forward. Then Feta de Loop. They were followed by Mubasher El Khalida, Mutawakal El Khalida improving on the outside. Next is Hayen, then came Barak. El Zahir's in a bit of trouble, is dropping back and joined and passed there by El Rabar El Khali. The lead sectional of 400 metres was 27.06. They're about to come off the back straight. El Wajal, Carla Ernst and Tig chasing back-to-back wins in the Dubai Kahala Classic, and El Wajal out by a length over Hadrez now getting off the fence. Next of all is French Dude being a hard-ridden. Fed de Loop goes up on the outside. They were followed by Derian. Then came Mashur El Khalida. Mubasher El Khalida begins to improve and improve sharply. They were followed on the inside by El Rabar El Khali. Money to Burn dropping back. Mutawakal El Khalida. Barak a mile back as they turn in, followed by Hayen and El Zahir. El Wajal, the leader, skips away as they turn in. Feta de Loop out in the middle, runs on hard. So too does Mubasher El Khalida. Over on the inside, Derian is picking a passage and getting through strongly. They go to the final 220. El Wajal, the leader, but Derian goes up on the outside, tackles and goes by now. Derian ahead of El Wajal. Running on down the outside is Mubasher El Khalida, but Derian for France is clear over El Wajal, and Derian's going to take out the Kahala Classic. Derian wins it over El Wajal, fighting second. Third across is Mubasher El Khalida, followed by Hadrez, then El Rabar El Khali, followed by Mutawakal El Khalida. Feta de Loop behind them, Barak, followed then by Hayen. Well back in the run then was Mashur El Khalida. It's going to be with the tail enders, with next of all Money to Burn, followed by Mashur El Khalida, El Zahir and French Dude. Travelled into it very strongly over on the inside, Derian, and has taken out the Dubai Kahala Classic in strong fashion here. Great run by El Wajal. The distance was probably a little bit of a concern, but Tygo Shea has given it a peach.
Just found one better on the afternoon. Mubashir Al Khaladir looks to have got into third after the Dubai Kahala Classic, sponsored by Mubadala. Horses from right around the world joining us here in Dubai this evening. And France have taken out the first race. Darien takes out the Dubai Kahala Classic, sponsored by Mubadala, and does it in great fashion. As I say, a great performance by El Wajel. And it's fought on very strongly, beaten less than a length on the wire, and then Mubashir Al Khaladir. We stand by for all the details. 2:11.87 is the winner's time. So 2:11.87 is the winner's time. So they've run a crackingly quick time there. Track record of Barak, 2:13.58. So it's a second and a half inside the track record if and when that time is confirmed. The numbers are up after the running of the Dubai Kahala Classic, and Darien takes it out from El Wajel.
I'm with the winning trainer Didier Guillen with Jean Derouet to translate. Many congratulations, Didier. That looked quite easy from what we could see.
Il dit bravo, félicitations, il l'a fait vraiment très facile.
Oui, tout à fait. Aujourd'hui, il a très bien fait. Il a eu un très bon parcours. Sûrement que la dernière fois, je l'avais un petit peu nerveux à Riyad. Là, aujourd'hui, il était très très calme. On l'a monté un petit peu différemment, un petit peu plus derrière. Et il est venu en terrain.
He said the horse was extremely relaxed today. Contrary to the race in Saudi, where the horse was a bit nervous, they were maybe too aggressive to ride him in the front runners. Today they decided to wait, and he got a tremendous turn of foot.
And how proud for you to win a race here for Sheikh Mansour?
Est-ce que c'est la fierté de gagner pour Sheikh Mansour ici?
Ah ben c'est une joie immense. C'est sûr qu'en plus gagner une course, un groupe 1 ici, voilà, c'est tout le remerciement que je puisse faire au Sheikh Mansour.
For him, winning for His Highness here, this race, a specific race, Kahala Classic, means something tremendous for him, yes.
Many congratulations.
Thank you. Merci.
Oh, well done to Didier Guillen. What a record he has here in Dubai. That now takes him to 2 wins from 7 runners. His previous victory here came in the Quoz Sprint with the right man at 33-1 the year it rained. This is a lovely little horse, Darien. He's answered a few questions here because his best form had come on the turf, and he wasn't a certain stayer, but with Awajel running the race, he did it set up nicely for him.
Yeah, and I think it also says that the track's playing quite well because Awajel was able to run second. So he led all the way, and I mean, gave a great effort.
What a great effort.
He stayed out about the 1900 of the 2000. Ernst was close. Maybe next year gets one closer.
I owe Ernst Sortel a big apology. I've been saying all year you'll never get this horse to stay, but he's definitely got the horse to stay. And he's still a pretty young horse, Awajel. He's only 6. He's only had 13 starts. I imagine Khalid will keep him in training. He'll be back here next year, having had a more of a Kahala campaign. They'll just be able to run in the starting the mile, maybe run 2,000-metre races and aim him at it. But we should talk about the winner because a second winner here in Dubai for Emirates at Mendizabal, former French champion jockey. And this horse came in here with Group 1 form, and I think he just almost went to the front a little bit too soon where he was beaten by several of these in Saudi.
You know, I think it's lesson learned, right? I mean, when you have a regular rider that gets on you all the time, you're more confident. And you saw that. He was laying about 4th or 5th early on, but was patient. He was patient and waiting for his opportunity, as I think Hajrez was laying second, and there were some other horses kind of making a little bit of a move. But at the end of the day, when he asked, Darien certainly responded in a big, big way.
I think he's a really sort of gutsy little horse. He seems to have a lot of heart. He can be a horse who can be very keen in his races as well. He perhaps settled a bit better today. I said his previous dirt win came in Morocco, which is sort of an emerging racing jurisdiction, if you like. They have a big Arabian race there once a year. So we've got to count this as an international winner very much. One for France straight away.
One for France and one for Saudi form, albeit maybe not the two that we thought it was going to be. But it is a winner that came out of the Saudi races. We haven't seen that before. And look, at the end of the day, this is going to be a continuing theme because so many horses running on this race ran on the Saudi Cup or the Saudi Undercard.
This is pretty big for His Highness Sheikh Mansour's Yes Racing operation as well. They won this race a few years ago with Rabah de Carrere. They've got obviously hundreds of horses based in Abu Dhabi. And they had a strong hand going into this with also Hayen in the race. And of course Barak, who's actually finished out of the top 6 at Barak. Of the Saudi horses, it was Mubashir Al Khaladir, the winner there, that's finished 3rd. Mutawal Al-Khalidi, a little bit disappointing, you felt?
Yeah, just a little flat. I mean, he's shown that he had ability to be a little bit closer early on, and he certainly was not on this race today. Just one of those days, it happens.
Emirates Dubai also got an enviable record here in Dubai. Now 2 from 6 here, and you're telling me he had a little bit of trouble getting in earlier, the winning jockey.
He forgot his credentials in the hotel. Today, of all days, is not the day you want to forget your credentials, but Adrian Beaumont was, as always, ever at the ready and went and got him.
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant.
So maybe a win for Adrian.
Yeah, I'd say a win for Adrian. This horse does come under their remit, the International Racing Bureau. They would have been involved, I imagine, the whole way with speaking with Didier and the team and getting the horse here. And you don't often see horses platted up anymore. It's a bit of a French thing, I think. Eric Lamartinelle always plats his up, so I'm not sure who won the Albacieca World Best turned out for the first race. It's not information that always comes to us.
It's also not something you see where you have blinkers going after the race is over. You normally take the blinkers off.
You're not allowed here.
This is an Arabian thing, yeah.
You're not allowed here. They changed the rule about 2 years ago because Furness, who's since gone on to great glories, they removed his hood in the parade ring and he got spooked. The whole bridle came off and he galloped what he thought was probably the way home, but it ended up in the pre-parade ring and we all got a bit scared when he came heading towards us at full speed. So you now are no longer permitted to take off headgear, which is a bit of a shame because of the photos, but it's probably safety reasons. It makes sense.
We also have not been told that, so there might be some blinkers taking off as the card goes on. We'll see what happens.
I think you only get a fine. I see our magic marker pen has survived the COVID restrictions. Always makes me slightly nervous. I'm just waiting for the day someone draws something a bit rude on the camera. Anyway, let's take the Kahala Classic from the start. And Stephen helpfully gave us the heads up that they were going to go forward on Our Gel. It was an enterprising ride. It very nearly paid off. But he hasn't rushed him up to the lead there, has he, from stall 1?
No, I think knowing the track as well as O'Shea knows the track, he knows what you can do and when you can get over. And the 2,000 meters is very, very kind of a forgiving thing where you can break and settle and still, if you're fast enough, be prominently placed. And we saw that. He didn't break on top. He didn't have the fastest gate speed. But once he decided to set out for the lead, he had no problem making it. And then the race kind of settled into how we thought it might, especially with a comfortable position from Hajri's in second.
I'm just looking at the time of the race, which says 2:11.87. In which case it would be a track record. Barak held the track record at 2:13.58.
Well, we've seen track records fall.
That would be a big track record,
all meet long. We've seen track records fall and near track records fall. And I just want you to do me a favor, Laura. If the track record falls in the Golden Shaheen, just don't announce it for me. Let me just pretend like I still have it.
Yeah, you really care about that track record, don't you? What's with the dust? I haven't seen this sort of dusty kickback before.
You know, it's not anything we've seen in the morning time. It's not something we've seen all meet long. Maybe just the way kind of the sun is. They'll water the track now. Before the Godolphin Mile, they'll go around one time, and I think it'll settle down. It's very, very strange how much kickback there was, but if this does become a prominent trend, we need to pay attention to those that won't be near the lead early on. The good thing about the ride on Jerry-Ann is the horse is able to be in the clear, so it's not getting as much kickback as some of those other ones.
Yeah, it was a clever ride. Emirates Dubai would have been obviously wise to the fact that the horse had won on dirt, as I said, but in a much lower grade of race. At this stage, I thought that Mubashir Al-Khalidi was going to play a bigger part in the finish. I thought Awajal was going to fold, which he most certainly did not. But he's come with a double handful, hasn't he, on Darien?
Yeah, no, he's just really, really well-timed ride. And, I mean, he looks like he can stay out 24 or even 3,200 meters the way he ran today. Just a really headsy ride, and congratulations to all connections to get this day started.
Yeah, they pulled a fair way clear of the third home. Few disappointments from the locals. RB French Dude, Barak, I thought they would get a bit closer to the business end there.
When you ride the Arabian horses, sometimes you're at the Arabians' disposal, and that's how they are. Sometimes they just don't show up, and that's why I've never trained an Arabian.
Yeah, well, it doesn't pay a lot of bills in America, I wouldn't say. As you say, they only have 3 or 4 big races over there. This is great reaction from the Ernst Ortel and Khalid Al Nabuda team. They won it, of course, with AF Mayer a couple of years ago and just beaten with Awajal, who's coming back at him at the line. A really, really super training effort. And Khalid, going to be champion owner here again, and that's Carl Ortel, Ernst's brother, who manages Khalid's breeding operation, vast breeding operation here. And what an effort in defeat from a horse to win a sprint at Sharjah last season to come and run second against some proper Group 1 horses in the Kahala is serious.
And it's just a continuation of the breeding program that they've established here in the United Arab Emirates. I remember you went last year or 2 years ago following this, and you went on and got a tour of the breeding operation they have, and they've got it down to a science as to how they breed, when they breed, the time they breed, and how they raise them as well.
I must say credit to the owner of Darien, His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, because he bred him as well. And he's a son of the fantastic sire Mahab out of an Akbar mare. Darien got the blinkers on, as you can see, pretty big blinkers. A lot of Arabians wear the blinkers. We make a bit of a big deal of blinkers in Europe when people put them on, but in America, top trainers use them almost routinely, don't they?
And use them in the morning time. Even a horse like Jesus' Team, you'll see out in the morning time with those big blinkers as well. It just kind of, it's a little bit of a pacifying effect, and it calms them down and it keeps them kind of more relaxed, and that's what you're looking for. With these horses, the Arabian horses, it's not necessarily to put a little bit more speed into them. It's more just to keep them relaxed and focusing on your own business. Don't worry about what the other horses outside and inside of you are doing. Just run your race, and that's basically what that's saying.
Trophy presentation for the Mubadala Kahala Classic is going to take place in a moment or two. $750,000 is the purse for this race. This year, all of the races, barring the Dubai World Cup, had a little bit of a purse cut, which actually is something that doesn't get mentioned a lot. You do have to pay to run here at the Dubai World Cup meeting. So from my point of view as a very minority shareholder in Rodani, the purse cut was good news because we didn't have to stump up so much to run.
It's good when they cut the purse a little bit. It's bad if you win the race and then you want a little bit more of the money. But I mean, look, the Dubai World Cup, it's $127,000 to enter, and that's not a chump change. So when you're entering in these races, and this is why it's a big deal, sometimes when there's no entry fee, you'll see horses just kind of lump in there and give it a go. Over here, if you're going to pay $127,000, you either think you got a chance or you have a lot of money to lose.
Yeah, and you mentioned that we were talking about the pressure on trainers earlier, particularly some of these young trainers, Jose D'Angelo, Miguel Silva, with runners in the World Cup. You've got to say to your owner, I'm going to spend $127,000 of your money, so they're going to expect some of that back.
It's not a phone call that's pleasant to make, and it's often on the heels of a success, right? So you're like, well, there's money in the account, but like, for example, Rodini, who we're going to see here in the next race in the Godolphin Mile, if he hadn't won last Friday in Jebel, and you're going to say, and that was a 250,000 dirham race, and all of a sudden Mike Kay, the managing partner from Touch Gold, says, Laura, I think we're going to run in the Godolphin Mile and we're going to pay the entry fee. What do you think? I don't think you would have said yes.
No, I wouldn't have been so keen. But yeah, the fact it was covered, that helped.
Right, and so that's where it makes it a little bit easier, and trainers often make those phone calls either really, really late at night or after a nice win, because hopefully the owners are in good spirits, and that's when you get the most done.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't get talked about very often. They are invitation-only races, but you are invited and you nominate for free, and then you're invited, but you still have to pay to run, which obviously helps them out with the prize money and things like that. So a beautiful trophy has gone to the connections of Darien following our Kahala Classic. And this win will mean an awful lot to His Highness Sheikh Mansour, who puts so much into racing, very enthusiastic, or sponsors the Sheikh Mansour Festival, which takes people around the world to follow Arabian racing. They hold an annual conference as well, bringing people together to discuss the future of the sport, and his silks are pretty famous now. And that was a fine ride by Emirates Dubai on board Didier Goulimin's Darien. So a good start to the day that we've had one international winner. And we're very, very quickly into our Godolphin Mile. We usually have 35 minutes between races here at Meydan on a normal night, but for some reason, perhaps because not that many connections are involved in both races, that might be why.
And 9 races today.
Yeah.
I remember the Dubai, there used to only be 8 races, so there is a 9-race card, and they want to make sure that the World Cup doesn't take place too late for us. The rest of the world might just be waking up still as the races go on, but I do like that there's 9 races, and I do like that there's 30 minutes here. Just gonna get the flow going. We want to start moving. We want to start getting everybody excited and maybe a little bit less nervous. The sooner you run, the sooner you can, finally breathe. Yeah,
I always feel a little bit sorry for Connections who are just running in the World Cup. It must feel like such a long day that you're waiting around. There are the official results then of our Kahala. As you can see, Mubashir Al-Khaladir, the best of the Saudis, in third. Hadrez Christoph Sumion in fourth. Reba Al-Khalid was a good run, justified the faith of new owners Al Ajban Stables in bringing this horse into their fold. And Mutawakkil Al-Khaladir and Eddie Castro in sixth. So Eddie's wait for a big race continues.
Yeah, but he's been there before. He's been here back in 2006. He rode a couple of horses, so it's good to see him back on the world's biggest stage in Dubai, and hopefully he'll get more opportunities as time goes on. He's going to go back home after this. He's going to spend 4 months in Panama, and then he'll start the Saudi year again.
That sounds really nice. The Saudi season is strange, isn't it? They actually do race in the summer up in the mountains there.
They race in the summer, but some of the top jockeys, they go home in the summer.
Yeah. I think it's a fairly low level. I was just looking around me at Antonio Frezu, who appears to be going into the parade ring early. I'm not sure if all the horses are actually coming out now. I'm not sure if Tuz is going to maybe go straight out for the Godolphin Mile. So we do expect to see that a little bit later on with some of them, including Salute the Soldier, as we mentioned. But we're very quickly into the first of our thoroughbred races, and again, an open renewal of the Godolphin Mile.
No, it's wide open. You talk about a horse like Tuz. He was called the Russian Secretariat when he first came over here, and he's a horse who's sneakily getting better and better. I thought last time out maybe not the best strategy behind North America, and had to check up on heels and swing to the outside, and a little too late. But Antonio Frezu got a chance to breeze him earlier in the week, got acquainted with him, and he said he moves really, really well. The yard has been saying all along that he's one of the best moving horses in Zabeel stables, and it wouldn't surprise, of the 4 horses that Satish has, if maybe Tuz ends up being the best one.
Yeah, I think he could well end up being the best one. He's a horse who, when he arrived at Zabeel, he did a piece of work, and they said they'd never seen any horse go as fast. And then he ran a great race in the Al Bastakia last year, would have had a live chance in the UAE Derby before, sadly, the season came to a rather abrupt end. So he's never actually won a race here in the UAE, Tuz, but would have a live chance today. So hopefully we can have a look at some of the horses for our Godolphin Mile as they are heading round behind us. And so you have the share in Rodani. How did that come about?
I think we had that horse Pop the Hood, and Pop the Hood had shown some success for us and some promise, and unfortunately had to be retired, and has a beautiful forever home now in the Ritz-Carlton. But Mike wanted to have some action, and the original plan when we bought the horse last year was to get involved in the Godolphin Mile. So all things kind of come full circle, and look, being involved in a syndicate is always fun, especially when you're not here, and it's a way to just kind of keep my involvement in Dubai when I'm not here.
Yeah, it is great fun. So rather fortuitous that Rodani's in this race, if we're honest. There was a bit of a golden highway last week at Jebel Ali, which several horses exploited. And he duly came home in pretty much splendid isolation on the near side rail under Pat Cosgrave. Went up £5 for mark 105, at which point they kind of had to let us in the Godolphin Mile because there was Golden Goal in there and a few others rated lower. So that was that. The entry fee was paid on about Monday, and here we are with a outside chance. Let's have the conditions for our Godolphin Mile. So over 1,600 metres, of course. It's a Group 2 worth $750,000. We have 15 runners. Ambassadorial is number 1 for Jane Chapel-Hyam, Avant-Garde for the US. Blown by Win, the Jebel Ali Mile winner, up against Chiefdom, last year's Jebel Ali Mile winner. Judavan for Japan, Dubai Mirage, Golden Goal. Midnight Sands is the favourite. He's won 6 races around here at Meydan, including the Bergenhar on Super Saturday. Parsimony could lead, potentially. Rodani is not British. He's trained in the UAE. Some of these flags are a bit bizarre, to be honest. Roman Rosso, Secret Ambition, Nasa Asghar, the owner of that one. He's a possible pace angle if he breaks. Stafford Sinclair, lovely horse from the States. We have Tuz, an urban icon who I found out earlier was bred by Willie Carson, would you believe? Formerly in the UK, now in Saudi.
The flags here are based on the ownership.
Yes, Mike Kay is British. The majority, one of the majority. Actually, it's not. No, it's completely wrong because Sean Ewing is also a majority owner of Rodani, and he's Irish. So they should go on the trainer. It's a fight I've been having with various people for years. Anyway, Ambassadorial represents the UK. Likes this track. Is a pace angle probably not good enough.
Just a cool old dude.
He's a lovely horse.
David Egan rode out on him the other day, and he rode him in Korea when he was 3rd in the Korea Sprint. And I just don't know if he's good enough at this stage in his game. He needs to find that form that he had January of last year to compete at the best race here.
This is Avant-Garde. You would know a lot more about than me. I don't think he's got much to find. You tell me he wants further.
The further the better. They wanted to go into the World Cup, but he's a horse that's gotten better and better. He's grade 2 and grade 2 placed. And I think I like the rider assignment in Louis Saez because Louis Saez is going to have him a little bit closer than he's been in the past.
Okay, I thought he was quite an impressive-looking horse in the mornings. I quite liked him. There's Pat Dobbs, looking a little bit nervous as well. He might be in on the favourite here. This is Blown by Wind, who's a very tricky customer. He missed the break on his local debut and and rocketed home, really, behind Hypothetical. Then he bolted up in the Group 3 Jebel Ali Mile. Since then, he's disappointed on a few occasions. It would be a surprise if he could win this. He looks the yard's second string behind Chiefdom. I say it was so impressive what he did to Secret Ambition and co in that Jebel Ali Mile. This is Chiefdom. We saw him the other night. He looks great.
Of all the horses that Salam Bin Gadea will run on the card, this was the one that I thought looked the best, and he ran the hardest possibly last time out on Super Saturday. So good to see that he maintains that weight, maintains that form. The question is, does he clear? Some people think yes, some people think no, and he needs to be prominently placed to win this race.
He's got a huge chance, I think. He battled back quite nicely once he was headed on Super Saturday. He had a late start to the season, presumably some sort of injury. We actually didn't see him until the end of February, so he has had 3 quick. This will be his 3rd quick run in a row. Judavan, I give a little squeak to. He was 4th last time in the Hayter Stakes. That was a Grade 2 over in Japan. He's only won at sort of modest level there, including a 1 mile allowance race. Frankie Dettori takes over. This is Dubai Mirage, who is going to struggle, I think. Only his 2nd start on dirt.
Yeah, you just want to see him kind of take a step forward. But he is the son of Dubawi, and Dubawis have shown that they can improve on the dirt given a run over it. I've seen a lot of times when a second starter on Dubawi, they run better, but this is a tough field for him to do that on.
Yeah, it really is. Golden Goal's a super horse. It's been their aim all year to make it. He got here courtesy of a 4th on Super Saturday, which was a good run. He was a bit wide. With a better trip, I think he can have a say.
And the same kind of thing here. Doug Watson wants them to stay undercover, but I got a feeling with Sam Hitchcock, he too might be a little bit more forwardly placed.
Okay. A look at Roman Rosso is another horse who he needs a lot further than this. He's actually a 3-time Grade 1 winner in South America, but he was one they wanted in the World Cup.
They won in the World Cup for about 3 or 4 years. They shipped him to Bob Baffert to try and get him in the World Cup. It didn't work out. At least he's here on World Cup night.
This is true. 108 was just too low for them to go in the World Cup. 110 is kind of the unofficial bottom level for World Cup invitations. Who's that? Number 15 is Urban Icon, who was purchased out of the yard of Richard Hannons. Asheen Murphy's actually riding him for the first time. There's another look at Golden Goal, who was a 210,000 dirham purchase from the Racing in Dubai sale out of the yard of Saeed bin Saror, and has just acquitted himself brilliantly at Maidan. He's taken to the dirt really well. There's a quick look at Redania, the big white face of Snapper Sinclair. I quite like him here, but you tell me he's more of a turf horse.
Well, he's just not getting any respect really on the anti-post at all, and he should be. I mean, he's a nice horse, but his best wins have come on turf, but he did run a really credible second in a Group 1 in America in the Cigar Mile.
So Midnight Sands has to be the worthy winner, doesn't he? If he were, no one would begrudge it. He's had not a great campaign over in America. He ran in some good races, and it was not just luck than anything else. It just didn't go right for him over there.
The American campaign ended up working out in his favor, though, because at the end of the day, he got the 30-day break in quarantine and didn't lose that much fitness. Normally, when horses quarantine and they come here for the carnival, they stop training for 30, 45 days, they put on a little weight, and then it takes until April to get it off. Doug was able to get him December 25th, and he was ready to go. I don't know that Doug thought he was sitting on that kind of a race on Super Saturday, but that race wins it, and even maybe a little bit less than that wins this race.
That's a concern, isn't it? Because Doug's had 4 winners of the Burj Nahar, including Muntazar, who won by half the track. Bounce is probably too strong of a phrase, but they didn't replicate it on the big night. None of those horses came back and won on World Cup night.
But he has won this race twice before.
Yeah.
And look, if anybody deserves a Godolphin Mile, there's a reason they used to call him Doug Mile.
Yeah, Doug Mile, yeah. Urban Icon, it would be a surprising winner. Has to handle the dirt first time on it and not really bred for it.
He's another one that gets really fractious. You see him kind of warming up there. Oisin got on him at the 4 o'clock window a couple times to get to know him in the morning time, and he wants to go quick. He doesn't like kind of waiting around. You won't see him warming up with the pony at all.
There's one going to the gate with the pony. In America, they all go, for people who don't know, they all go to the gate with a pony. There's not really this sort of cantering to warm up that we do here.
Yeah, it's just we're sitting on go. But you'll see some jockeys, like John Velasquez, the Hall of Fame jockey, will break him away from the pony a lot. And a lot of times in America, when you break him away from the pony, it's kind of tipping your hand. It's showing your intentions. It's showing that you want to warm him up with some speed because you want to break with some speed. You don't want to kind of warm up slow and then just break, hazardly. Warming up with a stiff little warm-up, or even just a quarter of a mile, can induce more speed.
Talking about speed, where's it going to come from in this race? This guy's Secret Ambition is quirky. He's an entire. He's a little difficult to deal with. He may decide to break. He may not. He's a possible speak angle if he hits the gates.
When he hits the gates, he's faster than Capizano, who we've declared is the fastest horse in the Dubai World Cup. So obviously Secret Ambition has it. He broke really, really well in most of his starts this year. The last time when he didn't, they said that the visor flipped a little bit. They think they know what happened, and assistant trainer Bhupat Simar is convinced that he will break and he will go.
He really deserves a victory in this race. It took him 3 attempts to win the fire break, which he did earlier this season. He's been 10th in this race in 2018 and 5th in 2019. He's getting closer.
Exactly what we're talking about with a strong warm-up. You see here, he has left the pony and he's warming up very strongly, showing all intentions that he intends to go forward.
Okay, there's Midnight Sands. He's quite a, I imagine, nice horse to ride because he's pretty versatile. I think Pat can sit him anywhere. He'll look to be just off the pace, you imagine.
And it's a dream kind of horse to have in a race like this. The Godolphin Mile is very much a jockey's race. I remember the first year I was here in 2017 when they decided to just go as fast as they could. It was Heavy Metal, North America, and Sharp Azteca. And they went the first 1,200 in 1:08.4, which was about 2 seconds faster than I ran in the Golden Shaheen.
Absolutely crazy. Sharp Azteca deserved to win that race, didn't he? This is the Burge Nahar, Midnight Sands, Chiefdom and Tuz. As we've already mentioned, Chiefdom and Tuz are capable of reversing here.
The only thing here, I mean, look, Midnight Sands is going to win this race extremely comfortably. I mean, all Pat has to do is sit the same trip and he's a winner. Tuz had the most trouble of the 3, but even then, he wasn't going to beat Midnight Sands on this day. He's going to have to improve 3 lengths to reverse for him, and Midnight Sands needs to take a step back, which I don't know that he does.
No. So my only worry would be just that 3-week angle with him. But it's not like he won in the manner of Montazar. He didn't win by 10 lengths.
And again, having his first run, I always think that their second run from America is their best one. So I think he has every chance to move forward. And if he moves forward, everybody else is running for second.
One of the best bits of form in this race should really be Snapper Sinclair's. This is in a Cigar Mile. A super race, traditionally, historically, in America. True Timber is a horse who had a great season last year, didn't he? But that said, this isn't the strongest renewal of the Cigar Mile that he was second in.
One of the biggest successes, this horse is owned by Bloom Racing, who owned the very talented filly Midnight Bissu. And Jeff Bloom was a former jockey, and he's really good at placing his horses. And this wasn't a decision he took lightly. He could have come here and run in probably 3 or 4 different races. And this is the one they settled on because they thought this was the one that had the best chance to win. And they surveyed the field and saw everything that happened. And look, Snapper's been a very excitable horse all week long. He actually got loose a couple of days ago, but thankfully didn't go anywhere. And I mean, he's been really sitting on a monster performance.
What are you expecting from Rodani realistically?
I think Rodani, to have his best effort, he needs to just break and on his own. You don't want to push him. When he was ridden by William Buick, the strategy going among 1,200 was make sure he's in the race, keep him in the race, keep him in the race. And he didn't want any part of that. He kind of fought that a little bit. And when he was that last time in Abu Dhabi, or in Jebel Ali, he was able to just kind of get into a rhythm and ride his own race. And despite the quality of this field, if Rodini's going to have a chance, he has to ride his own race and just run against himself and let the chips fall where they do.
Yeah, draw 11 is not the end of the world, is it?
No, I don't think so. Unfortunately, you can't ride the rail from draw 11, though.
No. I don't know if a horse like Rodani would want to be on the rail. I think it's a pretty good draw for him. As you can see, they have this, what we call a dog leg, this kind of kink in it, which does provide problems. It makes it harder. It throws horses out wide.
Especially horses who haven't been here before, and that's why I think the local horses have had so much success in the Godolphin Mile over the years.
Is it going to go to Midnight Sands again? Another local win?
I like Tuz, but yeah, I'm going to stick with Midnight Sands.
I shall stick with Midnight Sands as well. Maybe he can make it a 3rd victory in the Godolphin Mile for trainer Doug Watson, as we look at Secret Ambition there.
Parsimony, another one coming in the gate right
he's
now.
He's another one who could lead.
He's just a cool, chill customer, and he's a horse that was here last year, came back this year, and he looked around, he's like, oh, I've been here before. Right away, got back into the rhythm from last year. It was good to see.
Yeah, it was. It was good for them to come back. Last year wouldn't have been easy for anyone, so I think we're pretty much down to the last few now for loading for our Godolphin Mile, so we better head upstairs and get the call from Craig Evans.
Around and then just veered to its right towards the inside running rail or the outside running rail as they were going around. He held hold of the reins the entire time, so nothing too concerning there. Gidovan coming along for Leon Franco de Turi. Now about to go forward is Blown by Wind, and Secret Ambition for Tygo Show will be the last and will be right to roll. Now they're set. Godolphin Mile, race number 2. Ready. So does Shane Ryan, just looking across the lineup here. Sends them away now, and very slowly out there was Blown by Wind. Judavan was slowly into stride as well. Secret Ambition, Chieftain began well, and Urban Icons being hunted up there. Ambassador off the inside. They were followed by Midnight Sands. Two's going up a little wider from Regani. They were followed then by Golden Goal as they go through the dog leg into the back straight. Roman Rosso was next. Dubai Mirage being a hard-ridden. Well back is Parsimony, Blown by Wind, Snapper, Sinclair, Judavan, and Avantgarde was back at the rear. 23.75 the lead, so they go hard, and Secret Ambition led. Up on the outside, Urban Icon travels well. They were followed 3 wide by Chieftain. Next of all is Golden Goal getting right up onto the leaders' back as they come off the back. Then Ambassadorial, Midnight Sands. Two's Radani pouring it on, but out very wide. A gap away then to Roman Rosso, Blown by Wind, Parsimony. Judavan is a long way back, followed by Snapper, Sinclair, Dubai Mirage and Avantgarde. Down to the bend they come. It's Secret Ambition and Tygo O'Shea the first to come for home. Urban Icon up on the outside. Golden Goal is chipping away, followed then by Chieftain, and Midnight Sands coming to the outside as they turn in, but still Secret Ambition snuck away a length over in second. Urban Icon, then Golden Goal, Midnight Sands, Chieftain, Parsimony down the outside and running on Snapper, Sinclair, but it's got away here. It's off the chain, Secret Ambition. It's out by 4-5 lengths over Urban Icon, Golden Goal, and Secret Ambition for Satish Seema, and Tygo O'Shea takes the Godolphin Mile. Secret Ambition easily. Golden Goal second, close for third. Avantgarde flew through on the inside. Out wider was Snapper, Sinclair, followed by Urban Icon, Parsimony, then Chieftain. They were followed by Midnight Sands, Twos, Roman Rosso, Blown by Wind, Ambassadorial, Dubai Mirage, Judavan. Radani has come in near the tail. Secret Ambition has jogged up. Great performance. Lovely ride by Tygo O'Shea and prepared by Satish Seema and Nasser Askar, who has military law coming up in the Dubai World Cup. And this is a great start of the evening. Second will go the way of Golden Goal, and third, very tight, Avantgarde in the black getting through on the inside. And out wider was Snapper, Sinclair. There won't be much between them for the third position, probably Snapper, Sinclair. Both the American Snapper and Avantgarde were a mile off them as they came down the Cybus. Secret Ambition takes it out. The Godolphin Mile, sponsored by Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum City District 1, does it in great fashion and continues his very, very good and successful campaign here in the UAE. Secret Ambition, its 5th season out here, and its biggest win, no doubt, the Godolphin Mile.
Seema after the victory of Secret Ambition. Well done, Satish. Crikey, he was well away today, and they never saw which way he went, did they?
Well, all week I've been saying, in this race, there's no more experienced horse in this distance. While I was watching the draws for the Dubai World Cup, he was in every race when they were showing on the screen. And he wasn't just in every race, he was there, like up there. So, yes, he's the most deserving horse in this field, most experienced. And perfect.
You don't often see them getting better as they aged 8, but he is, isn't he?
Well, with us they do. They do, and it's worked out well. And Tag, as planned, Tag did it by the book.
And what does it mean for you to have a winner at World Cup night? Just quickly.
Well, it's what we live for here in our jobs. So it's nothing better than having a winner tonight.
Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that's the first ever win for Satish Seema and Tygo O'Shea in the Godolphin Mile, and there is no more deserving winner than Secret Ambition, a horse who is the poster boy for the Racing in Dubai sales. He was the first horse that Nasser Askar, who now has about 50 horses, ever owned. He was a winner on his first run for him, and he is a super horse, and he has trounced them.
Listen, it was a weird thing. We thought that Chieftain would show some more speed. We thought maybe Parsimony would show some speed. Instead, they left him alone. And we talked about it before the race started, that Todd was warming up with Ambition, and there was no more secret after the start of the race.
Yeah, and I agree. We said before, if the horse breaks well, they'll want to go forward on him. Tyg actually rode him in a similar way to how we did Awajal, the Arabian, in the first, only this time he came home in isolation. And the horse, throughout his career, has been so gutsy. If he gets into a fight, he will battle. Although he's quirky, he'll have your arm off in the stables, he has got so much heart.
And then you got Golden Goal in second. Avant-Garde was the one who was actually flying up the rail for third with jockey Luis Saez, and Snapper Sinclair will run fourth. Avant-Garde was almost sold before the race. With a run like that, Avant-Garde might be sold after the race.
Yeah, I'm sure the connections with Golden Goal will be absolutely thrilled. They've got a horse whose really career hasn't gone to plan so far here in the UAE, but their big target was to get here. They've got here, they've run second. He'll go up in the ratings enough to almost ensure himself a spot in the race next year.
Yeah, and that's all you can ask for from those connections. They're very happy to be here, and, you know, a guy like Sam Hitchcock deserves a second on a big day like this.
Yeah, he does. Avant-Garde third, as you say. Snapper Sinclair fourth. Great run from Urban Icon in fifth. Where's Midnight Sands? What happened?
We talked about it ahead of time. Doug's won the prep 4 times, and he's lost all 4 of those races. The 3 weeks between races on dirt horses, sometimes it's tough. Now, look, Secret Ambition is a horse who's run back on short rest before, and all these horses have run back on short rest before, but maybe that race did take more out of him than we thought.
Yeah, Secret Ambition also ran on Super Saturday when he was 5th behind Salute the Soldier. They've been desperate to stretch him out and try and get him into the World Cup. It didn't work out. Sensibly, they dropped back to the mile, what he knows and loves.
And you see what happens here, and you know, look, all credit to the connection. Satish Seymour had 4 horses in this race, and he got the job done.
We were all talking up Tuz before, weren't we? No one was talking up Secret Ambition.
I guess he made the right decision. You know, for a while we thought that Tag would stick with Tuz.
No, he can't. He has to ride for NASA, I believe. I believe they have a gentleman's agreement that if it's a horse in the Zabeel yard, he will ride for NASA, who is where? He has to be there somewhere. He's probably been grabbed by all the TV crews. That's Bhupat Seymour on the right. Oh, there's NASA on the left of the horse. He's great fun. He's there every morning for training at Zabeel. He's so enthusiastic.
And this is kind of what Satish Seymour opening up his yard to make it a public yard instead of a private yard was to bring people like him in here and to arrange to have more ownership come to Dubai. You didn't want to just have the same 3 or 4 owners. There's more syndicates, and there's more owners like him that have really helped the game and helped the sport grow here in Dubai.
It's actually got a half-brother running later on. Royal Marine goes in our Gold Cups, a half-brother too. Secret Ambition is also a very quirky horse, very good.
Another horse who they've tried to stretch out, go short, and now stretch out again.
Yeah, I think so. He's just trying everything he can. But this is really huge for the Zabeel Stables team. Of course, Satish had a winner on World Cup night with Reynaldo the Wizard, but this is what the local trainers aim for all year. That's what they're thinking about all year.
And it's good to get the local contingency with a win, right? You don't want to see just an internationally dominated thing because they sometimes get the raw end of the stick and we're going to come in here and we're going to take all your money. And you know what? This local contingency gets better and better every single year, and Secret Ambition's been around for a long part of it.
Let's take a look at the race back. Secret Ambition drawn in 12, and he was dead set on getting the lead, wasn't he? He's broken well, and he wasn't going to let anyone beat him to that rail.
Well, and that was the strategy involved with all connections, was who was going to lead. And, I guess they wanted to leave no doubt about it. He wanted the lead, and when he made the lead, everybody else just kind of said, yeah, okay, no problem.
Urban Icon's the other one up in the lead at the moment in those red silks. Golden Goals on the rail as well, already looking as if he's kind of going a little bit. It always looks like he's being niggled at the moment.
And you see Chiefdom over there, kind of 4 wide, not being really pushed along at all. And that seems to be that they were content with that strategy. But Chiefdom and Midnight Sands were 1-2 last time, or 1-3 last time, and really disappoint today.
Not to be for Redain. He's up there at the moment on the left of the picture and fades out, and eventually Pat Cosgrave just looks after him.
Yeah, I think, look, it was either going to go really, really good or really, really bad. I didn't think there was going to be like an 8th place finish in his booking, and it's just one of those things where, you applaud Connections for giving it a try, and, you look to see him again next year.
Oh, yeah. For a syndicate, it's just huge to be involved on a day like this, so just hope the horse is all right. So Pat looked after him once it was very clear his chance had gone. But at this point, he's taken another couple of lengths out of them, hasn't he? He was never going to be beaten from this point. He just carried on as straight and as true to the line, and he's just a horse who just doesn't want to stop running ever. He's a great horse.
Again, we know that the track has been playing fast, but they went the half in 45 seconds and change. You don't see that a lot over here. Normally it's kind of a build-up and a build-up. He seemingly went 135 and change, which I don't think would be a track record. 134 and 4 for Mumtaza is the track record, but it's showing that the track is playing with speed. The thing that I like to see, though, was Avant-Garde just flying on the inside, showing that you can have success from any part of this racetrack, and look for them to start kind of coming from behind as the day goes on.
This is great pictures that we're getting. The winning owner, Nasser Asghar, he is absolutely delighted. He really is. That's his 39th winner from 330 runners here in the UAE. That's a pretty good strike rate. He's been very lucky.
From, like you said, from the very first horse.
Which was this horse. It's poetry almost. Of course, he has military law to come.
And Military is the law, who's a horse that might not have liked that Saudi Arabian track. And Jockey Antonio Fraser said he kept switching leads in the warm-up of the race all week long when he was training in the race. He does like this Meydan track, and I think that'll help him. But he's another one that needs to be forwardly placed if he's going to have a shot.
I'm absolutely thrilled for Tygo Shea. He's so helpful to us on Dubai Racing Channel. He comes in, he does the winning line, he gives us loads of time for interviews. He's always happy and approachable. He's great.
And don't forget, too, on Super Saturday, he was where I was. He was suspended and he missed Super Saturday, so maybe Secret Ambition, we know Secret Ambition does his best running for him.
I hope they keep this horse at a mile now and don't try and stretch him out again.
Listen,
I bet they'll try and go for the World Cup next year.
You know that barn very well.
Yeah.
You know Satish very well. They're a World Cup horse until they're not. I wish North America would have stayed a mile for many, many years.
Yeah, let's see. We're up to Nasser, of course. And a lot will depend on how Military Law gets on, but for now they'll just want to enjoy this victory of Secret Ambition.
And to do it at 8 years old as well. You know, this is a horse who's stayed remarkably sound throughout his career and just continues to just press on. Very heavy metal-like, I think.
Yeah, he is very heavy metal-like. This is his 42nd start today, Secret Ambition. It's quite remarkable how he's just continued to get better. He just came over here and immediately loved the dirt surface. Being by Exceed and Excel will help with that. I think he's a fabulous sire. They pretty much go on anything. And we said early on that Tyke had a okay-ish book of rides, but no standouts. I changed my opinion of that now.
A first and a second to start out the card. And look, he's been the leading rider for what, 5 years now?
This will be his 9th championship.
His 9th championship overall. And yet there's a different emotion when you win. You see the emotion and the silent fist pump from when he crosses the wire, because it means something more on this day. All eyes on the world are on Dubai for the next 5 hours.
Had a really good start to the day. I think the water that they put on the track has helped, hasn't it?
I think it has, and they'll continue to do so, especially now that we go onto the turf for the next race. They'll go around maybe once or twice, and you didn't see the kickback as strong here for the second race as we did for race 1.
Yeah, they're out there with the Harrows at the moment. As Chad mentioned, we do go on to the turf for the next, which is the Group 2 Gold Cup, in which Tig does not have a ride, so he can go and get himself a glass of water and relax.
Except they go to the press conference for 20 minutes now. So even when you win, sometimes you don't win.
Are we still doing press conferences?
Yeah.
Okay,
Zoom style.
Zoom press conference. Yeah, we had that in Saudi. That was quite good fun. Some great quotes from John Gosden via Zoom from Saudi. But I love these slow motion pictures. He's a very distinctive jockey, isn't he, Tig? He's got a very sort of obvious style. He'll describe himself as not the prettiest.
No, but he gets the job done more times than not, and he just continues to do it. And he rides the same if it's an Arabian, if it's a sprint, if it's a 2,000-meter race. It doesn't bother him. He's going to give his horse every possible chance to win, and he just wants it so bad.
He is the winning most jockey ever in UAE racing history. That's his 596th success from 477 rides. Let's hear from Tygo Shea.
It's been a great start to the meeting for Tygo Shea, a second and a first. Boy, that was a great ride, and what a horse this one is.
Yeah, very, very tough. And, the plan was with Satish and the team was to get the good jump and take the railing if we could. And, listen, I've said I'm a small part of a big team. Satish and Boopit had him in terrific order today. And it's great for his owner as well, Nasser. It's his first horse he ever owned. So, yeah, let's hope he's the first of many good ones.
Did you quite believe he was that far clear?
No, I was getting lonely, and I had a little glance at the screen passing the 200-metre mark, and it is lonely, and even though there's not the full capacity of the crowds, it's a lonely place in front. So I was grateful and thankful when the line came. But look, he's proven now that he's a mile specialist, and when he's on his best behaviour out of the gates, he's a tough nut.
Jar ran a cracker, must be favourite for next year's Kahala now. He's only going to get better, isn't he, still?
Yeah, he's a very young horse, and again, he had a very good stall. So the plan was, to be fair to Khaled and Ernst, they didn't give me a plan. They said, ride the race as you find it. We can't give you instructions. We didn't think there was a lot of pace early on, and people were questioning whether he'd get the distance. We felt he would, because he's got the mind and the mentality too. So this has been a great night so far, so long may it continue.
Indeed, well done, Tyke.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just so thrilled for Tyke. I really am. He's become a good friend over the years, and he really deserves that. Nasser is a native of Libya, We have an increasing number of Libyan owners here. The interesting thing about Secret Ambition is he's still an entire, and he was already, I thought, he's very well bred, as we mentioned, being a half-brothers for Group 1 winner. He was already a nice little stallion prospect. He's now an even nicer stallion prospect.
I mean, and there will be phone calls. I think that some of these places, especially a place like Saudi, who's really trying to grow their breeding program, might have interest, especially in a mile. They say the mile is a stallion-making race, and the milers make the best stallions, and Secret Ambition certainly is proven over a mile.
He's just so gutsy. That's what I love about him. I think he was rated something like 77 when NASA bought him. He's won today off 109, and he's got to go up a few more for that really impressive victory. Satish, six-time champion trainer, reigning champion trainer. He's probably going to lose that title this year. Tig, though, away and gone in the Jockeys Championship. He even conceded victory the other day. Normally jockeys will never do that, but he said, I think I'm too far ahead. He's something like 13 ahead, 14 ahead, and he said, I'm too far ahead to get caught. And then started thanking everybody. And Satish, of course, Bhupat Seema and his wife Caroline, huge parts of the training operation there. Caroline rides a lot of horses in the morning. Tig would normally get on Secret Ambition in the mornings. He does a lot of hard work with him behind the scenes, of course.
And it pays off. That relationship between jockey and horse, or groom and horse, and trainer and horse is irreplaceable. And the more you get to know a horse, and look, he's got to know him for, 4 or 5 years now, really. I mean, they've ridden out together probably more than 500 times in their lives. They know each other very, very well.
There is the official results of the Group 2 Godolphin Mile. It went to Secret Ambition, netting that $435,000 first prize. Tig won't be able to complain, he's poor any longer. Golden Goal, Avant-Garde, Snapper Sinclair, Urban Icon. Great run, first time on dirt. They'll be thrilled with that. That opens up plenty of options back home in Saudi. And Parsimony. Parsimony was the second biggest outsider in the field, and he's run a great race, picked up a nice check.
And a good start for the Americans, right? Third, fourth, and sixth with maybe not our strongest horses overall, is certainly showing that we brought the right horses over here this year. And I really think that Avant-Garde is a horse that can have a very promising future if he were indeed to stay here next year.
Why don't more Americans target the mile?
Well, I mean, the purse for one. I mean, this year it's a $750. It's been a proper $1.5 million before, but they think there's other races out there. The Carter going 7 furlongs at Group 1. There's the Met Mile coming up later on. So it's just one of those races. It's a Group 2. It's never gotten to that Group 1 status. I think if it became a Group 1, you'd see more American horses come here. But as a Group 2, it's just easier to stay home.
Fair enough. Sound reasoning. Right, we are celebrating, of course, 25 years of the Dubai World Cup.
I won Dubai World Cup 9 times. There is all of them. They're very good, but some of them they are special to me. Like Dubai Millennium last 2000 when he won it well. But in the same time, Thunder Snow, he's only the horse. He won Dubai World Cup twice. 2018 and 19. He's a special horse also to me. And now he stands in Japan as stallion. He's a great horse, done really well. He won 2 races in the turf in France and 2 in the dirt, Dubai World Cup. He's going to be in memory for a long time.
Thunder Snow, the Derby winner, is racing away. Trying to get there is West Coast, battling away, but a brilliant performance. Thunder Snow, a massive upset in the Dubai World Cup. Thunder Snow going after Gronkowski. Thunder Snow reaches the front. Gronkowski fights hard. Thunder Snow, Gronkowski. Thunder Snow on the outside. Nose in front is Double Thunder.
Definitely one of my favourite Dubai World Cup winners. I thought Thunder Snow was awesome. I was gutted when he got retired. I chased him around Saratoga, or felt like I did for a week. He was withdrawn, and then that was pretty much it, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a cool horse, though. I mean, a horse I got to know really, really well. We were in Kentucky together for a month getting ready for the Breeders' Cup Classic when he ran a really, really good race that people don't really give him enough credit for. And he's a horse that I think has a really good chance to be a stallion because he was a dirt horse, he was a turf horse, he was early, he did everything right.
Yeah, he was an absolutely amazing horse. Of course, a Group 1 winner on both surfaces. Thunder Snow is the only dual winner of the Dubai World Cup. Not many have tried. Silver Charm tried, didn't he? I think African Story came back as well.
No, I think there's will be a horse at some point that does it because it's out there for the taking, But it's so tough to maintain form at that kind of a level to run against the world's best on consecutive years.
Of course, Saeed does run Gifts of Gold in the big race later, but would have dearly loved to have been here with Ben Battle, who misses Dubai this year. But last time I spoke to Saeed about him, he said maybe I'll bring him back next year. So I wouldn't put it past Saeed. He's won the race 9 times. He knows just how to do it. So let's see how the Godolphin runners get on later on in the big one. There are 3 of them. Our Gold Cup, though, is up next.
We're on to our third race, which is the Dubai Gold Cup, the longest race on today's card, and the first that takes place on the grass. We'll show you the full conditions for this Altair Motors sponsored Dubai Gold Cup. It's a Group 2 contest over the 3,200 metre trip, and we're running for a prize fund of $750,000. The full field is as follows. Number 1 is Away He Goes, ridden by Pat Cosgrove. We then got 4 the top, the mount of Mikhail Barcelona. 3 is Global Heat, Frankie Dettori. 4 Mekong, Jim Crowley rides that one. 5 Red Veron, David Egan. 6 is Royal Marine for Said Bin Saror and Asheen Murphy. We've then got Secret Advisor, the favourite, the mount of William Buick, Charlie Appleby, who is here tonight. Spanish Mission, Ryan Moore will ride that one. Volcanic Sky, Vol de Burb, and Subjectivist, who is ridden by Joe Fanning. So the 11 going to post in this Dubai Gold Cup.
Thank you to Stephen for the lowdown on our Dubai Gold Cup, which is one of the newest races onto the Dubai World Cup programme. Dubai Gold Cup. 3 Group 1 winners in this, which isn't too shabby. Away He Goes. I'm not entirely sure he really sees out this 2 miles. Well, he's running over it for the first time today.
I think he probably has his work cut against him, but I think, from the post draw of 7, it'll help him. But you're going to want to save ground at some point, aren't you?
Yeah, I just don't think he's good enough, really. He's run a couple of good races in defeat at the Carnival, don't get me wrong, but found out perhaps at a higher level in the Group 2 last time. This is for the top. I put him in the racing post, my horse to follow, for the whole Carnival, which subsequently meant that he's had an absolutely woeful time of things. So I do apologise to RRR Race. He's a lovely horse. He was a Grade 1 winner in South America. He had a spell with Bob Baffert. Disappointing in Saudi, a race in which he was 3rd last year. Well down the field this time.
But he's going to get the stretch out, and he's a horse that's kind of a nice galloper, and I think that's what you need to be in this race. Is you just got to establish your galloping and keep going, and the winner of this race isn't going to go very fast. He's just going to be consistent.
Global Heats is interesting. I think he can probably win this. Frankie Dettori rides him, even though he beat him last time. He shapes as if the step up in trip will really suit him. He was running on nicely over 2,800 metres last time. And I wouldn't be surprised if he put in a really big effort. This is his first try in a Group 2, but it's not a strong race this year, and I think he goes here with a serious chance at around about 9-1. Ricardo Corona with him. Exactly. Frankie on board, of course, for Said Bin Saror. Big chance there. And that's the connections of Subjectivist. This is Mekong. He's been good fun to watch in the mornings. He's a little bit batty.
Mekong is... he's a quirky kind of horse, right? He likes to do his thing when he wants to do it. We were stable with him in Saudi last year, and he ran a really good race then. Jamie Osborne just has a knack for running in these big races and getting horses to show up. And, Mekong is kind of like one of these Arabian races where you just don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, he is. Hasn't won for a while, Mekong, since September 2018. That was at Haydock. He's trained by Jamie Osborne. Actually has a very good record here in Dubai. This is Red Verdon, who I counted up. I think this is the 7th country he'll be racing in. He's raced in England, Ireland, Australia, Hong Kong, Saudi. Lovely, lovely horse. He did win a Group 2 over in France. He shouldn't be dismissed here.
His last race wasn't bad, to be honest with you. I mean, Gifts of Gold was really good. We're going to see him later on in the Dubai World Cup. But, look, he's beaten less than 2 lengths for the whole thing, and David Egan's riding on a cloud right now.
Well, this is the half-brother Secret Ambition, Royal Marine, and he was responsible for the funniest quote I've ever heard from Said Bin Saror when I went to see him a couple of weeks ago. He said to me, Royal Marine is a really, really, really special horse, but not on the racetrack, which I thought was hilarious. What he meant was the horse works the place down in the mornings. Asheen's actually 2 from 2 on him, which is quite interesting.
Asheen seems to get the most out of horses like this. He connects with them, and I think he wants to send a statement today that he's back, and maybe it is with this horse.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because he obviously shows so much in morning training. If he's in the mood, he's got the class. Secret Advisor, I think, will win. William Buick is on board. He's 2 from 2 here in Dubai. His run last time wasn't bad at all in Saudi.
And it looked like it was a prep for this race. It really did. He just wasn't really necessarily 100% cranked up for it, but he'll continue to get better, and today's his day, I think.
Spanish Mission is a class act. He won the Doncaster Cup last year. It wasn't a very strong Doncaster Cup. That was actually over further than this. You know him well because he came over to New York and won.
Yeah, he looks good to firm track. And he didn't get that. You would think you would get it in Saudi Arabia, but he didn't. It was raining that morning, and so there was a little give in the track. He'll really appreciate this track. We didn't get too much rain. This track will be really, really firm, and Spanish Mission will enjoy that.
Volcanic Sky just hung on last time. It was a superb Frankie Dettori ride. The fact that Frankie ditches him and gets on global heat suggests he doesn't think so much of Volcanic Sky here.
Maybe, but he's got a pretty good backup, doesn't he?
Very Christoph Soumillon, who I wasn't actually expecting to see here. He spent the winter in Hong Kong. This would be a great story, World Derby to win. The only German horse on the card, a first runner in Dubai for Ralph Rohn. And Michael Michel is quite the star.
When he wins, he doesn't win by much, so you're going to hold your breath if you're rooting for him.
Yeah, and most of his forms come on soft ground. She's won 5 races on him. He's a Group 2 winner, but on heavy ground. That would be the concern with Vol Derby. It was a pretty cheap purchase, actually. They picked him up for $17,000, I think, at the Baden, or the equivalent of $17,000 at the German Baden-Baden sale. He's won 5 races, as I mentioned. Good luck to trainer Ralph Rohn. It's been really helpful this week, but he's a big outsider for a reason. I'd like to see Subjectivist. They often go very slowly in this race. He goes out in front, he stays really well, he gets way. I think he ticks a few boxes.
And Mark Johnson's horses always run very well in Dubai. They're normally trained by somebody else, right? You see so many former Mark Johnson horses go on and run really well in Dubai. It's good to see an actual Mark Johnson horse in his name on World Cup night.
Yeah, Secret Ambition, of course. Heavy metal, plenty of them. For some reason, Mark Johnson's a super trainer, but his record in Dubai isn't great. Just 4 from 152. Let's head to Stephen.
I'm joined by Jessica Berry of Team Valor, who've got Spanish Mission going here. Good to see you here. Is a horse that's travelled over well?
Yeah, he's doing great. He's really, better than he's ever been at 5, and we saw he ran huge in Saudi, so we're hoping he'll have only improved from that run.
He really came good towards the end of last season, didn't he? And carried on that good work in Saudi, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Balding's done a tremendous job with him.
And do you think today that he could see this season, even as a 5-year-old, he's going to get bigger and stronger?
Well, that's what we're hoping. That's what we're aiming for. So he's showing us that he's capable of it. So let's just wait and see what he does today and hope that he proves us right.
And ultimately back in England, he seems stepping up for things like the Gold Cup if all goes well, or maybe back in trip. Which way do you see him going?
Well, our ultimate goal with him is the Melbourne Cup, and we'll see how he comes out of this and then discuss a race plan with Andrew.
I wish you all the best. Thanks for your time.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks to Jessica Berry there representing Team Valor. I love Team Valor and all they stand for. I think it's great. They're so internationally minded.
And that's really what the sport's all about, right? And they find like-minded people. To have a horse in Saudi Arabia, to have a horse over here, they'd love to have horses in Australia competing on the biggest races and the biggest races. And Spanish Mission is certainly not without a chance here. He'll probably be one of the top favourites.
Yes, he deserves to be on class. He was with David Simcock, who is a very, very good international trainer. For whatever reason, they moved him to Andrew Balding, and he just seems to have improved a little bit for his new connections. They were thrilled with the run in Saudi. Annalisa Balding was there, and she was so happy with that second to Gifts of Gold, who was getting quite a lot of weight on that occasion. It is a handicap, the Red Sea turf over there, which is easy to forget because it's like a Group 1. It's such a strong race. We'll look at Volcanic Sky and that bit of form that we mentioned earlier. Say Frankie nurses him across the line here.
Brilliant ride.
It was a brilliant ride. Does Global Heat reverse? I think he does.
I mean, he's probably the better horse here. I think Frankie kind of got away with what he got away with there, just kind of nursing him, and they just went slow enough, and then Frankie, at the drop of a hat, pushed the button and really tried to quicken, and he got all he could out of him. But if this race is, maybe one more step, he's probably a loser.
Yeah, I think so as well. He shouldn't be quite good enough. He is 1 from 2 at this distance, though, which is quite interesting. Some of these do have a little bit of stamina to prove. Let's see if we can show you Subjectivist and that win in the pre-Royal Oak, which is a pretty weak French Group 1. It comes right at the end of the season. It was on the 25th of October. Subjectivist win. He's from a nice family of Sir Ron Priestley, who's a good stayer. And as a 4-year-old, he gets weight.
He's a horse who's made a lot of money, right? I mean, he's been around and he's danced a lot of dances, so there's no reason to think a horse like this would not be competitive.
Yeah, we'll have a look at him if we can, Subjectivist, and that run we mentioned. The only concern is that the best of his form has come on soft ground. He just able to keep acting on it, keep galloping on it. We know Meydan rides pretty quick on this turf course.
No, it'll be tough for him to keep up, I think, on that kind of thing. That is definitely a thing when you've run as many times as he's run and you become kind of a specialist of something, it holds true.
Yeah, he was a good winner at Goodwood as well. A very sort of idiosyncratic track. That was, again, from the front. I can't believe it's Joe Fanning's first ride here in Dubai. He's such an established jockey. Such an experienced jockey, but my form guide tells me it's his first ride here. Amazing.
Well, I think the thing is, too, you'll see right there, Subjectivist just kind of standing behind the gate. You didn't see any of these horses warm up with the vigor that we saw from Secret Ambition. They know it's
got a long way to go.
It's a 2-mile race. They're going to run by us a few times. And, it becomes at some point, you saw the ride that Frankie gave on Volcanic Sky last time. And while that was over 2,800 meters, it's the same kind of strategy. It's who's going to move first. It's almost a game of chicken. And the one who moves first, can they hold on when they do it? And it's very much like a marathon you'd see with a human. It's the same kind of thing. When do you go? When do you stop? And when do you try and save ground?
Who will go to the front, do you think? For the top is a habitual front runner. I'm not sure he's necessarily got the legs to do it anymore. We know there's quite a few in here who come from the back. Royal Marine always misses the break, which at least he has got the luxury of doing that over the 2 miles. I expect William will want to be just off them on Secret Advisor.
Yeah, I would think so, and I would think, maybe going 3,200 meters with Oshin aboard, maybe they'd like Royal Marine to be a little bit more involved early. You put a jockey on like that's known for being a little bit more aggressive out of the gates to maybe just kind of wake him up a little bit. He's much sharper than he's been lately. And look, it's all in the family today. We already had a winner from the family. Why not a second one?
There's a look at the conditions and the course for our Dubai Gold Cup, which, as I mentioned, is the newest race onto the Dubai World Cup programme. It was first run in 2009. In fact, it wasn't introduced to the World Cup programme till later than that. It was just on the Carnival card initially. And Frankie Dettori won it with a pinion pole in 2012, Veracity in 2009. Of course, the poster boy for this race was Vizirabad, the great Vizirabad, winning it 3 times. That was amazing, wasn't it?
And never really looking like he was a winner the last one. The last one, it seemed like he came from out of nowhere to just keep grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding. But, what a real warrior he was.
Yeah, amazing horse. So it looks like we're pretty much all loaded then, or nearly all loaded. Quick tip.
I'm going to go with Secret Advisor.
Secret Advisor as well for me, although I like Spanish Mission too. Over to Craig for the Dubai Gold Cup.
So we're almost set for a start now. Red Verdant to come up. And we're almost ready to run. Starter Shane Ryan in position. They're all set. Ready and racing now in the Dubai Gold Cup, and over on the inside for the top again. Well, Mekong really dawdled out of the start and is going to be a long last as they settle down and head down towards the course. It is Subjectivist up on the outside of for the top in the early stages. They were followed by Global Heat over on the inside. Volcanic Sky going up on the outside, followed by Spanish Mission. Next of all is Secret Advisor over on the inside. From away he goes. Veld Elber goes up on the outside. Then Red Verdant getting back is Royal Marine, and Mekong about 3 lengths away at the rear as they charge down the straight. And the front runner for the top leads the Gold Cup field in front of the grandstand. Out by a half length, Subjectivist in second. Up on the outside, Volcanic Sky and Global Heat is over on the fence. They were followed by Spanish Mission covering up the favourite, Secret Advisor, as they come to the judges' tower. Next of all is Veld Elber. Over on the outside of away he goes, 2 lengths to Red Verdant. Then came next of all Royal Marine, and Mekong still back at the rear. The lead section in the early part, 400 metres in 27 and 62. So they go by the Meydan Hotel. Out of the straight they run, 2,100 metres to go for the top. Has got away from Subjectivist, led by a length and a quarter as they leave the straight. Over on the inside is Volcanic Sky, and 2 lengths away now to Global Heat. Then came Spanish Mission as they work up the side. Secret Advisor over on the inside, Veld Elber for Germany. Up on the outside of away he goes, 2 lengths off to Red Verdant. Then came
Mekong, who's gone by Royal Marine. Into the back straight they go now in the Dubai Gold Cup, and for the top has made play from the outset for Macau Barcelona. Up on the outside, Subjectivist in second. 2 lengths away now to Volcanic Sky as the field begins to string out a little bit. 3 lengths away then to Global Heat, followed by Spanish Mission. Up on the outside of Secret Advisor now, Velt Elber is sliding up on the outside, then came away he goes Red Verton Mekong, and back of the tail is Royal Marine. So they're on their way down the back for the top, about to be joined by Subjectivist over on the outside. 2 lengths away in the field then to Volcanic Sky, and Veld Elber has continued that move around the outside, followed by Global Heat. They were followed in turn by Secret Advisor. Away he goes. Spanish Mission just dropped off a couple of horses there, followed by Red Verton. Then came Mekong, and last of all is Royal Marine as they turn down the side of the track, and slipping away in the front, Subjectivist. Subjectivist got out by 3 over 4 the top. Then came Volcanic Sky. Valdelber travelling up on the outside into 4th. They were followed by Secret Advisor. William Buick just looking for a little bit of room for it. They were followed by Global Heat up on the outside. Then away he goes, Mekong. Well back Red Verton as they turn in, and Royal Marine, but it's well clear Subjectivist as they turn in. Subjectivist out by 4 lengths. Valdelber ran to second, followed by Global Heat. Then came Secret Ambition. They were followed by Away He Goes. Spanish Mission down the outside. Still Subjectivist below the 250. Out by 4, Veld Elber battles away strongly, followed then by Away He Goes, and Secret Ambition is Secret Advisor beginning to run on, but the front runner Subjectivist, it's well clear in the Gold Cup, and Subjectivist is going to run them ragged. Subjectivist wins and wins easily. Second, Veld Elber just ahead of Away He Goes. They were followed by Secret Advisor just ahead of Spanish Mission. Then came Global Heat. Behind them Royal Marine. Well back in the run then was Red Verton, and a gap away to Mekong, and coming in a long way back was For the Top and also Volcanic Sky. Subjectivist, lovely ride by Joseph Fanning, and it sat in second outside of For the Top, then slipped away with about 1,000 metres to go, and has led them a merry dance, having his first run since October. Nice and fresh going into this, beautifully prepared by Mark Johnston, and Subjectivist has won, and won easily. Second looks to be the German, Veld Elber. Great performance. And third will just wait for confirmation after the running of the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors. But Subjectivist, brilliant performance to win. Down there on the 55 kilos, the 4-year-old, and has won, and won very easily indeed. Stand by for all the details to come through after the Dubai Gold Cup, sponsored by Altair Motors.
One for the Brit. Subjectivist went in front around about halfway through the race and stayed there. If it was a first ride in Dubai for Joe Fanning, then he's 1 from 1 here. Let's hear from the winning connections.
Joined by Mark Johnston after the victory of Subjectivist. I get the impression that means quite a lot to yourself and your wife Deirdre there.
Yeah, it's been, I think we've had the winner here, or one or two in the last 20 years, but this is the first one on World Cup night for 21 years or 22 years, and the horses have run well, but people started to say, that we weren't doing things properly. Frankly, we haven't been bringing the right horses. It's been as simple as that. So this is the first time I've come here today thinking, surely this horse is the one they've all got to beat. He's a Group 1 winner in his last outing. He didn't have to improve on that. He just had to run up to his best. And there was great doubts about the ground, because he's won on from good ground to heavy ground. He's Group 1 on heavy ground, but he never run on anything faster than that. And I think Joe Fanning he's not ridden here before. Fascinated by the track when he went out on it the day before yesterday. When I walked on the track, I don't think I've seen a turf track in the world in better condition than this. So I was feeling when I was going into it, all the ducks are in a row. There's no reason why he shouldn't perform up to his best on this, and he has done.
And he's set for a great season back in Europe now, just on that. Only a 4-year-old and plenty more to come by the looks of it.
Yeah, I never belittle the success of Stradivarius. We've come second to Stradivarius so many times with DXV and AF Road. It's become he's a bit of a nemesis for us. But this year, I've said going into 2021, we have this horse and we have his 3 parts brother, Sir Ron Priestley. So we've got some great ammunition to take on Stradivarius with.
Wish you all the best with that for later on in the year, but for first, many congratulations now.
Very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks to Mark Johnston for such a great interview. He looks proud as punch. He should be. He's a brilliant trainer. He's the winning most trainer in UK racing history. But I suppose he isn't a regular with the Group 1s, in the manner of, say, John Gosden, but churning out winners, at getting them fit, there's no one better.
He's just had so many horses sold, right? So many horses that he starts out that we've mentioned end up going on to wonderful careers for other people, but he knows what he's doing. He's been around for so long with so much success, and you really have to tip your cap to Joe Fanning as well with a wonderful ride.
It was a wonderful ride. I actually thought he would probably lead from the off. For the top, though, was the lead when they came past us the first time.
And they were going really slow. They went the first quarter in 27 and change, 51, almost 117 for the first 1,200 meters. But Subjectivist went, and when he went. And he said he dared anybody else to go with him, and nobody else went with him, thinking he'd come back to him. And there were some cheeky riders behind him, thinking that he was going to drop back, and he didn't. Mark Johnston had him fit, and that's what he needed to be to win. It sets a track record from 2018.
Mark Johnston's horses just don't stop. They are so fit. They just keep going. It's kind of a hallmark of his training that if they get into a battle, they'll keep on going. He likes them to be forwardly placed. If they thought he was going to come back to them, it was never going to happen. The horse stayed. We know the horse stayed well. He was getting weight from them. As I said, they always have them ready to go. And it's been a little bit baffling that I think this is his first winner here since around about 2004. He's actually one of the few international trainers to have ever had a winner at Jebel Ali as well, Mark. And, of course, he had a winner on the big night before with Fruits of Love right back in the early days of the Dubai World Cup meeting. And they picked this horse up for 62,000 guineas at Tattersalls in the UK, and they've picked up a pretty big check here. And, of course, he's already a Group 1 winner. He's still an Enter. He's quite a valuable horse.
And he's a young 4-year-old, right? In those marathon races, normally you see their 5, 6, 7-year-olds. They've been going around for a while. He's just 4. He's relatively lightly raced, as all things are go. And this horse, you can see, having a really bright future and, many more international travels maybe in his future.
He's owned by Dr. Jay Walker. I'm not sure if she indeed is here today. But it's actually, we're celebrating, you can see there, 25 years at the Dubai World Cup. And as you mentioned, the kind of influence Mark Johnston's had on racing here is pretty huge. I mean, he trained Shamadal, of course, before Godolphin took him over, and that horse has so many winners here as a sire.
No, it's like a proud papa, but at the same time, you say, what if those horses were in my name? How much more wins would I have had?
Yeah, it's a really nice moment for him, and great to have another one on board for the internationals. The French took the Arabian race. The Brits have been a little bit down on numbers this year. But the fact that Mark's come over here when he will have to do there's a mandatory 10 days of quarantine before heading back to the UK, or you can quarantine in the UK in a hotel facility. The fact that he's come over here and he's willing to do all that when he's got 300 horses on to look after at home suggests that he thought a lot of this horse.
It might have tipped us off, but the horse made enough money today. I think he can spend those 10 days in the Maldives.
Yeah. I think a few people will be heading to the Maldives after this. Chad, you're going to leave us, unfortunately, because you've got saddling duty. You're helping out with Jesus' team and Zenden. You're really confident with Jesus' team, aren't you, that he's going to run a big race or win this World Cup?
He's just got so much heart, and everything's gone right. Everything that we've asked to this point, he stepped up and he's risen to the occasion, and I love the fact that Jockey Joel Rosario is going to be aboard for the first time.
Well, many thanks for helping us out for the last few hours, and so best of luck for the rest of the afternoon, and I'll be very happy if Jesus' team comes home in front as well.
Thank you.
Thank you to Chad Summers, who's been with us since the start of the programme today. Of course, dual Group 1 winning trainer here in Dubai with Mind Your Biscuits. And there is Mark Johnston, celebrating his 5th winner here in Dubai from 153 runners. And Joe Fanning, a first win here on this lovely colt Subjectivist, a son of Teofilo. Previously, his best form, as we said, had come on the soft ground, but very much at home here on a quicker surface at Meydan. We welcome on a new guest to our broadcast. Carlos Morales is alongside me. And, of course, you're based over in America, but you're originally from Venezuela.
That is correct. And originally from Venezuela, but I have been living in the States since 2010, almost 11 years.
And how have you enjoyed the action so far this evening?
It has been hot and exciting.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's been super. We've had 2 international winners. We've had one for our big local yards with Secret Ambition. What did you make of this Gold Cup? I mean, say that the winner is in the green here, Subjectivist. He was pretty quickly near the lead, but it's for the top who takes them on early.
Yeah, actually, he won in a very brilliant way. I would like to applaud also the race for the German horse, Valdeberg, with the jockey Michel. I think she made a brilliant move when they were getting to the close to the finish line, but subjective he was way ahead of her. So he did a brilliant race in this Dubai Gold Cup. He earned it, no doubt about it.
Well, Derby's finished second. The official winning margin is 5 3/4 lengths between the two. And Derby before the race was pretty much ignored, wasn't he? And it's interesting that the two horses that have come home first and second here are two that people kind of had them labelled as soft ground horses, but they've handled this fine.
And then just perfect, actually. The way how they have won so far, it says like, oh, they knew what they were doing in both races.
Yeah, first ever runner here for Ralph Rohn with World Derby. First ride in the country for Michel, who hails from France but has had a deal of success over in Japan, riding, I think, 30 winners there in just a couple of months. She's done very, very well at the moment. At this point, Subjectivist has still got company on the lead there with away to top, for the top, but it's about now that Joe Fanning really decides to seize the initiative and go on a horse that he knows stays. And it was a little bit interesting that the other jockeys in behind, nobody went with him. They were happy for him to just go on in the lead, which was ultimately the undoing, I think, for some of them.
I think the problem it was the excess of he's going to just waste his energy at the end, and he's just going to leave us the space for go over him, and that's actually it happens quite the opposite. They let him to have an easy lead, and he went almost gate to the wire.
Yeah, they always have this sort of trademark breast girth on the Mark Johnson runners. It makes them easiest to spot, and once they're in front like that, going nicely, they're just not going to come back. I thought at this point of the race, they're not going to catch this. He suddenly just asked the horse for a little bit more effort here. They're starting to struggle in behind. You can see the white cap there of Volcanic Sky. He's starting to go back. Red Verdon's being pushed along there. David Egan's hard at work on him in the red and blue. And all of a sudden, Subjectivist, still going very, very nicely, has gone 6 lengths clear of the field, and nothing is looking like it's catching him.
And nobody was able to actually do it. The horse was very fresh. He never was like a push for more action, and that's the kind of effort that it pays off in your favor at the end. You have a horse in 3,200 meters of a race it's impossible for you not to win under those circumstances if everybody lets you just go ahead.
I think it's the second British Strain winner of this race. Brown Panther won it, of course, for Tom Dascombe back in 2015. Prior to that, we had an Irish winner in Sertorat. Godolphin have obviously done very well in it. They won it with Cavalryman, Opinion Poll, Whispering Gallery, Sabotage, Veracity, and Cross Counter 2 years ago. Was probably the best horse to have won it, but they used to say that Subjectivist won't go on and try something like a Melbourne Cup. Now he's proven that he stays the 2 miles, not that it was in much doubt. And as Chad said, he's still a very young horse, isn't he? Only a 4-year-old. There's so many options for him now.
No, actually. But I think that the interesting races for him now, they should point out towards Europe, to the mid of the year. He's just in good shape, so he had to keep it in his best in actually to get to the big races in turf for the end of the year.
It's quite hard for European horses to come over here. There's not that many options to prep them. This horse hasn't run since the 25th of October, which is 153 days. There are a few all-weather options. Obviously, Magny-Cours, who runs later on in the World Cup, French runner, he managed to prep on the all-weather there in France. But Mark opted to come in here straight with Subjectivist. There's obviously done plenty of work at home with him in Midland, where he trains on a hill. But for the American horses, where you're based, of course, there's quite a few opportunities that they can prep in good races over there, can't they? Because the programme's more year-round.
Yes, and besides that, there's not so much of big races like this for 2 miles in average in turf, neither in dirt, that you're going to take advantage for a horse to train in this kind of distance.
The average distance in the States is between 6 furlongs to a mile. So,
yeah, we don't see too many races like this over in America, hence we don't have any American representation in this race today. A few disappointments. Spanish Mission wasn't able to quicken late on. Secret Advisor was given a kind of waiting ride and that didn't work out, but really I think Joe Fanning has just stolen this with a clever ride from the front. A lot of credit, as you mentioned, goes to the Connections of All Derby for being brave, coming over here when he looked like he was going to be up against it. He was one who managed to prep last time out All Derby on the all-weather in France. He finished second there. And a big smile from Joe Fanning, who's won so many races in his long career. There's Deirdre Johnson. She's a massive part of the training operation there. Mark's wife, of course, also has a very good singing voice, apparently. We saw a little bit of that during lockdown, a few people putting out videos, and she will be absolutely delighted. She's so knowledgeable about their horses. Of course, son Charlie, increasingly a big part of the training as well there. He was out earlier on in the season to oversee their Leopardo, who they brought out for the 3-year-old Colts races. Ultimately without success, but it was quite a good idea to bring him. He looked like he might handle the dirt. This will mean plenty to Mark Johnson. He's won a lot of big races, as I mentioned, in his long career. But he has a lot of owners who are based in Dubai, of course. He's very, very well supported by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. He has a huge string for him, so to come over here and win Sheikh Mohammed's venue, he'd be very happy with that. And Joe Fanning, as you can see, one of the older jockeys in the weighing room. He's been around an awful long time. And so far tonight, it's been a really nice international night, hasn't it? 2 winners for the overseas visitors. We'll be hoping to get one for America later on, though. Who's the best chance, do you think, of an American winner?
well, definitely I'm rooting for Jesus' team in the big race. But also there's plenty of good horses from the States. Joe Poon in the Golden Shaheen. He has a really good chance to win the sprint in the third version, and in the Saudi the Derby of Dubai, the Dubai Derby. Definitely, I think there's a couple of horses from the States that have a very good chance to win the race.
Yeah, I agree. Ambivalent among them. Well, we can hear now from Joe Fanning. He's with Stephen.
And joined by Joe Fanning after the victory of Subjectus. A few people may have doubted what he achieved towards the end of last season, but that was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's always been a good horse, so wasn't surprised. And he was working well at home, so yeah, we thought he'd take it.
Worth the quarantine for you to come out and ride him?
Yeah, 100%, yeah, 100%.
Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Short and sweet there from Joe Fanning. He'll be absolutely made up. Really, really well done to him. Plenty more to come, of course. We're into our big Group 1s in the not too distant future. But let's hear from William Buick about his love for top sprinter Space Blues.
Space Blues, he's storming home. Earthlight is there. Space Blues found the split, got the run, and Space Blues came through to win and ran away to score.
I mean, Space Blues, he's just the most lovely horse. He really is. He's one of my favourites. I don't like having favourites because I love them all, but he's got so much character, so much presence, and he's just a dude. He's as a forward for a jockey, he's just real fun to ride. And I thought in Saudi, I thought he was great. 6.5 furlongs is perfect trip for him. I think the plan is to go to the Alcors, obviously, so drop back to 6 furlongs. I think he's a different horse to what he was, beginning of last year and the year before. I think he's a better horse. I think he's becoming a little bit more seasoned as a sprinter. He's incredibly exciting.
Is there any concern for you that his one run here, he bombed out? Was there anything came to light?
Not really. Nothing came to light, obviously. He just bombed out. He put that behind him, he had a bit of time off, put that behind him, and then he had his best ever season in Europe. So I'm not really too concerned about that. He's a very quick horse, and possibly he's just had to learn to sprint, which he certainly has done now. I mean, he's one of the most exciting horses, so yeah, he's a horse I always look forward to riding.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how Space Blues gets on here. He is vulnerable. His win in Saudi was over further. They might not, it sounds silly in a 6 furlong sprint, they might not go that fast.
That is correct. There seems to be not that much of a speed in this race, so this could go in disadvantage for him. So, and I think there's a big chance also for the Cowan. He came from the States. He ran last year in the Breeders' Cup Sprint Turf. He didn't did it as expected in the Saudi Turf Sprint. He was beat by Pink Kamehameha, but in this case, he's going to be run by Luis Zayas. He is very good with these kind of horses, so he might have a chance to actually win the race.
I agree. I think it could well see a first ever American train winner of the Al Quoz, and they're yet to have a winner on turf here on Dubai World Cup night. They did have Wildman Jack win on Super Saturday. Some spectacular views of Maidan. It's your first time here, I think, this week.
That is correct, yes.
And what have you made of the place and the experience?
It has been delightful. It has been a wonderful experience. Everybody has been very welcoming. It's something that it's an experience to endure and to continue loving the horse racing with passion. And when you have the chance to share with so many countries, so many different backgrounds, you know that one of the greatest things that happens to all of us is horse racing. It made us all get together around one passion like this one.
That's one of the great things about Dubai World Cup week, meeting so many people that are passionate about this sport from so many different nationalities. I don't think I'd ever met anyone from Venezuela prior to this week, and now I've met 2 people. So that was a nice look, actually, incidentally, at the turf course, the straight turf course that will be over for our Al Quoz. Let's hear more about it from Stephen.
Yeah, the first of today's sprints is up next. Then we're on the turf for the Al Quoz Group 1 contest for the sprinters. The full conditions for this race sponsored by Aziz Yar as follows. We're over 1,200 metres, as said. We're due off at 5:30 and a strong field of 13 going to post in this. And they're headed by number 1, Equilateral, who's the mount of Frankie Dettori for Charlie Hills. 2 is Extravagant Kid, Brendan Walsh, who's 1 from 1 here in the UAE, having won the UAE Derby with Plus Q Parfait a couple of years ago. Cardham is the mount of Jim Crowley. We then got Man of Promise, who'll break from stall 13 for Richie Mullen. Mossgill will be ridden by Danny Tudhope. We've already seen 1 British winner so far. Motafawit, Pat Dobbs rides that one with Royal Crusade, the mount of Mikhail Barcelona. Space Blues looks the first choice for Godolphin, naturally one of the warmest priced favourites on tonight's card, and William Buick takes the mount. Speaking Colours is the mount of David Egan. We've then got True Valour for Graham Motion. Final Song, Christophe Soumillon, good to see him back in the UAE. Acclam Express for Nigel Tinkler and Rowan Scott. And finally Cowan, 3-year-old, one of 2 3-year-olds in the race, and he's ridden by Louis Sayers.
Yeah, silks of Cowan. A little bit like the Touch Gold Racing silks, aren't they? We've got our camera in our helicopter hard at work today. Beautiful shots. It's cooled down a bit, hasn't it? It was very warm when we came on air earlier, around about 2 o'clock. Yeah,
actually, it has been, the weather has been a little bit getting better. So hopefully we will have a cool rest of the afternoon here at Dubai.
This is Equilateral. Now, connections have kept him fresh for this, which is a good idea. His best form does come with a little bit of a break between races. That said, he was a very good winner here. Twice at the Carnival. He's actually 3 from 4 in Dubai. But all of his wins here have come over 5 furlongs. And I think he's just a bit vulnerable over this 1,200 metres. This Extravagant Kid, has he got a chance, do you think?
I think Extravagant Kid have a good thing on him. He's a very well-experienced horse for this race. Although he's older, I truly believe he has a good chance to do a very nice race here. He have Ryan Moore with him, who knows how to manage himself in great stakes. So definitely he have shown a great performance in the morning workouts.
This is Cardham, who goes for Shadwell. He's got some top-level form in the UK. He was 4th in the July Cup. That was a bit ago. It was obviously in July. A bit concerned about the layoff, but Charlie Hills says that this has been the plan for him since the end of 2020. He is a bit buzzy, hence the hood that will come off before the race. But he's got good form fresh. He's best on fast ground. There's a lot to like about him here. if they've got him spot on for today without the prep. That's the worry. Jim Crowley could have ridden Motafawet. He's opted to ride Cardham. He was a classy individual winner of the Stewards Cup at Goodwood a couple of seasons ago. There's a look at Doug Watson, who's got Motafawet here. I'm a bit of a surprise Doug didn't have more in this race, actually. Opted to pass it over this year with a couple of others that could have run, perhaps Wardy being one of them. This is Man of Promise. He won under a very lightweight with an advantageous high draw at his first run of the Carnival. It was a very good performance, beating Final Song. And then was a bit of a no-show on Super Saturday, being 9 lengths behind Final Song. I think he just got found out on that occasion. He could just go well, though, for a bit. And if there's not much pace on, he could be it. I wouldn't rule him out at all. Richie Mullen comes in to take the ride for Charlie Appleby. Moskill is probably going to struggle. He represents first season trainer Ed Bethel, who's taken over from his father James, who was here to oversee the horse. His best run came in the Nunthorpe. That was in the UK Group 1 behind Batash. Finished third. Very good run. Again, his best efforts have come over shorter than this. And he's one who'll probably be up with the pace early on as well. Sobin Soron, Christophe Soumillon combined with Final Song, who won the prep for this. This is Motafawet. I love this horse. I think he's got a really good chance here. He's run a couple of really good races here at Meydan, including when winning a handicap over the 1,000 metres. He proved he's up to the step up in trip and second behind Final Song last time. I think he'll probably reverse that form. Pat Dobbs takes over. Pat Dobbs rides in again for Doug Watson. Good to see Jim and Fitri Hay here, the owners of Equilateral. Equilateral's a horse who made it over to the States last year. I think they wanted to run him at the Breeders' Cup and he didn't quite get into the race. This is Royal Crusade. He's another one with a live chance, I think, for Charlie Appleby. He was just perhaps not fit enough last time out. I think he'll do better today.
Yeah, I think he have a very light chance to actually win the race. Although I think there's other horses like Speaking Colors that do have a better chance to actually get the race. With David Egan on board, definitely it's they have what it needs, and he actually also have a very good results in terms of the distance of this race. So I think if we go to do some handicapping, definitely number 9, Speaking Colors, have a good chance to get the job done in this. And here we have it's one of the favorites.
Yeah, he's the favourite. It's one of the warmest favourites on the card, around about 11 to 8 when I checked earlier on. Space Blues. He's a Group 1 winner, of course. That came in the Prix Maurice de Geest. It was back at Deauville. He actually won his last 5 starts, but he did suffer an injury last year and his season ended rather quickly, unfortunately. And it proved that he was obviously fit and well and won over in Saudi. I thought he was a bit ring rusty. I'm hoping he's going to be a lot fitter today. You really like this horse, Speaking Colours. It's hard not to like him. He's such an honest horse, isn't he?
It is, definitely. He's trained by Joseph Bryan, O'Brien. So we are taking that there's talent there to get the job done. Here we have a True Valor with Joel Rosario and trainer Graham Motion. They do have a real chance to get the win on this race. Anyhow, I truly believe that number 9, Speaking Color, have a better chance for this one.
Yeah, so do I. He's never won a Group 1. He's probably, for honest, about a length short of Group 1 company. I think the same applies to Final Song. She was 4th in the Guineas in the UK last year, which was a belting run. She needs a fast run, 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs, but she kind of raced alone last time into a headwind and still managed to win on Super Saturday. It was a very good performance, beating Motafawet. So she shouldn't be underestimated here. Sudaklam Express, who rerouted here from an intended run in Qatar. Something happened with, quarantine for horses or humans or something like that, and they brought him here at the very last minute, but it's worked out brilliantly for them. He was second to Equilateral, then third behind Final Song on Super Saturday. Goes in here with a decent each-way chance, I'd say. It's 25 to 1. He's probably not quite good enough to win it, but being a 3-year-old, one of 2 3-year-olds in the race, along with Cowan, he does get a little bit of weight, just carries 55.5 kilos today, and jockey Rowan Scott's been doing all the work on him in the morning. Sudaklam Express. This is Cowan. They were thinking about the Derby.
Yes, actually this is a horse that originally he was pointed out to be part of the Kentucky Derby Road and all the different career races that goes on the lead towards the Kentucky Derby, but he proved that he's just a short distance horse. They give it a try a month ago at the sprint in Saudi. He just get the place, and I truly believe that with Luis Saez in this race,
pleased to be joined
he have
before the
a very good chance to improve himself and get the job done for Stephen Musen.
There are the colours of Cowan. Steve Asmussen, of course, knows how to win in Dubai. He's done very well here in the past. What can you tell me about Luis Saez? It's the first time that he's riding here in Dubai.
Yeah, he's a very smart jockey. He's originally from Panama. He has been, right now actually he's second or third in the standings in the championship meetings in Gulfstream Park there in the States. He's very aggressive. He knows how to get horses in the lead and keep it in the lead all the way to the finish line. So
I'll just stop you there a second. We can hear from Stephen. I think he's with James Bethel.
I'm joined by James Bethel, part owner of Mosgiel. We would have said trainer a few weeks ago, but great to see you here and here with a live chance.
I hope so. I don't think he deserves to be the odds he is, because he's beaten Equilateral when they've raced against each other. I think he's here with a chance. The 6 furlongs is although he did pretty well over 6 the year before last, and we dropped him back to 5 because we thought that was possibly an easier division. But I think he's ready for the 6 now, and hopefully this flat track should suit him. He loves York.
Yeah.
And he's been very, very good down here. Everything's gone extremely smoothly.
And you're just keeping a close eye on him going out there. Can he be a little bit tricky?
Well, he likes to kick a rail or two. Yeah, which is good. But no, he's in good shape.
And you've just handed over the reins to your son Ed, but you still keeping very much a close eye on what he's doing?
Yeah, we work together very well, and he let me come out here because it was going to be impossible for him to carry on training and to go into a hotel for 10 days when he got home and things. So an old retired man could stay out a bit longer.
Well, we wish you all the best with Mosgiel. Thanks for your time.
Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, why not? Nice retirement send-off, wouldn't it, if this horse could win for them? As you heard there from James, he thinks he doesn't deserve to be the price he is, which is around about 33 to 1. He's a horse that they picked up pretty cheaply, $38,000, equivalent of $38,000 at Goffs in the UK. Let's take a look at Final Song, one of the Godolphin runners here. She's just a lovely, lovely gutsy filly. She was kept so busy in the UK last year by Saeed. And she's a winner here on dirt as well. She beat Motofawit and Aklam Express. So the fact she was on her own for most of this race, I think you can kind of upgrade this performance, really. It was over course and distance. There's a lot to like about her. She gets a little bit of weight off the colt. She carries 57.5 kilos. Motofawit, though, absolutely flies home. But again, a little bit like Space Blues, they might not go quite fast enough for Motofawit here. It looked like he'd almost got there. Take a look at Equilateral as well, if we can. And he just loves it out here in Dubai. He's a horse who's right the way through his career been seen to best effect. Fresh, I'd say, Equilateral. Drawn in 12 today. No British horse has ever won this race, apart from Charlie Appleby, who's technically UAE. What do you think about Equilateral? I mean, he shouldn't be discounted, should he?
He shouldn't, actually, because one of the things that it caught my attention is that actually he was the rider of Final Song in his last race. But now in this particular Quoz Sprint, he chose to go with Equilateral instead of Final Song. And the Tori knows this horse very well. He has won the last 2 races under his command. So I think definitely he have a very good chance.
Yeah, it's just that extra furlong. He has won over 1,200 metres. That was a novice race at Doncaster. He's won from 6 over this trip. What about Cardham? I think he can run a big race, the British horse, number 3.
Cowan?
Cardham, number 3.
Oh. Yes, I do actually. And he have what is interesting also, he have a very good average in terms of winning on this distance. The 4 times that he has actually has been in this distance. So everything depends the way how he break at the starting gate. If he breaks well, it could be in his favor and he give the surprise for everybody, but please for the owners and the trainer.
The hood has now come off, as you can see. The red denotes must come off, so it will also come off that horse there, which you can see Shane Ryan is doing now, off Man of Promise. He's a nice young improving sprinter. He was very impressive when he won beating Final Song on his first day of the Carnival, Man of Promise. It's all surprised for he to pop up here at a pretty big price, 33-1. I do think though that he was a bit exposed last time out. I think that it proved he wasn't quite up to this, but who knows. It's not the strongest Al Quoz. There's only one Group 1 winner in here, which is Space Blues. Most of the speed, looking at this, the forward-going horses I thought were mostly drawn high in this race.
Yes.
Which is not necessarily good for Space Blues, who's drawn in 6.
No, actually, it's not good at all. That could work in his disadvantage.
Yeah, I think it will as well. He's a horse who, as we said, is most effective over 7 furlongs probably. There just aren't too many Group 1s over 7 furlongs. And his one run here, as I said to William Buick, was pretty disappointing, but William seems very confident that he's a much better, more straightforward horse this year. So he just got the job done in Saudi, beating Dark Power, who'd won the race the year before. He's a very good horse. Not necessarily a Group 1 horse, but that said, he's never really been tested at that level, Dark Power, so it's a pretty good level of form, I'd say. And there's a look at Mott of Fowett. Used to be trained by Richard Hannon. And Acclam Express in those quite distinctive gold silks. Rowan Scott did have a spell out here last year. Looked to ride a winner here in Dubai. I'm sure he'd dearly love to do it in this race. It's $1 million now, the Al Quoz Sprint. And it's a race the Americans have gone very close in before. Long on Value was just beaten a nose in it a few years ago for Bill Mott. And American turf sprinters seem to be improving in general, would you say? Yes,
there has been a lot of improvement, and mainly in turf races. The way how now the breeding and the training have go towards that. There's a lot of trainers that have specialized in turf.
So loading up there in the red silks. That's Extravagant Kid, one of the US representatives. Speaking Colours will be easy to recognise. He's the grey there. Is Speaking Colours your tip for the race? So is Speaking Colours your pick for the race?
My pick for the race is going to be number 9, Speaking Colours.
Speaking Colours, yeah. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he runs a big race. I can't see him winning it, though. I can't abandon Space Blues. He's one of my favourite horses. But it won't be easy for him at all. He's going to be thoroughly tested, I think, over this straight 6 furlongs. Al Quoz Sprint is up next.
Godolphin looking for 3 straight wins. Blue Point in 2019, Jungle Cat in 2018. Moskill about to come forward representing the UK. Speaking Colours coming along. Equilateral to go up. Space Blues to take its spot. Horse number 8 in the first set of Godolphin Silks. So we're almost ready. Loading in well for the Al Quoz Sprint, sponsored by Azizi Developments. True Valor for the United States goes forward. Man in Colours, or Man of Promise for Richie Mullen, about to go up. So they're almost set. Just about ready now. Ready for the Al Quoz. They're off and racing. And getting a little squeeze out of the start there with Space Blues. Coming across in the early stages, True Valor showing plenty of speed. Up on the inside, Cowan going forward. Next is Space Blues as they settle down. Extravagant Kid, Speaking Colours. Kadem is out in the middle of the track and dropping back Motor Farwit and Final Song. So out in the middle of the track, we've got Equilateral leading that division with Man of Promise up on the outside. They were followed by Royal Crusade. And next of all, as they come through halfway, is Moskill down towards the halfway marker of the race, and Equilateral out wide looks to have the race well within its mercy here. After it is a Man of Promise coming on the outside. They were followed by Royal Crusade, then Cardem. Moskill is running on from a long way back. Acclam Express is pretty well solo over on the far side of the track, but Man of Promise drove through, went to the front of Equilateral, finishing on his Royal Crusade. They were followed by Extravagant Kid. Acclam Express is over on the rail side. The leader is Man of Promise, kicking back strongly. Equilateral
Extravagant Kid for the USA is bursting through, and Final Song is late. Extravagant Kid hit the front. Extravagant Kid wins it. Final Song second. Acclam Express third. They were wide apart. They were followed by Motor Far. Within came True Valor. Equilateral close up with a Man of Promise, and not far away to us, if hit the line, was a Royal Crusade, then Space Blues. Cowan was over on the far side. Kadema. They were followed next of all by Speaking Colours and Moskill. Extravagant Kid for Ryan Moore, and Brendan Walsh has driven through and takes the Quoz Sprint in a race where initially they were going to, a lot of these horses were going to go to the rail side, and then all of a sudden they've gravitated across, maybe when they saw that Equilateral and A Man of Promise were dominating the early part of the race. So a lovely ride by Ryan Moore, and Extravagant Kid has burst through, taken the front, and comes away to win the Quoz. Second's going to be fairly tight. Final Song, I think, but very hard to line up with Acclam Express over on the rails side. We stand by for all the details to come up after the running of race number 4, but a truly international night of racing. With France taking the first, we've also had a UK and now a USA winner in the first 4 races of the evening. Replay and all the details to come up very soon, but Extravagant Kid for Brendan Walsh and Ryan Moore will take the feature sprint.
I'm joined by David Ross, who is the winning owner of Extravagant Kid. Many congratulations, David. That must have given you a huge thrill.
Oh, yes, absolutely. What an unbelievable race, huh?
And he was there late, sort of excitement right on the line. Were you ever confident he was going to win?
Well, our trainer, Brendan Walsh, had a very good feeling about him. He came into the race well. Brendan had him prepped well. And he really liked the venue here, and we thought this was a perfect opportunity to take advantage. As an 8-year-old, how about that?
Indeed, and plenty of people say the American turf sprinters aren't as good as the Europeans. You've proved them wrong today, haven't you?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I will say this, that he certainly belongs in the elite class, as does his trainer. Thanks.
I was going to say, a quick word on his trainer. 2 from 2 in Dubai now, Brendan. You'll be bringing him back again next year?
Well, we hope so. I mean, Brendan enjoys the venue, that's for sure. And what a first-class facility. It is absolutely world-class. We've just been incredibly impressed with the operation.
Well, we love it when the internationals come and win. Many congratulations, David.
Thank you so much.
Oh, well done, David Ross, and well done, Brendan Walsh. What a training performance. It's not easy to come over here from America and win any race, but the Americans have never done it on the turf at World Cup nights prior to today, and some great celebration shots from Connections once they knew he'd done it. It was a race I wasn't expecting to see them split like that, but it soon became clear you wanted to be on this near side, although Extravagant Kid was drawn in 8s. He was drawn in the middle.
Yeah, he was just in the middle, and he chose to actually go in the right side of the track, and it was at the end a very smart move. All of the horses that split towards the left side of the track, actually they were a little bit slow if you compare with the ones that were in the outside. And Ryan Moore did a great job with this horse. He's an 8-year-old that proved himself that he has still what it needs to win those big races like this one.
He wasn't even the most fancied of the American horses in the race. There was quite a lot of talk about True Valor, Graham Motion's run-up, who hasn't finished in the top 5. Second was Final Song. Great run by Acclam Express to finish 3rd. Equilateral likewise 4th, and 5th Motta Fowett. So Space Blues, it was always going to be difficult for him today, but the way the race unfolded, I think it was pretty much impossible for William Buick to win from the position in which he found himself. But talk about Brendan Walsh, and he's a trainer who has got a long association with Dubai. He used to be an assistant for Godolphin. He now trains for Godolphin in the States, and we all kind of hoped he was going to come here with Maxfield. Instead, he sends Extravagant Kid.
Correct. Yeah, Maxfield have a defeat in his last race. It was the first time that the horse raced without laxix, and that it was a struggle for him. So I believe that's the reason why actually Maxfield didn't came here, because today there is no laxix as well, so it will affect the horse performance. And taking care of the health of the horse, it's a matter of importance for the Godolphin and also for the trainers. But he's an Extravagant Kid, and definitely he made the right move.
Well, the horse's form was pretty strong, except this was only actually his second ever run in a Group 1. He ran 4th in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, only being a length behind Glass Slippers. That was very, very good form. But he'd never actually won a graded stakes prior to tonight.
Yeah.
So it's quite a remarkable improvement, isn't it? Last time he ran at Fairgrounds at the start of February, he was beaten into second in just a 6-runner field.
That is correct. He is a horse that he has been improving himself.
Haven't signed anything.
He hasn't
anymore.
won in a bit, in a long time.
No.
But definitely, in the second time, he was the big favorite in Fairgrounds with Florent Guru, who's doing a great job right now in the States. But he was just in the perfect shape to get the win in this race.
Take a look at the way the race unfolded, and they sort of split early on, which didn't help. And then you can see Frankie Dettori on equilateral suddenly decides he's going to move over to this side, and that was a move that I think got him a lot further up the pecking order than he might have been otherwise, because they were so far ahead on this rail side, weren't they?
Yeah, they were really, really far ahead. So at the end of the day, it works in their favor. You can tell the difference between the horses inside of the track. They were very slow, and almost, I would say, like almost all the horses were actually in the outside of the track.
Equilaterals ran an absolute stormer. So was Acclam Express and Final Song. And a Man of Promise, actually, I thought was going to hang on for a little bit more. He's run a really nice race under Richie Mullen, who'll hopefully be joining us shortly. But it was a great close finish in the end. Half a length separating Extravagant Kid and Final Song, according to the final standings. And she's now Group 1 placed. Final Song, that won't do her future career as a broodmare any harm. This Extravagant Kid is a son of Kiss the Kid, not a stallion I know too much about.
No, it's not. It's not the kind of horse but he have a lemon drop kid in the blood, which is a very good. It used to be a very good horse when he was active, but the mother is pretty extravagant with distinction. It's not like the best breed, but definitely it is effective in short distances.
Well, Kiss the Kid was a multiple graded stakes winner from the female family of the Horse of the Year, Black Tie Affair, apparently. So there we are. Not exactly a marquee stallion, I wouldn't say, over there. No, but wonderful. We got one on the board from America, with America's strongest chances still to come.
Oh, yeah, we are just getting up here.
Yeah,
we're just getting ready, because the idea is like we should actually start winning not just this one, but also the Derby of Dubai Derby, and why not the top race, the Dubai World Cup with Jesus' team.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus' team, they've got a title ready in there as well. Of course, Mystic Guide, the favourite. I do think for a perfect World Cup night you need a Godolphin winner, and Space Blues, one of their hottest chances on the night, and Secret Advisor, both been beaten.
Correct.
So, yeah, let's see if maybe Alsa Hale can pop up for them in the Dubai Turf later on. They've still got plenty of live chances later on the home team. But say, poor Space Blues, the way that race turned out was never really going to suit him from his draw. But it's gone to Extravagant Kid, and what a brilliant training effort by Brendan Walsh, who's not here. Of course, there's so much racing going on in America at the moment, isn't there? You've got Grade 1s happening tonight.
Yeah, actually today is a very important day for those horses that are trying to get points towards the Kentucky Derby. There's 4 races that are classificatory that provide actually 100 points for the winners each of those races. 3 of those. One is the one that is going to be next. The other 2 are going to be held in the U.S. We are talking about the Jeff Rubis Stakes in Turfway Park and the Florida Derby, which is like the main race in the championship meeting in Gulfstream Park.
Yeah, it always seems to clash with the Dubai World Cup, unfortunately, the Florida Derby, and it does cost us quite a few trainers, unfortunately, over here. But what can you tell us about Brendan Walsh? I mentioned he's originally from Ireland. He had that success with training with Godolphin. He's now gone out on his own. Pluka Parfait, who actually runs tonight in America, as we mentioned, is 0 from 13 since winning the UAE Derby of 2019, suggesting to me that Brendan knows just how to get a horse spot on for this fixture, which he's proved again with Extravagant Kid.
Yeah, definitely. He knows very well the track. He knows very well how this ambience works for horse racing, and he proved it already. with the win of Extravagant Kid in this race.
Yeah, he's far from an up-and-coming sprinter, Extravagant Kid. That's his 50th start this evening. He's an 8-year-old gelding. He'd been running consistently well, but as you mentioned, he hadn't won for quite some time prior to this. First ever win in a graded race. It really was amazing. And the start was a bit ragged, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. It's hard for me to see from this sort of
and then you see how they split.
Exactly who's where, but the split was pretty devastating to the chances of those on that far side, wasn't it?
Definitely.
Yeah, and they've gone immediately gone 2 or 3 lengths ahead.
Those horses that they stay inside, how they start being slow, and that's mainly the reason why all of the other jockeys start going outside a little bit, and then they go all together, and that's also what it's. You see, there's other horses like the one that I mentioned, Speaking Colors. He wasn't able to do anything, and there was a lot of traffic in that area in the outside of the track. And those horses that keep in the inside of the track, they didn't even get to the 5 first places.
Yeah, there's definitely a fair few hard luck stories in this race. There'll be a few connections just bemoaning where they were drawn. It's interesting, there was quite a marked track bias on towards the stand sides on this straight course earlier on the carnival, as I mentioned, when Man of Promise won. Then a Tisserlap popped up and won a minor domestic race on the other rail. And then the Final Song, when she went on Super Saturday, as you saw in the video we showed you earlier, she was sort of on that far side as well. So I kind of hope that it had ironed itself out a little bit, and this wasn't going to happen. But it is sort of where the horses do their work in the mornings. They're not allowed on the turf a huge amount, but when they are, they are sort of funneled over to that bit, which might be why we have the sort of quicker strip there. But the connections of Extravagant Kid will just be very, very happy. Great that David Ross was able to make the journey over here. And for Ryan Moore, it's a 112th winner here in Dubai. He did have a season or 2 based here with Satish Seema. And Brendan, I suppose, would know Ryan from his time in Europe. And no better pair of hands, of course. He's just excellent. Very rarely makes mistakes. And Ryan's got a nice ride to come later on, of course, on Mogul, among others. Mogul lining up in the Sheema Classic for Aidan O'Brien. One of the smaller trophies, perhaps. One for the owner, still pretty big though, isn't it? Thanks to Azizi for sponsoring our Quoz Sprint. And a little bit of history, as we said, an American winner of this for the first time. This race started out in 2007. It's been part of the Dubai World Cup programme since 2010, when we changed up the schedule a little bit to celebrate the opening of Maidan. So the big action's still to come, though. What race are you looking forward to most, Carlos? Is it the World Cup itself?
It's the World Cup itself, but I'm definitely looking forward to see this one. It's going to be as part of the Kentucky Derby races. I want to see Pink Kamehameha, that actually won the Saudi Derby a month ago. Now he's going from 6 furlongs to 8 furlongs. Let's see how it goes. We're to 1 mile. El Patriota, a horse from Uruguay that, although he has been given a big handicap, he has a very good background for this race. And definitely Panadol, who's an undefeated horse and have a very good chance also. And obviously, they're going to kill me if I don't say it, but Lugamo for the Venezuelan connections and the Venezuelan trainer. I think with Oisin Murphy, it's a very interesting mix there that it could be effective. It's a horse that likes to run in the lead. If he breaks well, it could be. The big interrogation here, the big doubt, is that this horse hasn't run since October, November last year.
It is a big doubt for me, I have to say. But we'll get more on the UAE Derby later on. Before that, we can hear from one of the owners involved in it, because Charles Pipke has been a huge supporter of racing in Dubai, and he runs Space per Comet.
Great you're here, and to see Title Ready go for you in the World Cup. What sort of horse is he to own?
Well, he's really, really nice, like, man, you just see him over here. He's beautiful, like, he's absolutely gorgeous, and he might just be peaking this year. I don't know. He won his last start against a pretty tough field, and so we got invited by Sheikh Mohammed, so we're here. yeah.
Of course, you have horses here already with Doug Watson, and Spates Becoming goes for you in the Derby, and his every run he's just got better and better, hasn't he?
Yeah. In fact, what people don't kind of notice is his last run. He actually was just getting over a bad flu. When we saw the race, you know, he really wasn't putting out his usual, hey, but he still came second, and you know, came very close, eh? And so we think now, hey, after 3 weeks, he's completely over his cold, and he's really in shape. And it's only 3 weeks since he had his last race. I usually don't like doing that, but he's not running on Lasix, so we'll see what happens. Eh? Yeah.
You had B Jersey here before and taking him back to America. Might you consider doing the same with Spates Becoming? Because obviously it's a big gap until he can next race in November.
Yeah, he's going right on the first flight with all three of my horses are going on the first flight. Hey, and so Dallas will probably look at him at Churchill. Hey, you know, hopefully he does well. Hey, you know, we presume he'll do well.
I think his support of Dubai racing is brilliant, and Spates Becoming is not to be ruled out at all. He's a horse who didn't have a lot of luck. He had a really rough break at the start in one of his races, and he's improved throughout the carnival. He could just run a huge race and surprise a few in the UAE Derby coming up. And we shouldn't forget that Charles Fipke had B Jersey here in Dubai, who left as a maiden and went and won a Met Mile. He's had some very nice horses come through this country over the years.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the right move.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Spates Becoming and indeed Super Chianti get on when they head back to America, which, as he said, there is the plan for them after this race. But he could well pop up with the win in this. And how do you sort of analyse this? I kind of thought it might go to Japan with France go to Ina, but the Americans do look strong. But Ambivalent's an interesting horse because a lot of his form's on turf, isn't it? Yeah, actually, in the case of Ambivalent, there's a big question mark on this horse for this specific race. As you mentioned, the best performances so far has been in turf. He's going obviously to try to get points towards the Kentucky Derby, since this is a horse based in the States. Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens. I think there's other horses that have a better chance besides the Japanese fleet, which are led by Pink Kamehameha, which is also a horse that he won in its short distance previously. He's gonna try. He thinks to be perfect for the distance. Let's find out in a few minutes. And the one that is gonna have Joel Rosario, Franzo Godeina. He has done a great career. He has won 2 for 3. And I agree with you. He is actually the horse to beat in this race specifically. Yeah, the only concern with France Godolphin, I believe that they were aiming him at the Saudi Derby, and there was some sort of issue, I think a small setback, and they said, no, we'll back off him, we'll ready him again for Dubai. So there is that layoff to overcome. We haven't seen him since the 19th of December, but as you mentioned, he's 2 from 2 in his career, both by wide margins. He's won over 1,800 metres. This trip's not going to be a problem today, but for Pink Kamehameha, the run in Japan was over a mile. He might not stay this 1,900.
That is correct. Yeah, that's a big question mark that I have with Pink Kamehameha.
No, you said it right. I'm not good at this name. I'm sure I got it wrong.
Pink Kamehameha.
That's better. That's it. Yeah.
Pink Kamehameha. He won in 1 mile a month ago in Saudi. The big question mark, as I mentioned a few seconds ago, is like going further. He's going to be able to get to that distance. He hasn't run in this distance so far. One of the few horses that actually have run before in this distance is El Patriota from Uruguay, and he actually won here in Maiden. So he has the experience to be able to make the win on this one, and then get the 100 points to get, if the owners and trainer Sintra decides to go to the States and go for the Kentucky Derby, because the interesting fact is that if you won this race, you basically have the ticket to get
you're basically in, aren't you?
Yeah, you're in. because the leader right now in the leaderboard, it's Hot Rod Charlie, and he have 110 points. So if you won those 100 points, you already have a ticket for the starting gate in May 1st for the Kentucky Derby.
Wouldn't that be great? I'd love to see a horse win this and go on and win at Churchill Downs. Let's hear more, though, about our UAE Derby.
We've got a fascinating running then of the UAE Derby upcoming, sponsored by Emirates MBD. Conditions for this race are as follows. We're over the 1900-metre trip for these 3-year-olds, and it looks one of the most open UAE Derbies and full of quality that I can remember. Number 1 is El Patriota, who has to concede that weight for age allowance. The mount of Wagner Leal, Luis Sayers rides Ambivalent. We've then got Fire Group, Francisco de Ina representing Japan. We've then got Legamo, Mahib, New Treasure goes for Frankie Dettori, Panadol amongst the favourites for Mikhail Barcelona. Pink Hammer Hammer, we've then got Rebels Romance. Spates Becomet is number 11, then Takaru, Pegasus, Menasek and Soft Whisper are 2 fillies down the bottom there.
Strip. This is El Patriota, who Carlos mentioned. He does have to give weight away. He carries 59.5 kilos. The others carry 55, apart from the fillies who carry 53. That's because he's a Southern Hemisphere bred and he's sort of 6 months older, so therefore stronger. He ran a great race when he won, beating Spates per Comet to the Bastakir trial. In the Bastakir itself, he just kind of couldn't quicken at the crucial time of the race and get to Panadol. I think that they're going to go a lot quicker in this. I think it will suit him. I wouldn't be at all surprised were he to reverse form with Panadol. I think he's a major player in this for the Antonio Sintra team. They've been here since January. They've added a lot to the carnival. I wish them all the best. This is Ambivalent for Doug O'Neill, who's got a great record in Dubai, and this guy's got a chance, as we said.
Yeah, I think Ambivalent have a chance. My only concern that he just break the maiden. So this could be a very tough race for him. But if he has the talent, he does have a very good jockey with Luis Saez. So
yeah, he may be. Also cost $550,000 over at Kahala. Ambivalent, as you say, he just broke his maiden at Santa Anita at the end of February. That was at the 7th attempt, but he'd run in some really good races as a 2-year-old, including the Grade 1 Champagne over at Belmont. He was quite well beaten.
Yeah, that shows you that they want, they really believe in this horse, and they want him to go towards the Kentucky Derby.
He had stall 1 on that occasion when he was beaten by Jackie's Warrior. Just wasn't quick enough early on, but he wasn't the finished article then. He is now. This is my pick, Francisco de Ina. So I am a little bit worried about that gap, perhaps. He's a horse who did plenty of caught plenty of eyes when winning so well as he did over at Hanshin by 4 lengths and 5 lengths. He also ran behind Godolphin's very good Lemon Pop on debut in a maiden. When he was caught pretty wide, had a few excuses. He was missed the break and things like that. So I like him here. This is Legamo. Now, he went very fast in a morning workout the other day, didn't he? I'm not sure that they quite expected that.
Actually they were expecting a very slow adjustment for the horse toward this race. But Lugamo have a very good trainer that know this track very well, which is Antonio Sano. He was here before with Gunevera for the Dubai World Cup 2018 and 19. So he knows how to train horses here from the States. He's just having a little bit of a luck, and the horse being in the form needed to get the win and the points, which is basically this. It is very interesting because it's a race with a double intention.
We expect Legamo to make the lead. Drawn quite well in 5. You had a quick look at Muhib there, the UAE 2000 Guineas winner. His form's been frank. Mashakal was a very impressive winner since, in fact, could have run in this race. New Treasure has been bought sort of specifically for a dirt campaign. Started out on that surface, won a good third in the Saudi Derby. He's probably not going to be quite good enough here. He used to be trained by Jim Bolger over in Ireland. He's the New Approach. Now, New Approaches traditionally don't handle this dirt very well. So even though he's pretty good on it in Saudi, I'd be worried about him here. This is the favourite Panadol. My worry for him, it was a great ride by Mikhail Barcelona in the Al Bastakiri. The horse doesn't break that well, but he still got him into the lead from stall 12, was able to dictate, slow it up, came home best of all, beating Spates per Comet 3/4 of a length. He won't be able to do that here. He's going to get way more hassled for the lead. He might have to face kickback. I think he's very opposable. And this is Pink Kamehameha. I'll try that one. Pink Kamehameha. Yeah, that was it. I got it better that time. Stall 14 is going to be tough for him, especially with the questionable over the distance.
Yes, that's a big question mark. He's going to be able to get to the distance. We are going to have the answer in a few minutes. He have the trainer that he's able to do it. Let's find out.
Well, Rebels Romance has been completely forgotten about, which is quite remarkable because he was very much a talking horse at the early stage of the carnival. He won the Guineas Prep, just out battling Muhib in a bit of a head bobber. He was nursed home on that occasion by William Buick. He started the favourite, I think, in Saudi when he missed the break. I was beaten 4 lengths. I'm just surprised he's being allowed to go off around, he's 14-1 when I checked this morning. He's horse with a lot of quality still. He just needs to break a bit better.
Spur Comet.
Yeah, he's got a good chance, I think. And maiden, but still, he's shaped very nicely throughout the carnival.
Yeah, that's something that caught my attention. He hasn't actually won any race, but he seems to be ready for give it a shot. We wish all the best.
Yeah, indeed, we do. Doug Watson, yet to win this race, had a leading chance with Polar River a few years ago. She got stopped at a crucial stage of the race. This is a flashy horse, son of Dunkirk, Takeru Pegasus. He's pretty quirky. His form in the Hyacinth Stakes is pretty strong. He was 4th in that, but he missed the break. And actually, Lani, who we were talking about earlier on, who won this race a few years ago, was 5th in the Hyacinth Stakes before coming here. So it's a race that's often been used as a prep. I'm a huge fan of this filly Monastic. She absolutely dotted up last time in the UAE Oaks. There's only one filly ever won this, who was Saeed bin Saror trained caller a few years ago. Monastic has really surprised them. She was only a 15,000 purchase from Fazig Tipton. She hadn't shown much at home, and then she came out and won by a mile in a maiden, and then, as I said, 2 starts later in the Oaks. She was beaten by Soft Whisper, though, in the UAE Guineas. Pat Cosgrave, as we mentioned earlier on, got down to 53 kilos to ride this horse. And Sabin Saror said, when I spoke to him about this filly, he said they just went too fast for her in Saudi. Over 1,600 metres, they're going to go slower for her today, Soft Whisper. I think she's got a live chance.
Yeah, she have a very light chance, but he have Cosgrove as a jockey. He already beat with this horse, so he may have a chance depending on the way how the race evolve in the first furlongs.
Yeah, absolutely. See nice patriotic silts there on Lagamo, I think is how we're supposed to say it, actually. Talked about most of these, so let's hear from Stephen.
I'm joined by Alessandro Sarno, who's here with Lagamo, who's caught the eye in the mornings. Are you expecting a bold show today?
Yes, we are. The horse was incredible this morning when we come visit him. He was ears up, all excited, jogging up and down, so we're expecting something from Big Tour today.
And he's won 2 of his 4 starts and still retains plenty of potential, do you believe?
That's correct. We gave him a nice break off, and I think the way he runs and the speed that's playing on the track today should favour him a little bit.
And are you hoping, obviously, to go well here and maybe get into the Kentucky Derby? Is that your thinking of being here?
That's correct, sir. 1-2, and you're in the Kentucky Derby. That's the goal.
And what about the trip? Because he's stepping up quite a bit today.
He stepped out well. He was as happy as he could be. I will say he could be even better than Gunnar Berra in previous year, the way he showed up and turned out in the whole week. So that's a positive sign.
And have you learned anything from bringing Guinevere here in the past that you've been able to apply to this horse?
We did learn in regards to training regimen, shipping regimen, completely different from previous years. And I think hopefully 3rd time is the charm.
Indeed. Well, we wish you all the best and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Good luck.
That was Alessandro Sano, the son of the trainer, and they've been great fun to be around all week. He's a very popular trainer, isn't he, Antonio Sano?
He is actually. He's a multi-champion winner in Venezuela, and he have won many good races in the U.S., basically in South Florida. And in the Latin community, he's one of the famous trainers right now.
This is the main local prep for the UAE Derby. To be honest, it hasn't been a great prep down the years. This is Panadol, Spates per Comet and El Patriota. Panadol, say, superb ride by Mikel Barcelona. I think that's what ran the race. El Patriota is kind of grinding away without really going anywhere. If they go faster, he's going to finish better, isn't he?
I agree. My only concern is still the handicap. That could make a big difference in the final furlongs.
He is a really big, strong colt, which will certainly help him rather. He's a nice looking colt. I did see him at Silent Bingadayas the other night. Silent was having a sort of final check over him and sort of feeling him to check he was all right and everything. And it was really, really interesting to see them actually all walk round. Here's his best chance on the night, although all he wanted to talk about was hypothetical, really. Well, we can welcome shortly someone else to our broadcast because Richie Mullen has joined us. I think he must have gone nearly as quickly into the shower as he did in the Quoz Sprint on Man of Promise. I thought you were going to win that for a second, Richie.
Like I say, I think he's certainly a horse that's in his comfort zone when he's allowed to just point his toe, and that's what Charlie just said to me, just, let him stretch his legs, and I didn't expect to see Frankie leading me, but he ran a super race. He's probably class as told just towards the end of the race. He probably is a genuine listed horse, and that Group 1 company just is a little bit step too far for him.
It was a bit of a bizarre race to watch, the way they sort of split like that early on.
Yeah, in fairness, looking back at it now, I think we've probably ran above ourselves. I think there's a big bias. I've always felt it here on the sprint track. It's always quicker, the high numbers, and I think we were always away from them as well. And we'd always kind of got we had 2 or 3 lengths on the field, and it's very hard to peg them back on the grass. And he ran a super race, but he gave me a lovely ride, and I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun with him. He's still only a 4-year-old, so he's on the up, and but it was very close towards the finish.
Yeah, it really was close. And now, what about the rest of your rides this evening?
That's me done.
No, before I meant.
No, High-End. Look, I knew after about 3 strides it wasn't happening. It's dirt for the first time. And I said to Freddie as well, probably as well as dirt, it's a big thing of, it's not just the dirt surface because he trains so well on it, but it's the whole pattern of the race, the racing that he's come from Europe, and it's slow, more tactical, and they hear it's jump, get a posse early, and they just got him out of his comfort zone. I knew going into the first bend, he just wasn't as happy as I'd liked him to be, and I think as well, a lot of his racing's been done going left right-handed in France, so although he has won at Doncaster, that was on grass, and they tend to go a little bit slower, so you're able to get them into more of a rhythm, and here you're just sort of going that stride quicker, and you get them out of their comfort zone, and he never really was on an even keel, and the fact he stayed on the way he did was testament to the horse, but it was it was a tough race.
They're loading up quickly for this. Who's your idea of the winner of the UAE Derby?
I really like Nicholas's horse. I think I know, my only slight concern would be I'd have loved to have seen him go 2 turns before taking it on for the first time. I feel, there isn't much chance for these horses. I think the Al Bastakir comes up pretty quick. Wisely, Nicholas took a step back from that and freshened him up. But I think there should have been a race earlier on in the campaign that he was able to go 2 turns with his 2-year-olds. A lot of our races are short distances, and I do believe, I'm a strong believer that they have to have at least one go on it, going the 2 turns before. So Joel Rosario is probably the horse I think they've got to beat.
Yeah, I agree as well. France go to Ina. Well, they're nearly all in for our UAE Derby. Fascinating renewal of this Group 2.
Shade here from the big grandstand. New Treasure goes in representing the UK. There's Pink Kamehameha drawn out very wide on the track. So we're set to go now. Ready. UAE Derby. Let's go back, and they're off and racing. Panadol speared away very quickly. Legamo, Spatesman Comet both bounced away quickly. Soft Whisper into its stride early on, and coming across too is New Treasure. Very wide, Pink Kamehameha into the first corner. Fire Group just drops in behind it. Takaroo, Pegasus, Muhi made ground. El Patriota's over on the inside, then Ambivalent. Dropping back in the field then is Rebels Romance as they go to the back. Manasek was poorly out, and France Godiana sees the entire field as they race up the side.
outside towards the back. 24.81 was the lead, and Panadol shows the way. New Treasure up on the outside in second. Spates per Comet down to the fence. They will follow then by Next of All as they run down the back. Pink Kamehameha. It's trapped out wide from Legamo. Muhib sneaking forward over on the inside. Next is Soft Whisper on a wide trip, followed by Takaroo Pegasus. Then came El Patriota Fire Group. Behind them is Ambivalent. Now taking off is Rebels Romance from the back, circling the field. Francisco Diana is over on the fence. Will need luck, and Manasek now brought wide. Off the back they come in the Derby, and Panadol shows the way over New Treasure. Muhib has continued to make ground over on the inside. Pink Kamehameha is up 3 wide. Spates per Comet next. Here's Rebel Romance with the white cap right around the outside. Takaroo Pegasus next from Ambivalent. Legamo. Manasex made a long run. They were followed by El Patriota. Francisco Diana travelling well but needs room over on the inside. Then Fire Group and Soft Whisper. For home they come, and Panadol the leader. 400 metres to go. After it is Rebels Romance out of the middle, followed by New Treasure. Muhib a gap away then to Francisco Diana, picking up some ground, and Ambivalent down the outside, but Rebels Romance went for home and went by Panadol. They were followed then by Muhib, finishing on well, battling away nicely. New Treasure down the outside. Takaroo Pegasus, but William Buick and Rebels Romance careers away and wins the Derby. Rebels Romance in a breeze wins by 5. Second Panadol, third in New Treasure, just ahead of Takaroo Pegasus. Muhib, Francisco Diana, Spates per Comet then El Patriota, Manasek, Pink Kamehameha. Next in is Ambivalent, a gap to Legamo Fire Group, and one of the last to come in, Soft Whisper. Brilliant performance by Rebels Romance. Very confident ride by Will Buick. Took off at about the 1,200 metres. Obviously didn't want the leaders to get it too cheap out front, and he just took off and circled the field a long way from home. And Rebels Romance is absolutely bolted in. William Buick and Charlie Appleby take the Derby and take it in a breeze. Brilliant run by Panadol, but unfortunately for Connections, it sees defeat for the very first time. New Treasure was a very good run. It's run a terrific race in third. We stand by for all the details to come up on the UAE Derby, sponsored by Emirates NBD. But Rebels Romance, fourth in the Saudi Derby, has certainly turned form, getting up to the 1,900 metres, and wins super impressively. So a great performance, and suffering defeat for only the first time last time, but a brilliant winner of the 2,000 Guineas trial, and now takes out the Derby. The numbers are 10, 8, 7 and 12. So Takaroo Pegasus runs on strongly into fourth. Winner's time is 1:56.28. 1:56.28, the winner's time for the 1,900 metres.
Oh, you're in.
And joined by Charlie Appleby after the victory of Rebels Romance. Is it a case of him having learnt more from Saudi than perhaps he did when he won here earlier in the season?
For sure, but I think the biggest sort of attribute to him today was he was going to stay. We were always confident this horse would stay, and the stepping up in the trip was going to be his forte. And look, as we've all seen year on year out here, you can't, for our European horses, until they start racing on this stuff, it's so invaluable, the experience that they gain on it. And obviously, like I say, he's had his 2 starts on the surfaces, and William, it was always our plan. Don't get it wrong. When you see your horses out wide and out the back off that turn there, you think, God, but he's travelled so well into it. And down the back straight there, I just saw half of them coming under the pump, and I said to Sophie there, I said, don't worry. I said, he's coming good at the right time now. And great for the team. Most importantly, it's great for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed to have a lovely horse like this on World Cup night, and I'm delighted that we've managed to put one in the back of the net.
All systems go for Kentucky maybe on the back of that?
Yeah, so it'll be a nice conversation to have, as they say, anyway.
Well done, Charlie.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Stephen.
Well done, Charlie. Oh, great stuff by the Godolphin team. Charlie Appleby. Rebels Romance was completely ignored going into this race.
Totally.
It's almost like everyone had forgotten that he won here, beating Muhib in the Guineas trial. Went over to Saudi, things didn't pan out. That was a very good performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, he ran very well when he went to Saudi. And you are absolutely right. We just forgot about this horse. He made us clear that he is
or indeed the Derby in England. So, Richie, it would look the obvious place to go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I think we've seen and certainly in previous years, Charlie is not afraid to travel his horses. You know, he took a big team down to Australia and won with them. And, you know, I think America's one place he probably hasn't cracked. And it's certainly the one race His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has really wanted to win. You know, they went with Thunder Snow a few years back, didn't they? I believe they've got a couple in America already that are qualified for the race. But yeah, like you say, he's a gelding. So what is there for him? He's proved, he's adaptable on this surface. So he looks the ideal contender. He looks like a great attitude. He's got a great racing brain. It might just pan out for him that Kentucky's his next venture.
Could just be their year, because of course, as Richie mentioned, they have essential quality. The Kentucky Derby favourite over there with Brad Cox.
That is correct. And next week, that's Prevalence, and early favourite. Now he's 2-2, and he's going to go to New York to try to get the 100 points and go straight. So the Godolphin are going to have 3 horses in on the Kentucky Derby on May 1st.
That would give Hussain Sheikh Mohammed a very, very good chance of winning it. But we thought there was no way Charlie Appleby went through the night without a winner, but this was probably his least fancied on the night. Rebels Romance has done it in the UAE Derby. We're going to say goodbye to you now, Carlos, but many thanks for joining us, and say best of luck to the Jesus' team. Everyone we've had on tonight seems to be rooting for them.
Everybody, yeah. Thank you very much, Laura. Do appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for having me here, and I wish you all the best.
It's been great to have you on, and say enjoy the rest of your night, and let's hope we celebrate a few more American winners. I'd certainly like to see that anyway. So thank you to Carlos Morales, who's been with us for the last hour or so here on our live Dubai World Cup 2021 coverage.
Thank you very much.
As we look at William Buick, who will be now giving the debrief to Charlie Appleby. And there is Sophie Chrétien, who's been a long-standing assistant. She's so hard-working. She used to be assistant to Owen Sharpie here in Dubai. A lot of people have been assistant to Owen Sharpie here in Dubai. This is another win in this race for Godolphin. They've got a great record in it. Saibin Sroor won the first one with China Visit. Then he won the next 2 with Express Tour and Essence of Dubai. He also won it with Blues and Royals, who beat the great Shamadal, I believe, in 2005. Discreet Cat won it, of course. Regal Ransom, Caller. And Saibin Sroor most recently won it with Thunder Snow, who came back and won a World Cup, the first horse ever to do this. The interesting thing about Rebels Romance, Richie, is that they've consistently said, he's such a big horse, he's such a big horse. Whatever he does this year is a bonus. So we could be looking at a genuine World Cup horse for 2022.
Yep, definitely. And I was just looking to see what he's by. It's a given, isn't it? It's Dabawi. And it just surprises me that the Americans haven't latched on to the fact that Dabawi, in my opinion, he's such a fantastic sire across Europe, but I am a true believer that he's a better sire on dirt, and he's a better sire of dirt horses, and I think it's not in the foreseeing future. I think it's not a given that there'll be a Dabawi win the Kentucky Derby for sure, because like I say, he's your typical Dabawi, and that he's a big horse. For me as well, the Dabawis in general, the bigger they are, they seem to be better because they cover so much ground. They do it with ease, and like I said to you, watching him come in there, he just has a great brain, a great racing brain, and I think travelling him will be the key to him this year. And who knows, we might just have seen the Kentucky Derby winner.
Oh, it'd be brilliant! It really will be good. First Saturday, May. New Treasure's run a stormer, hasn't he? In third there. I didn't think he was quite up to this.
Yep. He ran well he ran third in the Saudi race, didn't he? Behind, obviously, Rebels Romance. So, look, I believe I wasn't there that day, but what I understand is there was a lot of rain around. The track row very deep. It probably didn't suit a couple of horses. It's probably suited this horse, and he's shown his versatility. He's by New Approach as well, so you'd kind of have him more as a turf horse. But yeah, he was always in the van, always well placed by Frankie, and has battled on to keep third.
At this point, there was no way Panadol was going to hold on. He's actually run a very valiant race to finish second, losing his unbeaten run in the process, unbeaten record in the process. What about Mahib? Do you think? I think they might be a bit disappointed.
I think they will be disappointed. I still think he's a work in progress in that. I believe he's going to be a better sort of 4-year-old, 3-year-old, going 4-year-old, even better as a 5 or 6-year-old. I think he's quite a raw-looking horse, and he's got to fill out into that frame right now. I think Ryan was always travelling very well, and the one worry I did have with him that he was going 2 turns for the first time. I think down the back he looked very confident, and he looked like he was travelling with a lot of ease. Just going into the bend there, turning in. He just came off the bridle, and he has done that in previous races. Obviously, not of the calibre of this horse he was taking on, but he hits a flat spot, and I think he's still learning about his job. I think he's still a little bit unfurnished, so I think that tactical awareness of racing will come to him naturally as time goes on. Yeah, Connections will be disappointed, but I think he's a horse that is one for the future going forward.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll stay here in the UAE. I wouldn't have thought they'd have any grand plans to take him anywhere else. He'll stay here, and Nicholas will aim him at the big races next year. Another look at Rebels Romance. Gets a pat down the neck from William Buick, and he's by Dubai, as Richie says, out of a mare called Mini Dress, who was listed place. She's a Street Cry mare, so there's always a good chance he was going to go on the dirt. He's actually a half-brother to Dubai Beauty. He's been training with Saeed, the horse that we were both quite keen on before France Go to Ina's. Done well to finish where he has in, I think, 5th, because he was right at the back early on.
Yeah, whether or not the race in... I mean, this horse was in Saudi as well, was it?
He was being aimed at Saudi.
Oh, he was being aimed at Saudi. He missed it. Whether the travelling has taken its toll, he's come from Japan, I don't know, but early on, Joel Rosario must have been 20 lengths off the pace going into the first turn, and, you know, he's just sat quiet on him. He's let the horse find his feet, and, you know, they were going a good enough pace throughout. He just didn't seem to be on his A game today, and credit to the horse the way he's finished, you know, because he's hung on in there late on, but I think he had a lot of ground to make up early. Whether he's just a little bit below par, all the travelling the Japanese horses have had to do, but full credit to them. They've given it a go, and I'm pretty sure that they would have wanted to have enough points to get into the Kentucky Derby as well, because as we've seen in many years, the Japanese are great supporters of racing around the world, and I think America is the one place that they would probably like to conquer. They've done it in Europe, and certainly in the Middle East in the past, and Australia in recent years. So I think America is probably their next target. So, yeah, full credit to them, but I think the horse on ratings has just ran a below par effort today.
Yeah, I think he has as well. He's probably a lot better than he's been able to show today for whatever reason. Maybe, as Richie mentioned, the travelling and that setback, and the fact he just hadn't run for such a long time. But it's all about Rebels Romance. A nice win in this UAE Derby for Charlie Appleby. He's got some strong chances still to come with, well, a strong chance still to come really with Al Sahel in the Dubai. So there's no doubt they would have been disappointed with Space Blues earlier, but just the way that race panned out, it was impossible for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, like I say, Charlie had said to me, you know, earlier on in the night, just let my fella point his toe. You know, the question mark over Space Blues, I know there's a lot been written in the press that he's probably better going round the bend. You know, he ran round the bend in Saudi, but he won the Prix Marche de Geest in Dover, which is straight. He's probably ran a below par effort, and you can excuse these sprinters. You can run this race over and over again and get a different result. You know, it's one of those races where, you know, like I say, I think me and Frankie had the run of the race really from where we were. The one horse that I really take out of it, and I think has run a massive race for a 3-year-old, is Acklam Express, because he finished 3rd, and I'm sure Nigel Tinker, he brought him over here for the Carnival. He's ran 2 solid efforts in the Carnival. He's gone on to be 3rd in the World Cup night in a Group 1, so I think he's a sprinter going forward. Be no surprise if you see him pitch up in the big sprints around England this season, Royal Ascot and those races. So he's run a real good race, and another, you know, he's another good promising Mehmas. I think he is. He's by it.
Yeah.
He's been a real good. I think
really
he's only been going for 2 years,
yeah.
has he, Mehmas? So
he's done brilliantly.
He's been a really good sire, and it's obviously boosted his progeny. So yeah, it was a good race.
Just looking at the closing stages of our UAE Derby. They're rounding the bend. It looked a good race on paper before, and I think the right horses have sort of finished at the top. Rebels Romance was so impressive. Everyone got very excited when he won at Kempton by 4 lengths in a very good time. That was back in November. So the only defeat came over in Saudi. He just couldn't quite quicken at a sort of crucial stage of the race over the mile. Perhaps this extra distance was just what he wanted today, but he's run out the very conclusive winner of this. And well done if you found him at, say, a pretty big price earlier on today. Very dark, isn't he? He's listed as brown. And you mentioned Dubai. I totally agree with you. It's nuts that no one's... I think there is a son of Dubai at stud now in America, but they just haven't latched onto him at all, have they? And you know Dubai so well, of course, North America, your great star is the Dubai. They seem to have nice temperaments by and large.
Yeah, he's a wonderful sire, and whether it hasn't been pushed too much, you know, for him to send horses to America, but like I say, I'm a strong believer that the Americans have probably overlooked him, and they overlook our local racing, but it's very, very strong. And like I say, they just seem to move so much with so much more ease. You know, they all seem to have quite that high rounded knee action, so it suits dirt horses, and they've got great temperaments. And like I say, look, we're very fortunate and we're blessed here that most stables now have Dubawis, and that is purely because of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's sale, that the Godolphin sale were able to pick up these horses, because I think if we were to buy them in any normal sale, it just wouldn't happen. But it really does surprise me, and it has done. It's not just this year, it's for the last 3 or 4 years. It shocks me that nobody in America has latched onto him yet, because I think he'd be one of the best dirt sires in the world.
He's got a chance of more success later on, Dubai. On the turf, though, in the Dubai turf, he's the sire of Al Sahel, who goes for that man there, Charlie Appleby, and William Butte, and he's also the sire of the favourite Lord North. So he could well experience success with his progeny on both surfaces here this evening. So that's our UAE Derby done and dusted. We get into the really big races now. I think $435,000 to the winner of our UAE Derby. Here's confirmation of the top 6 there. Takeru Pegasus, Ryan Moore's having a good night. He's the best of the Japanese in that one. Muhib was 5th. France go to Ina, we mentioned, finishing 6th there. So 1 for the locals, 1 for Godolphin, really. And Panadol running a very good race in 2nd for Silent Bingadeo, who's got some strong chances to come later on with Capizano and Hypothetical in a very open-looking Dubai World Cup. Our Golden Shaheen is up next, which is a race that you have fond memories of course.
Yeah, obviously, look, it's my biggest success to date here in the UAE and in the world of racing. So, yeah, fond memories of 2013 when Ronaldo won. We were racing on Peter back then, so it was a different track. But he was such a legend of a horse, and we saw him. Not only, you couldn't just stereotypically say he was an artificial surface horse, because he came out and done it year in, year out on the dirt as well. So, it was a great race to be part of, and it's a great race to ride in. And tonight is going to be, you blink and you miss it. There's a lot of speed on, and like I say, it's I think it's going to favour something coming from off the pace this evening.
Well, if something comes from off the pace, they could well catch a horse who likes to go on the pace. Matera Sky has gone close in this race before. He would be a sentimental winner of this. Here's a little bit more on the Japanese star.
Try again, and he wins. It is XY Jet by a length and a half over Matera Sky.
There's an old saying that no one remembers the runner-up. But Matera Sky's many fans will be hoping that no longer applies to him after March 27th. Hideyuki Mori's 7-year-old is back in Dubai for a 3rd attempt at the Golden Shaheen, in which he finished 5th in 2018 and 2nd in 2019. In addition, there have been near misses in the last 2 editions of the Saudia Sprint in Riyadh. In 2020, he was cruelly denied on the line by New York Central, while last month it was compatriot Capano Kicking who did the damage.
See him be so close so many times, it truly is a heartbreaking experience to see that you really want the guys to finally get that Group 1 win.
It was so painful.
The defeats might be so hard to take because, despite being an end-tire, Matera Sky is a nice horse to be around, taking everything in his lovely relaxed stride.
Easygoing and kind. He's very good condition and very happy.
He's very, very sweet, and with his grooms, he'll follow them around almost like a little puppy. So he ponies almost the rest of the Japanese horses, guides them around. He's a truly special horse.
At the age of 7, there might not be too many more chances for the son of Spacedown to get that top-level success which has eluded him for so long. With a strong challenge from America, There's top-class compatriots Compano kicking and Justin in the lineup. This Shaheen certainly isn't any easier.
When you're rooting for the Japanese, it's hard when you've got multiple in the race. You don't know who to cheer for, because you just kind of, at the end of the day, if the Japanese go home with it, you're very, very happy. So Matera Sky would really like that Group 1 win. But I'm going to have to keep myself contained on race day.
Matera Sky's front-running, no-nonsense approach makes him easy to like, but it also makes him prey to a late closer. What he doesn't lack, though, is heart for the battle.
He puts everything out on the track, and he just gives his whole heart every race. It's truly gorgeous to watch.
Has this Sky found his limit? Plenty will be hoping not. Matera Sky is one of about 6 horses in this race who want to be on the lead. They are going to go so fast.
Yeah, good effort in 1 this time. I thought Bochart was quick, but he had me struggling the last day. I think Frankie's going to have his stall set out in stall 1. Matera Sky in 4. The unfortunate one is Zenden, who I think is just all speed. He's probably the fastest horse in the race, but he's in gate 14, so it's going to make Antonio's life very difficult out there. He posted a good time when he won last time out. Wildman Jack is another one that's coming in, off a good win as well. Good time posted. They're just going to go hard up front, and I just believe that it's going to be very hard to keep that up. That pace is going to be very hard to keep up, and I can just see something sitting in behind, a canvas, something like that will just be slipping the field. Even Switzerland, he's done nothing wrong all year, and they're the horses that'll probably be sitting 5th, 6th, 7th around there, and let them get on with it early on and close them late on. But I was very impressed the way Canvas done it the last day.
Yeah, he's an up-and-coming sprinter. Let's hear more now about our Golden Shaheen.
Yeah, the horse is beginning to arrive in the parade ring for our second sprint on the card. It's the 1200-metre Dubai Golden Shaheen. The full conditions for this race is what should be fast and furious, sponsored by Gulf News, is as follows. We're in Group 1 for this race, and it promises to be a really good race. $1.5 million the prize fund. The top one is Al Tariq for Adre de Vries and Doug Watson. He's got a couple in here, including Canvassed. We've then got Capano kicking. William Buick rides that one. Frankie Dettori on board. Good effort from stall 1. Plenty of pace drawn low. One non-runner in this is Important Mission. We've then got Jalen Journey. Justin, one of several for Japan, including Matera Sky, who's another one sure to go forward. Premier Star is drawn in stall 5. Red Lizelle out in 13. Ryan Moore in search of a double, as indeed is Tiago O'Shea, who partners Switzerland. We've then got Wildman Jack. He'll be the mount of Fernando Hara. Yupon for Joel Rosario and Steve Asmussen. And finally, Zenden will break from stall 14, horse number 14, Antonio Fresu.
It's a super race, but bizarrely enough, there aren't any Grade 1 winners in it. But there will be in a few minutes' time. This is Al Tariq, who's probably been a bit underestimated. He's been quite the improver this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was impressive. I think Pat obviously had a tough choice to make. He was impressive when he won the Jebel Ali Sprint on his first start this season. And then he went to Maidan and obviously won on Super Saturday. He beat Important Mission. That was in the Al Shindaga, was it? The Al Shindaga Sprint he won. Yeah, a tough call for Pat. He's another one that travels up there, and he seems to travel with ease. So it'll be very interesting to see how Adri plays it. I think he'll probably just lay off the speed a little bit, but he's a horse that's in great form.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, Canvas will close. I don't think he's even going to be quick enough to go with them early on, but it could just set up for him. Stall 12's not the end of the world.
No, and I think, if you look at his last 2 wins have come over 1,200 metres, but, prior to that he was running over a mile and 7 furlongs. They're probably clutching at straws at what sort of distance he was, but he's certainly been impressed since he's come to the minimum trip now, and he looks like a sprinter that's on the up, and Pat is as cool as anybody in the weighing room, and he'll just ride him as he finds him, and I think you'll see him, he'd be sort of mid to back of the race. I think he's going to let him get on with it early on and hopefully close late on.
Some of your colleagues coming out for this race. Fernando Hara, his only ride of the night. This is good effort. He just looks magnificent, and he's clearly ready to get on with it.
Yeah, he looks amazing, and I remember them saying Jim Crowley rode him in England before Frankie had stepped on his back, and we were going over the race for Super Saturday, and obviously Beauchart's a front runner, and we were like, I got a funny feeling that Frankie's going to send that from a wide stall, and he did, and he shocked me how much speed he showed.
Amazing,
and
wasn't it?
The fact that he only got beaten neck by canvas, and he was drawn out wide that afternoon. I think he was in stall 13, so stall 1's certainly going to help Frankie's cause, and I think he'll try and fill him up at some point, but he looks like a ball of speed, and he's one of the leading players in this.
Steve Asmussen has 2 live chances in this race. With Yopan and this fellow Jalan Journey. He used to be trained by Peter Miller, actually. This is only his 4th run for Steve Asmussen. He's won his last 2, but in relatively minor races, claiming races that, in fact, he's probably not going to be good enough to win this. He is 2 from 6 over this distance. He's a proper dirt horse, but say small races is what he's been winning. Matera Sky was a 5th in this race in 2018, 2nd in 2019. There's actually a half-brother's horse called Nawa, who was trained by Ali Rashid Al-Rahi, who won round here. I think the same thing happens again. I think if he is still there in the final furlong, he just gets collared late. And Premier Star, I think just his 2nd start here. He was in the mile. They've switched him over to this race.
Yeah, I believe they were hoping to get him in the mile. I think that was the original plan. He obviously didn't get in, or they switched him back, whether he didn't get in or not. I think obviously this race, a couple are defected from here, so he's got to run in it, but from what I gather, he is a horse that probably is going to be suited going further in time. He's probably going to be suited by being here for a summer, and they do have a tough campaign in America,
Red Lozelle is another one who could close, offer a fast pace potentially. It's a 3rd runner here for his trainer, Yasuda. Ryan Moore rides. He's one who's going to need a fast pace. He will get a fast pace. He popped up and won a grade 3 a couple of starts ago. You know this horse quite well because he is with Zabeel, where you've been all season. I just think he's not going to be quite good enough.
Look, he's been called a lot of names since he arrived in the UAE. I think he originally came over with Steve Asmussen. He went to Doug's. He's a very difficult horse in the morning and to train. And Jaco van Zyl that rides him does an amazing job because he's not the easiest horse. He wants to go on that stride where he does very well to control him. But he's done nothing wrong this season. A lot of people thought it was a bit of a fluke when he won the Group 3. I think it was a Dubai Stakes he won, back in December, and he then went to Saudi Arabia, and it wasn't really a bad effort. He finished 4th. It was a good run, and he's a horse that's consistently performed. He looks in great form at home. So, look, I'd love to see Ty get a Group 1 winner on the card. It'd be amazing and great for Satish and the team at Zabeel.
They've had a pretty good night already. And we just had a quick look at Yopan, who's the favourite for the race, and it was indeed the favourite for the Breeders' Cup Sprint before getting crowded out at the start. We'll go back to him in a minute. This is Zenden, you heard from Chad Summers early on in the broadcast. He's been so impressed with this horse and the way he's blossomed since being here. On the face of it, his form isn't really good enough. Just scrambled home by a head last time in the Pelican Stakes at Tampa. But, sometimes if they really thrive on this track, he could pop up, but it's not going to be easy with a wide draw for him. And about 33-1, Antonio Fresu rides him for the first time. And the first runner here for young trainer Carlos David. The horse actually used to be with Todd Pletcher. We should talk a little bit more about the favourite Yopan. He's not going to probably want to be crowded at the start. He's not the best away. I think they have been working on that, but that's got to be the worry for favourite backers here.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm not sure if it was a Breeders' Cup. Was it a Breeders' Cup Sprint his last run?
Yeah, that was when he didn't win.
Yeah, that was. It was probably a below par effort. He was beaten 6 1/4 lengths by Whitmore.
Just stop you a second, Richie, so we can hear from Stephen.
I'm joined by Carlos Carlos David, who trains at Zenden. Great to see you. Are you excited to have a runner in this race?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I am really excited. I'm actually honored to be here. It's a great achievement, actually, and I love this horse. So hopefully, good performance.
And he's getting better, isn't he? Obviously, won his last 2. How much do you think he needs to improve again to figure here against not only the Americans but the best the locals have got to offer?
He's definitely a step up in class, so this is a real test for him, and hopefully get a good clean break and get a good position on the outside.
You got Antonio Fresu on board. Did you feel it was important to have a local jockey, or was that just the way it went?
Yeah, he's doing great. Antonio, he's been riding here. He's in the top 5, and I think he's a very aggressive jockey, and it just makes sense.
There's a bit less pressure from stall 14. It's not made your life too easy, has it?
Yeah, at least I'm not. You got some more room. You're not gonna get squeezed, so it's fine.
Well, wish you all the best, and thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Well, it'd be great if he could win, Carlos David. First runner here, up-and-coming trainer with Zenden. He's one who'll go forward as well, probably. Although it's going to be difficult, as we said, for Antonio Fresu from that wide draw. This is Justin. Justin has been so tricky in the mornings. And you would have probably got to know Dusay Sakai a little bit, because he's been riding at all the local tracks.
Yeah, he's a lovely young kid, and he's been here. I think he based himself with Saeed. He came from, he rode the horse in Saudi Arabia, and he came over from Saudi just to get to know the tracks, and I think more to get to know Maidan. But fair play to the guy. He's gone to, I think he's ridden at all the tracks.
He's ridden at all 5 tracks.
I think he's ridden in Sharjah, in Al Ain, and Abu Dhabi. So he's been putting the work in, and he's been getting plenty of support from the local trainers. And he's certainly not the kind of money he's been racing for in Japan. But look, he rides very well. He knows his horse very well, and I think he's excited about having the opportunity to I think on form he's got a little bit to find with the others, but who knows, he might just run a place.
They seem to like him. There's a guy here, his name temporarily escapes me, who's a manager for Sheen Murphy, among other jockeys, when they go to Japan, and he told me he thinks he's the best of the Japanese in this race, Justin. He's very quirky, being by a Fevre, but he's a closer as well. This is a race that Richie talked about with good effort. I mean, he looked like he's home and gone. Canvas comes from a long way back to nab him on the line.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at this race, you'd have thought Canvas would probably be better going up to a mile. But like I say, I think they've been sort of questioning which sort of trip is his best. But we went very hard in front. And in fairness to Frankie's horse, good effort. It's quite possible he could reverse the placings today, because Frankie's in stall 1. He was in 13 that day. Although I don't believe he's going to have it as easy as he did. I think there's plenty of pace horses that are going to be sitting on his boot early on, and he's not going to have as easy a time as he did on Super Saturday.
He's quick enough to lead them up for a bit, I think, a couple of furlongs. We'll look at Yupon as well, and his one defeat, his only defeat so far in his career, which came in that Breeders' Cup Sprint, for which he was sent off. The favourite, Whitmore, won it. Lovely old boy. Now, we've picked it up, obviously, as they come into the straight, so we've missed him getting crowded at the start. He did pretty well, actually, to finish 8th, only beaten 6 and a quarter lengths. He was bumped as well. It all went wrong for him. Quite an inexperienced horse. This was only his 5th start. Steve Asmussen's been working him out of the gates. They're obviously trying to get that sharpness early on, which he will need today.
Yeah, he's certainly going to need it today, and obviously a lot of these American horses, a lot of the racing in America, there's only a small field, and obviously in the bigger races you get bigger fields. So I think, the fact he's still only a 4-year-old, so he's still pretty inexperienced as opposed to some of these, hardened seasoned sprinters. We just saw him going out. He looks amazing, and I think his win 2 runs back in Saratoga was a really good time. I think he posted the time of 1:08. That's a very, very fast time. So, yeah, looking back at that race in the Breeders' Cup, it just didn't happen. He got crowded early. He looked like he was getting crowded up the straight there, and Joe knows him well. He's won on him twice. He rode him in the Breeders' Cup. So I think he'll be just hoping for a clean trip, really, with him.
Who wins it? It's so hard, isn't it?
I'm going to go with Yupon, because I think he does have the class. But you know what? There's been strange results all night. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll be rooting for Switzerland, but all pat on Canvas. So anyone in the home team, we'll be rooting for. But I think Yupon just has that little bit of class that will get him through.
Yeah, Yupon for me. If it goes to a closer, I quite like Justin. This is a very interesting edition of our Dubai Golden Shaheen. They're racing for $1.5 million.
Dubai Golden Shaheen, the gates are open, they're off and racing. Out wide, Zenden shows a stack of speed. Justin pushing up, good effort with us. He is ridden off early. Matera Skies handy, Wildman Jack, Jalen Journey, then came El Tarek, Switzerland out wide. Yopon couldn't go with the early speed. They were followed by Premier Star. Well back was Canvas, followed then by Capano Kicking and Red Lizelle back at the tail, but they burn off the back and Zenden shows the way. Down the side, Zenden out by a length over. Good effort. Wildman Jack working up wide around Justin. Then came Jalen Journey, followed by Matera Sky, Switzerland, El Tarek canvassed. Then Yopon a mile back with Premier Star, Capano Kicking and Red Lizelle. They went 23.19 the first section, and Zenden is the leader for Antonio Freshers out by 4. Wildman Jack begins to stalk it, followed by Good Effort. Switzerland is down the outside. Canvas is weaving a passage through. Red Lizelle is late down the outside, but Zenden clear inside the 200 metre mark. Red Lizelle begins to steam home with Canvas, but Zenden from the outside draw for Antonio Fresh, who has stolen the Golden Shaheen. It is Zenden winning well. Second in will be steaming home Red Lizelle ahead of Canvas, then Capano Kicking, Wildman Jack, Yopon. Then came El Tarek, Switzerland. They were followed next of all across the line was Premier Star. The winner has come off across the line. Hopefully he's okay. They were followed next of all then by Justin. Well back in the run was Jalen Journey, followed by Matera Sky and a Good Effort. Stand by after the result of race number 6. Zenden has won, and then unfortunately it has gone amiss after the line. So a very, very bittersweet moment here for Connection. Zenden has taken up the Dubai Golden Shaheen, a great moment for Antonio Freshu, which has quickly soured immediately after the race. Antonio's up on his feet, he's okay. But unfortunately the horse has gone amiss straight after the wire here, after the Dubai Golden Shaheen, sponsored by Golf News. We stand by for all the numbers to come up. Red Lizelle has steamed home down the outside and will pick up second. I think we had Canvas for third. 109.01 is the winner's time as we stand by.
What a performance by Zenden. First time in Dubai for trainer Carlos David. He's only had a licence a couple of years. Antonio Fresu, fortuitous spare ride, has absolutely smoked them from stall 14. That was amazing.
Unbelievable. Delighted for Antonio. We count him as one of our own. He's and from 14, like I say, he was the all speed. He was the speed in the race. The only worry was where he was out there, but he was able to get over, get across and save him, fill him up around the bend. You could see the horse was wanting to go a bit quicker. Antonio was always able to just fill his lungs up and kicked him off the turn, and very, very impressive.
Yeah, Antonio's come and shipped, as you saw there, after the line. I think Antonio is okay. We're not sure about Zenden. There's a possibility he's suffered an injury, which is why we don't have any winners' enclosure pictures. Doesn't look good at all, I'm afraid, for the winner, but an amazing performance all the same. But this could be very bittersweet for Connections. I don't think we've seen a Golden Shaheen one like that for a number of years. Red Lizelle has run on to be second. Canvas has run very well in third for Pat Dobbs.
Yeah, I mean, they were always playing catch-up, and like you say, Antonio was always able to fill his horse up around the bend. It got him to pick up the straight, and like I say, once he pressed the button, it was a matter of who was going to finish second and third. And like I say, Canvas, just doesn't have that natural speed, and the American sprinters have showed in the past how dominant they are in this race. And like I say, it was a very good performance. We're not sure what happened to Antonio. Hopefully he's all right and he got up, but whether the horse jinked or not, I'm not quite sure. But he seemed to avoid a few of the guys that were coming past him.
Yeah, I think we're hearing that the winner's broken down. I'm not sure how badly. Antonio, he looked okay from our pictures, because he had the whole field coming after him. It was a scary thing to see him sitting there on the track like we did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw him sort of roll around and seem to sit up, but like I say, hopefully he's okay. We're not quite sure. The news hasn't come through, but what they're saying is that the horse maybe broke down after the line. Hopefully he hasn't gone down and it's nothing fatal. Like I say, it was a great performance, and it's just put a sour taste in the victory, really.
Very, very bittersweet for Connections. Owners LLP Performance and trainer Carlos David, as I mentioned, there they are celebrating what was an absolutely stunning victory. It really was. Second of the night for America. And we obviously don't have anyone in the winners' enclosure. Canvas has gone into third. What on earth happened to your partner? I need to see the race back. He was never sighted, was he? I assume he missed the break again.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, because I was just, obviously Zenden was the speed horse, and we were kind of, we saw him break, and we were just sort of wondering whether he would get over in front of Frankie. Frankie was trying to be forceful on good effort, but this horse had far too much early gate speed, and I think that has been his key to his victories in the States. But like I say, I wasn't really paying too much attention to anything behind, because I knew going around the bend that when Antonio was filling up, he was always getting a breather into his horse. He was always going to kick off that turn, and he did it, and it was a devastating performance. And like I say, our thoughts are with the Connections, because we're not sure how badly the horses broke down. And well, like I say, I saw Antonio sit up, so hopefully he's all right. He seemed to dodge the rest of the pack that were coming over him, so I'm not quite sure exactly where it happened.
No, Stephen's trying to get something official. If anyone's watching us in America and wondering why we don't interview the vets, we're not allowed here in Dubai. They're quite strict with who we can and can't speak to, so that is why. But yeah, very weird circumstances to be honest here in Dubai. We can hopefully show you the race back though and see where some of the leading contenders finished. So notable no-shows. Yupon, among some of the other fancied horses. Matera Sky hasn't made the top six either. Wildman Jack's run a good race in fourth for Fernando Hara. Capano Kicking for William Buick has finished fifth. Altarique in sixth. No fairy tale for Switzerland today, unfortunately. But they've had a pretty good night anyway at Zabeel Stables. Let's see if we can take the race again. This is the closing stages. And the Winning Connections, absolutely delighted. And if you were watching our Winning Line Dubai World Cup preview, Chad Summers, who was also with us on air today, was so keen on Zenden. He said the horse, since coming over here, he said he's been shiny like a copper. His whole coat had changed. He just loved it here in Dubai, and they felt he was sitting on this big effort, despite the draw.
Yeah, we won't give it to Chad, because we'll just boost his ego a little bit more. But he has been on about me all week. He's been on about this horse. And he said the unfortunate thing was that he was drawn in 14, but he didn't see any horse that had the speed this horse has, and he clearly showed it there. It was very impressive, great for Connections, like you say. Carlos David, I think, has only been training a short time, and young guy. It's great. It's a great story for these people, and they've come over. A great spare ride for Antonio, and I think his agent Michael Adolphson has worked very hard to get him on some nice rides tonight, and could be the start of what is a really good night. Hopefully he's all right, and as he has military law later on in the evening.
Yeah.
So
no, I think he's okay. We haven't seen him walk back in, but he looked like he avoided all those hooves, which was very, very scary indeed. And Antonio's been brilliant, much like you, much like Tig. He's so helpful with us. He's sat here and done broadcasts with us in the past, and this is his first Group 1 win ever, isn't it?
I wouldn't like to comment on that.
I'm not sure
in Italy. In Italy or not. Judging by Veronica's reaction over there, I'm not quite sure. There was, but there'll be a lot of people happy for him. He's a great kid. He's still only very young, and he's in the short time he's been in Dubai. He's really made an impact here. So he's a very good rider. And it seems to be all these good riders from Italy are all from Sardinia.
I know, it's bizarre, isn't it? Andrea Razzini, Frankie, Antonio.
Yeah, I think I need to visit Sardinia, because I think they must all be small, and they must be sitting on horseback at a young age. But they all seem to be from there, and there's a great bunch of I think in France had a very good emergence of jockeys, but in recent years the Italians have seemed to have come to the fore with their jockeys. They're doing it worldwide. Like Umberto Rispoli has been doing it around the world. Umberto is in California now, and Mirko De Muro is in Japan. Antonio and Frank, and still the godfather of them all is Frankie Dettori at the tender age of 50. But Antonio's just arrived on the world stage, so good for him.
Yeah, he really has arrived on the world stage. That was a superb ride to get across from gate 14 on a very willing partner in Zenden, the winner of our Golden Shaheen. As I said, we will try and get information to you as soon as we can on Zenden. There's not a lot at the moment to be found, but we will still have a trophy presentation, of course, for the race. And just looking back at the night so far, it's been a very good night, in not so much the last race, but you deserve a bit of credit for the victory of Secret Ambition earlier, because you got him started, didn't you? His first few races were under you.
I think I've won 7 on him. So yeah, I mean, if any horse deserved a big night and a big success on the big night, it's him. He's an absolute legend. I mean, you know, the owner, Nasser Askar, I think it was the first horse he ever owned. It's a funny story because we had 2 horses at the same time at the sale, were him and North America. And they were trying to sell North America to Nasser, and he wouldn't have it because he was a gelding. He wanted a full horse, and this horse came around, and he just, from day one, he's just been very easy to train. Once again, he's just credit to everybody at Zabeel, because he's an 8-year-old and he's put up his career best performance, and that just shows you the care and attention that goes in, you know, the hard work that goes in behind the scenes at the stable. You know, there's a lot of effort that goes on just to get these horses to pitch up on one night, but this horse just thrives on racing. And you know, there was a worrying time, you know, because Tig had to really work hard from the gate, you know, at the beginning of the race, but he's just a horse that will never lie down for you. You know, he's another Bochart. Well, he's a classier version of him. He just wants to win, and that will to win, and it's great for everybody.
We'll just get a little bit of news from Stephen, if we can.
Yeah, first thing to say is that Antonio Fresso's perfectly fine. He's here ready to collect his trophy, a little bit shook up and naturally doesn't want to come on camera. But, yeah, I'm afraid it's not going to be good news for Zenden. He suffered a pretty serious accident there after the line, and I imagine the outcome will not be positive. But taking the shine off what was an awesome performance, Antonio saying there that he was feeling extremely sorry for the horse. And indeed, Connections, Carlos David, his first ever Grade 1 or Group 1 victor, was soon turned to despair following what happened after the line. But Antonio Fresso's all fine, and he'll be no problem taking up his mounts later on, including on military law.
Well, good to hear that Antonio is okay and will hopefully be past fit to ride later on, because if you have any sort of spill, you do have to go and see a doctor.
Yeah, you naturally have to go to the doctor. Well, the doctor will, I've just seen Antonio over there. He's waiting to collect his trophy, so he seems okay. But yeah, naturally the doctor will come to see you. The medics are quick on the track anyway. But you know, I'm not quite sure how it works here, as opposed in the UK. It's you normally have a quick concussion test, but you'll know, and the jocks know everybody inside out, so we'll know if one jockey's slightly concussed or not. You know, the way they're talking.
You know each other.
You kind of know their mannerisms, and I remember Harry Bentley had a spill a few years back in Abu Dhabi, and coming out the gates, and I sit beside Harry in Abu Dhabi, and I was talking to him, and I went to the stewards and I said, he's concussed. You know, he's talking in different language. He's like, you know in someone so well, and that's what we do. You know, we look out for each other, and at the same time, it's on us, because we've got to go out on the track with them. So they'll know, and they'll be keeping an eye on him, and hopefully he's fine. But like I say, I think it was luckily for him, it was after the line that it happened. Horses easing down, slowing down in the race. So, like I say, it's hopefully just a spill, and he's landed on his backside. And yeah, it's on sand, so it's not as painful as it is when you land on grass.
Really? I would have thought it'd be more painful on the sand.
It depends how you roll.
How fast you're going as
Depends
well.
how firm it is as well.
Well, very weird circumstances here if you're just tuning in. Zenden, a very, very impressive winner of our Golden Shaheen, but has sadly suffered an accident after the line. I remember this happening at Royal Ascot a few years ago with a horse called Thomas Chippendale, or Sir Thomas Chippendale, who won for Robert Ogden, won something like the Hardwick, and then never made it to the winner's enclosure. It was very weird. Up until that, it's been a very enjoyable Dubai World Cup fixture here at Meydan. We've had now 2 victories for America. They've taken out both of the sprints. Extravagant Kid took the Quoz, bit of a surprise. We've had a victory for Godolphin with Rebels Romance. We've had a win for France in the Kahala. And of course we had a win with Subjectivist for Mark Johnston in the Gold Cup, which was a nice surprise, I think, for Mark, and he was here, so actually maybe it wasn't a surprise for him.
Apart from Antonio on the night, it's probably the one that was received best in the jockey's room, because it was Joe Fannin as well, and he's probably...
Is it really his first ride here?
I'm not sure if it's his first ride or...
It says in the form guide it's his first ride, but that seems
you
unbelievable.
Probably won't ever meet a nicer guy than Joe Fannin, so... And I was having a good chat to him, earlier in the night. And, this horse won the Pre-Royal Oak. I think he had I believe Joe didn't have his first Group 1 winner for, I think a few years back. He won the wasn't the Dewhurst, was it? Or something, it might have been the Dewhurst, or the Middle Park, one of those races for Mark Johnson.
Yeah, on the
one
last
of those
Lion, I think.
Yeah. And look, like I say, you won't see meet a nicer guy, great fella, and he's still riding at the top of his game. And we talk about Frankie being 50. I think Joe is 50, or he's turning 50. There's a lot to go on with experience, and he keeps himself fit and healthy, and he's been a major part of Mark Johnson's team for many years. So I think the last winner Mark Johnson had out here, certainly World Cup night, was possibly Fruits of Love.
Fruits of Love. I looked it
way
up.
back in
Olivier
Pellier rode it, or did Kieran ride it?
A long time ago. I think it was Kieran Fallon. And then I looked up Mark's record in Dubai, and I think his last winner here was Nadal Sheema. I think it was like 2004.
Yeah, you're quite surprised how they don't seem to, whether he doesn't bring a big team or he doesn't bring his better horses out. But like I say, Joe has been a major part of Al Prey. I think he's been there 26 years. I thought myself at Zabeel, 16 years, a long time. He was telling me he was there for 26 years, I think, since Mark started training.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's great, and it's thoroughly deserved. And like I say, apart from Antonio winning his first Group 1, if it is his first Group 1, I'm not quite sure. But, Joe Fannin winning on the night has made everybody's day in the weighing room.
Yeah, and your good friend Tygo Shea as well. He's your
I forgot about him.
You do all your travelling together. You forgot about him.
Yeah, I'm his driver now. So obviously, Tig as well. But Tig's had winners World Cup night before. I think that's his, I'm not sure if that's his first thoroughbred. Thoroughbred. So, I think all that's missing from Tig's CV is a Group 1 thoroughbred winner. So, hopefully, I think he's got a good chance in the next race. First contact ran really well first time out for him. I think he's got a bit to find, but I think hopefully he can get on the Group 1 board before he calls it a day. But he's still young, but he's been around a long time. But he's still a lot younger than I am. But I've got many more years driving him around the place anyway.
Well, it'll be a nice drive home. He'll be pretty happy later on, you imagine. Tygo Shea, of course, took our Group 2 Godolphin Mile earlier on with Secret Ambition. Well, it won't be long before Connections go and receive their trophy for the Golden Shaheen. We've obviously had a bit of a delay. I think we're also going to have a presentation now for the sponsors here this evening at Meydan. We've got a very loyal band of sponsors on the Dubai World Cup programme that come back year on year, so that might be what we're waiting for. But we get into the sort of really big races now, don't we, in the Dubai Turf and the Sheema and the World Cup, who have held their prize money statuses pretty well, still going for 4 million in the Dubai Turf. It's not too bad, is it?
Yeah, we're down to the big three, as they call it now. The Turf, the Sheema, and then ultimately the World Cup. So it's always nice. And in recent years we had I'm not sure if it was before the Golden Shaheen or after, but we had the opening ceremony.
Yeah, you got a little break.
Years, you had a break, and then it was like bang, bang, bang. 3 solid Group 1s with solid Group 1 horses in there. And it's a little bit different this season, but we're very, very lucky that Dubai Racing and the country of the UAE have managed to keep going, and with all the testing and everything, and we've managed to get through the season, and everyone in one piece. So it's testament to everybody at the ERA.
Everybody on course here at Meydan had to present a negative PCR result, which came within 48 hours. They actually set up a testing centre here. As Richie says, Sam Taylor, Sam Shinsky, and the whole team there at the ERA have done an amazing job to keep us racing. It has not been easy at all. This is the Sponsors Appreciation Awards that I was mentioning earlier on. DP World will be sponsoring the Dubai Turf, which comes up. Gulf News just sponsored the Golden Shaheen. You can see everything being quite socially distanced, hence the dots on the ground. And we have new management, Dubai Racing Club. Sheikh Rashid bin Dalmouk Al Maktoum, who's a very enthusiastic owner, had a Super Group 1 winning filly in Ritzina a few years ago. He's taken over, assisted by Mohammed Isa Al Adhab. So it's a bit of a changing of the guard here, isn't it? But the new board seem very enthusiastic, and they've got a lot of experience in racing. Mohammed Isa Al Adhab was telling me he was the first ever Emirati steward.
Well, I didn't know that, but yeah, I mean, like you say, there's a change in the guard. Sheikh Rashid Dalmuk has now taken over the reins, and yeah, I mean, look, they're steeped in racing history, aren't they? The family, and I think his brother Sheikh Juma has had many good horses here in Dubai and as well as in Europe, and I think his younger brother Sheikh Ahmed as well has just started going down the racing route as well, owning horses. So yeah, it's look, it's all changed. So we'll see, and hopefully, there's new challenges. Obviously, there's many challenges ahead, but I think hopefully there's a new direction, a new way they go about racing here.
Yeah. I think there will be some changes that come in over the closed season. But so this season, it's mainly just been about keeping us going, keeping racing, keeping everybody safe. They've done an absolutely tremendous job. It helps that Meydan's such a big venue, I think. It's quite easy to spread people out and things. And our Dubai Turf is the next race coming up, which has two Group 1 winners in it, which are Lord Glitters and Lord North. They probably set the standard, don't they? But Charlie Appleby has a nice one with Al Sahel here.
Yeah, and I gather they were slightly disappointed. I think they expected a little bit more from Al Sahel on his previous start when he was behind Lord Glitters. My worry about this race is, and the trial, the Jebel Hatta and the Zabeel Mile, they've both been run, these turf races have been both been run at quite slow paces, and they've kind of suited Lord Glitters. He's a hold-up horse that he just kind of comes into his own. He's got a great turn of foot. David O'Mara has done a marvellous job with him. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a stronger pace on today. Lord North brings some solid Group 1 form, from Europe, and ran a solid race in America at the Breeders' Cup, in the Breeders' Cup turf. I think he was behind Tamwara, is it? So yeah, there's I think the locals are going to have to step up their game, but Lord North does bring probably the most recent solid form into it.
Yeah, he does, and I'm quite keen on Al Sahel here. I just thought he shaped as the best horse in that Jebel Hatta, but he's going to need to settle a little bit better early on, for sure. Lord North, though, won that Prince of Wales Stakes in the form of a really good horse, beating Adib, who, of course, went on and won a Champion Stakes and is a dual Group 1 winner in Australia. So that is very, very strong form. Frankie Dettori rides
I think
Lord
Adib
North,
ran this morning, early hours of this morning.
Yeah.
He ran against, he was second. He put up another great performance behind Very Elegant, I think.
Yeah, those two have been sort of locking horns for the last year. Look at that amazing view of the Royal Bridge here at Meydan, which I ran over once. I don't recommend that. It's really quite steep. They only open it once a year, of course, on World Cup Day for the VIPs.
I hope you only ran over it on foot and you didn't run over it in your car. But
No, I'm not important enough to get past the roadblocks in my car.
Yeah, it's an amazing. The whole place is just, and we don't see it all lit up until really World Cup night, and it's an amazing splendour, and you can see in the backdrop there, downtown Dubai.
I can see my house actually.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I first came, that was just desert. So you'd look for the trade centre, and that was your focal point. And, then we had the Emirates Towers, and now we've got the Burj Khalifa. And, yeah, it's just a fantastic sight. It's an amazing backdrop from Meydan, what is, probably one of the most fantastic, amazing race courses I've ever been to.
And facilities for jockeys, I think has your sauna and things been closed this year due to COVID?
They've been closed, as I think they have been around the world. I think that's a wise decision. Look, most of the jockeys have been able to keep busy. We've been riding out or exercising at home, or I think a lot of the gyms are back open in Dubai, so it's been quite handy, but certainly the saunas and the steam rooms are closed. I mean, we've got amazing facilities for jockeys. We've got a restaurant that would fit perfectly in downtown. It's the catering service, and we're just very, very, we're spoilt the way we're looked after here. It's an amazing facility.
Yeah, it is an absolutely beautiful facility. It's been a bit underused this evening, of course. It has the capacity to welcome 80,000 guests, but obviously we are behind closed doors, and looks like we will be for the remainder of the UAE season, which does continue until April the 9th. And you announced earlier on this week that you'll be going freelance from next year. It felt like the end of an era.
Yeah, an end of an era. Look, it wasn't a decision that was very easy for me. I was contemplating it towards the end of last year. Obviously, look, we've we've seen a different direction, as in the way racing's going here. You know, when I first came to Dubai, every yard was owned by Maktoum family horses, and you know, they were just Maktoum family horse owned, and the horses were just constantly Maktoum family horses, and the vision that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed had for many years was that we'd have privately owned horses into the racing here. And I think Zabeel, when I first went there, was, you know, 16 years ago, we had 100 plus horses that were all Maktoum family owned horses. You know, I came back in September and we had 150 family owned horses, and that's just testament to Satish, Bhupit, the whole team, you know, chasing and trying to get these owners, you know. But with come that comes headaches, you know, for them, because no longer they have to answer, you know, you answer to one man. You've got, you know, I could see it coming. There was a lot of, you know, Satish was getting a lot of headaches from owners wanting certain jockeys, and you know, he's backed me all the way. And it just came to a stage where, you know, I was getting frustrated, obviously, in 18 months, like I said. And I made the decision at Christmas. It was frustrating because I was getting frustrated in the yard, and I'd lost that love and that passion I had for Zabeel, and it's just been like a family to me. And, you know, and I was coming home, and, you know, unfortunately, I was taken out on my family. You know, they were the brunt of it. And, yeah, it's the end of an era, but it's the start of a fresh start. And I came home after speaking to the boss on Tuesday morning, and I was going to wait. I'd made the decision in December that I was going to announce it in April. I was going to sit down with the boss and all low key. But I was kind of, my hand was forced a bit, because on Monday when the decks come out for tonight, and we've got 7 or 8 runners and 4 in one race, and I wasn't on any of them, it kind of, it wasn't the way I wanted to go out. But look, I went into it, and I sat down with the boss on Tuesday, and you know, we had a great chat for about, I think 5 minutes was me telling him that I'm doing something different, and the other 55 minutes is what I usually do with him, is when we have a coffee, just talk about general things that are going on in the world. And he's been a great friend, great supporter of mine, not only mine, racing, and my family as well. And it was a tough decision, but it's a fresh start. And look, 16 years is a long time. A lot of marriages don't last that long. I think I didn't live at home for 16 years when I was, you know, I think I left home at 15 to get into racing. So yeah, it's been an amazing place. And we, you know, the one thing I wanted to remain is that I went into it, I go out of it the same way I went in, as a, you know, huge respect for the man, the whole team, and we parted on very, very good terms. And who knows, those owners that probably didn't want me this year will be wanting me next year when they can't have me.
They probably will. That's exactly how it works in racing. Let's hear from Stephen.
Yeah, joined by Michael Adolson, who's just experienced the highs and lows of racing in one moment. Of course, agent to Antonio, but I suppose a good thing Antonio's fine. But pretty sad what happened to the horse. But it was a great race that he won there.
Yeah, he rode a beautiful race. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. It's you take the bitter with the sweet a lot in this game, and it's unfortunate we do have the bitter sometimes, and we did experience that. But you know, look at the sweet part of it is he did, you know, rode a beautiful race, and he also, you know, after he fell off, he did bounce back up, and he's okay. No worse for the wear. So, you know, my heart goes out to the connections, and I just hope that you know, we can have something more positive to look forward to tonight.
Hopefully Carlos David as well. This can still prove to be a springboard to his training career. Very young man who obviously has prepared this horse to perfection tonight.
Yeah, he's come up under some really talented trainers, and it's unfortunate for him, but you know, he got his first Group 1 win tonight, so did Antonio, and hopefully it's a sign of bigger and better things for him.
Some effort from stall 14 as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful ride. I will say that, though. He did exactly what he was supposed to do on that horse. He got him out. He got him nice and relaxed on the front end. He rode the turn beautifully. He went for home on the corner and put space out. And then he took care of him on the way home. He knew he had it won. So it's one of those occurrences you never want to happen. They sometimes do. You have to face reality sometimes, and you just hope that there's less of that and more of the good times moving forward.
We've seen some pretty good action tonight, including another winner for the Americans over the sprint trips. We're going to have to keep a close eye on them, I think, aren't we?
Yeah, that was a horse that I really liked, Extravagant Kid, tonight. And Brendan Walsh is an ace of a character. He's That horse has been knocking on the door for a long time in the States, run against some of the best turf sprinters in America. And America's had, I think, 3 or 4 seconds in the race the last few years, so it was nice for us to get one in.
Rebels Romance might well be heading to America after his demolition job in the Derby.
Yes, he was very impressive. And in talking to William afterwards, he was saying that just he was very powerful and within himself, and he stays still a shell of a horse. He's still figuring it out, and that's encouraging to see for a gelding. So since he is a gelding, I wouldn't be sure he'd go to America. But I mean, he's more of a horse to look forward to next year. But if they do, then that means that Charlie is confident he can handle it.
Certainly as well. Thanks for your time, Mikey. Hopefully we're in for a better end to the card than we've had just the last half an hour or so.
Thank you to Michael Adolphson with that update, confirming what we all knew really about Zenden. Very strange circumstances for Antonio Frezu, but great that he's got his first ever Group 1 win in a $1.5 million race. These are the results for our Golden Shaheen. Canvas has shown that he is a sprinter to be reckoned with. It's only his first season sprinting. It was only his third try sprinting. I'm going to say he's a better version of Drafted.
Yeah, I believe, once it's very difficult because, like I say, his first 2 runs when you were here, they were toying with distances with him. I think Doug now will have a good season, a full-out campaign, and train, and you train the sprinters different to the way you train any other horse. So I think he's a horse, certainly, he's showed himself there as the leading sprinter for the UAE. And I think you'll see him, and they do tend to improve as time goes on. So I think he'll get stronger and fitter. And once Doug has a full campaign at this horse as a sprinter, I think we'll see some good things and big things to come from him.
The programme's just lovely. Once you've got a kind of top horse, you can just pick your races. You've got the Garhoud Sprint, you've got the Dubawi, you've got the Al Shindaga, you've got the Mahabal Shamal, you're back here for the Shaheen. Easy.
Yeah, it's easy planning. For the better races, it always is. The easy horses are very easy to train because their campaign and their programme book is mapped out for them. It's a lot more difficult as a trainer to train the lower rated horses because you're having to pick and place them a lot more better, but it's a lot harder finding certain races for them. But like I say, those better sprinters, and the good thing of the racing here in the UAE is that, or certainly in Dubai, they're quite well spaced out, so it gives horses time to recover. And as we've seen in many years, Ronaldo was still racing here at 11, and the likes of, we've got 8-year-olds winning the season in Secret Ambition. I think the fact that they have their race time between races and they have a full summer off as well, which is, they have time to recover. And we, I think people that come racing get attached to them a bit better, who knows, Canvas might be their next Ronaldo, where the fans really get behind him because he's going to be here for a long time, God willing,
Nah, he'll never be as popular as Ronaldo because Ronaldo had the name. It's a cool name. That helped.
Yeah, obviously, look, the late Sheikh Rashid named all his horses after Man United football players or something to do with the Man United team. And yeah, as an Arsenal fan, I found it very hard to to ride them. I think we had Tevez the Tiger, Captain Rio. With many going back, and then the Arabians were Van Nistelrooy, Ryan Giggs,
Wayne Rooney, wasn't
they were just it was amazing times, and I think we had Stadium of Dreams was one, Champions League. They were, like I say, it was just. It was very hard for me as an Arsenal fan to be going past a winning post on them, all named after Man United players or anything to do with Manchester United.
Yeah, you got used to it in the end. Well, we're nearly on to our Dubai Turf, which is coming up next. It is, as we said, a pretty strong renewal, although you'd usually have slightly more Group 1 winners than 2 in it. But they've done a very good job to get the horses that they have here. Nothing probably, though, of the calibre of Almond Eye, who, of course, won this for Japan a couple of years ago. It's worth $4 million at Dubai Turf, and hopefully we can get a little bit more information on it from Stephen, who's been very busy this evening getting all the interviews. And we can also perhaps get some more World Cup memories, can we? We can hear from Doug Watson on that, or no? I think we're just going to concentrate on the Dubai Turf, which is a pretty multicultural cast. We've got horses from Bahrain, from England. Here's Stephen with more.
We have 3 cracking races to end tonight's card then, the Dubai Turf. First of them, 3 Group 1s to complete what has been a dramatic night of racing, I suppose you'd call it at this stage. The 1800 metres is the trip for this Dubai Turf, sponsored by DP World Upcoming. There's one notable non-runner in there, as you can see, Regal Reality. It does mean there are still 12 of them that will go to post. And they are headed by Al Sahale for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. Courthouse is the mount of David Egan. We've then got Epic Hero, one of 2 in the race for Simon Crisford. Ektiran will be ridden by Jim Crowley. We've then got Felix, Asheen Murphy on board that one. First Contact, Tygo O'Shea. Glen Force is the mount of Adre de Vries for Fauzi Nas. We've then got Land of Legends, another one for Godolphin. Lord Glitters, what a star he's been this season. Lord North for Frankie Dettori. Regal Reality doesn't go, then Vandergaard. And finally Zainhom, the mount of Antonio Fresu.
Yeah, solid cast lining up for our Dubai Turf. Just a little bit more fallout on the Shaheen. You may have noticed we didn't have the trophy presentation. That was cancelled out of respect to the horse, which I think is rather lovely.
Yeah, it's fitting tribute. It takes the shine away, really, I suppose, for Antonio, that's had his big win and the connections that have come over. But I think it's the right thing to do. Look, it's we never like to see horses that are, they've put such an effort in, and they, unfortunately, I don't know if it's fatal or it's how bad the injury was, but he broke down after the line, and I think it was unfortunate for all connections that they've missed their time in collecting trophies or whatever. But I'm sure what the money that goes in the bank account will be something to compensate it.
Yeah, but still they're going to be pretty upset. People get so attached to their horses, they really do. And just awful, really, for connections. So we move on, though, to our $4 million Dubai Turf. It used to be called the Dubai Duty Free. It's over the slightly weird trip of 1,800 metres. It used to be in Narrow Shibra, it was 1777 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I still think of it as the Dubai Duty Free.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do.
With some exceptional horses, and it was always probably the most competitive race on the night, if not the most exciting. I know in recent years it kind of, when we had the Tapita originally, a lot of the horses would defect from the World Cup and run on the turf because they felt it was a similar surface. We've got to look, I don't think it's the strongest renewal of the race, but it's still ultra competitive.
Where's Tig's whip? Oh, it's under his arm. I thought he'd forgotten to take his whip out then. I thought that might be an issue. This is Courthouse. Courthouse is a pace angle in here. He's actually run 2 really good races at the Carnival. He ran Jebel Ali and he did not like that one bit, missed the break and wasn't happy in the Jebel Ali Mile. Then he ran a belter behind Zakuski and a very good race in Jebel Hatta behind Lord Glitters. He's not good enough to win it, but he could put a bold showing together from the front for Simon and Ed Crisford and David Egan, who rides him for the first time this evening. They also have Epic Hero in the race. I love this horse. He was so disappointing last time. He's better than he showed last time, isn't he?
Yeah, he was beaten quite a way behind Dubai in
Zabil Mile.
Yeah, the Zabil Mile, yeah. Looking at it, look, I think if he comes back to some of his best form, he could be there or thereabouts. I'm a strong believer that the other horses, Courthouse is probably the first string from the Crisford barn. Like you say, you don't see him win it, but I think it was a very, very good effort last time. He had the run of the race. David Egan, he's fresh off winning the Saudi Cup a month ago, and yeah, I think this is another nice ride he's picked up here.
Well, the one you just saw going to post earlier was Vandergaard, who is the representative from Japan in the race. Mikhail Barcelona rides this one. He's a bit of a closer. He'll just come from off the pace. This is Ektiran, who's another one who'll go forward early. That's what he did last time. And he actually was very gutsy. He refused to be beaten behind Lord Glitters. He was ultimately beaten by a quarter of a length. Ali Rashid Arahi won this race without Shamali. Could he cause a big surprise here?
Yeah, I think Royston rode that, didn't he? Royston French rode that. Yeah, so look, I think it would be a surprise. He went to the front the last day, but like I say, no one really took him on. I don't believe that's going to happen today. I think there's one or two that might just press him for the lead, so he's not going to have it as easy as he had when he ran such a good race. He's going to have to up his game. I think it was, that second was behind Lord Glitters was basically because he was in the right place at the right time.
Is it She Murphy? Rides that horse Felix we just saw carting his handler around. Lucia Botti. They've hardly missed a World Cup meeting, the Marco Botti team. This is First Contact, who you will know very well because you rode him last time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to that race that Claude Glitters won, the Jebel Hatter. I was slow away and you know, we went no pace, and he over-raced with me. And I think today, if he breaks, I would be very shocked if Tig doesn't let him point his toe. He's a very talented horse, and I'm a true believer. The way this horse trains on dirt at home, I think he's going to be very, very competitive in some big races on the dirt next year.
Well, Tiger's been like a man inspired from the front today. So he seems to have definitely had his Weetabix this morning. Glenforce is a bit of a late entrant into this race. He won the King's Cup, which is one of the biggest races in Bahrain last week. Oh, no, it wasn't last week at all. It was on the 12th of March. It was over a mile and a half. Beat Litigator. He is not going to win this. I wouldn't have thought. Foudy's got a better chance of winning later on with Salute the Soldier.
Yeah, I think this was a late supplement after winning I think it was a Crown Prince Cup 2 weeks ago, was it, or 10 days ago? He won in Bahrain. Look, he certainly stays. He might just be the pace angle in it as well because he gets further. But he would have to certainly up his game to feature in this event.
He really was. This is Land of Legends. He's never tried this trip. He actually should stay. He's got a pedigree and a running start suggests he'll stay. He's actually beaten over the 7 furlongs. He won the Alpha Healy Fort over that earlier on this season. He's probably not going to be quite good enough. This is Lord North, a favourite for the race. He looks good. He's looked good all week. I think he's going to go very close if he doesn't win.
Yeah, look, I was very impressed with him when he beat Adabe at Royal Ascot. He really announced his... I mean, I think, was it 2 years ago he won the Cambridgeshire?
Yeah, over this trip.
He was just... he looked like he was a handicapper, or he was a group horse dressed up in handicap company. I believe he's a strong contender, and he's done nothing but improve. He's now a 5-year-old. Like I say, that form of Adabe is very good. He went on to win the Champion Stakes at Ascot. His run in Keeneland over a mile and a half was probably a distance that was stretching him. And I was surprised, to be fair, that John Gosden didn't run Mishriff in this race, but I think he obviously had Lord North in here, so they've tried to separate the two.
Yeah, quite a lot of people perplexed by the Mishriff decision, but if they are aiming for the Arc at the end of the season, then maybe it makes sense to go a mile and a half on an easy mile and a half here. Certainly a nice looking horse, First Contact, isn't he? Lord Glitters has gone down to the start early. This horse has been fantastic for the Carnival. We were down on international runners. We needed a popular horse to come and win, and he came and won twice. Fantastic. Thank you very much to the Sandra Turnbull team and David O'Mara for bringing him over here. And he can well win this, but they'll need to go quick for him.
He could, but in saying that, the 2 races he's won, they haven't really gone that quick. Well, the first race, they went a good gallop, and I think Adri rode him on his opening victory at the Carnival, and he was impressive that night. Like I say, the win of the Jebel Hatter was, he's probably more value for his win because we didn't go a great pace. And yeah, he's just been the superstar of the Carnival, and who doesn't love a grey? And he's just been a tremendous servant to David O'Mara, Danny Tudhope, and like you say, the Turnbulls, who are the owners of him, and they've travelled him. He travels really well. I think he's been to the States a few times. He's a horse that always, turns up, runs with his heart on his sleeve, and he won't be far away in this contest.
He's a bit of a nutcase. His rider in the mornings, or Danny rides him a lot, but Matt Ennis rides him as well, and they just have to keep a lid on him. He's very, very fizzy. Let's hear from Stephen.
My Thady Gosden, first of all, many congratulations. I believe you just won the Lincoln.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a great performance from Hatiti, and it was wonderful for Benoit to the Sayet, who was riding him, was obviously a £7 claimer.
And Lord North here looks in good shape, nice and fresh going down.
He's in good form, he's been enjoying the training over here. And as you saw, he was bouncing down the chute on the way onto the course.
And Mishriff later on, looking forward to him still?
Yeah, definitely. That's a very tough race. Obviously, you have Modal and the Japanese horse Chronogenesis is a brilliant filly. So we'll see how he runs there.
Delighted earlier with New Treasure finishing third in what looked a very good race, the UAE Derby there.
Exactly, he ran a huge race. The race that he ran over in Saudi was not as competitive as that one, but he ran huge, and Freddie gave him a brilliant ride there, bouncing him out from a wide draw.
Well, good luck here. Thanks for your time, Thady.
Thank you very much.
Super helpful, Thady Gosden. He really has been great. Elsa Hale is just coming into the parade ring now. I don't know if we can get a camera on him. Ooh, he looks quite nice, Richie. He looks good.
Yeah, he looks magnificent. He's obviously a horse that gets a bit edgy. Looking at him, he's going down. Well, he runs with a hood on. Obviously, the black hood is one they keep on to run in. The red hoods are the ones they just get to the start. He's obviously, Williams had to mount him in the saddling boxes there. But he looks, he's on his toes, but he doesn't look like he's getting too excited. So it's obviously a good sign, but he looks in fantastic shape.
He will have to improve a lot on that run last time. William committed quite early on him. He kind of hung across the track and just didn't quite get home. And I think he pulled earlier on in the race. He was gassy. He should be more tractable, which will help. But he was so impressive when he won at Newmarket. That was back in July. He was totally entitled to need that run last time. I just thought he looked the best horse in that race. But Lord North is a serious opponent, as is Lord Glitter. So we can have a look at that Jebel Hatter that you mentioned. He only just got there, didn't he? And it was a super performance. And first contact, of course, you're in here. That's you on him, the grey.
Yeah, and like I say, Courthouse, Andrea Road, and just got his, he had the run of the race. Jim was up there with Equitran. It was just a slowly run race. And like you go back to Al Sahel over racing with William, he had to commit as early as he did because we didn't go a great gallop. And you always want to be the first to get the run on them if the pace is slow. He was perfectly placed for what was a very slowly run race. Unfortunately, he just come up against a very tough and a horse that had the benefit of an outing. So Lord Glitton's had that first run, and I can see the form with the two of them being reversed. I'm just not sure. I think Lord North just offers a little bit more class in the race, and like I said, I think they were disappointed the way Al Sahel run, but I think they're just going to find one in Lord North that's just too good for them.
He's more the finished article at this stage of his career, isn't he, Lord North? He looks magnificent. Let's also show you that Bahrain win of Glen Force. And this is a horse that Fauzi and team picked up for 160,000. Tattersalls Autumn Horses in Training sale. Fauzi does so well at that sale. He teams up with Oliver St. Lawrence very often and buys horses and goes on to great glory with them. And this would have been huge because it is one of the biggest races in Bahrain. He beats Litigator. He'd also beaten Litigator the time before. This was over 1.5 miles. He's never actually run over this trip, but I imagine that the Fauzi and the owners wanted to split him up from Simsir, who goes in the Sheema.
Absolutely, and look at it. I'm not sure when Adri took the race up, or if he didn't make all on that occasion, but he took it up. He was in front on that video footage there. The straight in Bahrain is kind of 2.5 furlongs long, so I would imagine that he sees out the trip very well. I would be very surprised if they don't make plenty of use of him. And look, hopefully they'll. Adre from the front is very, very good. We're kind of looking where the pace angle will come. The horses that have made the run in the past have done it on their own, very tactically. Like I say, if Tig's horse breaks, I would expect him to let him point his toe because he's a horse that does get a little bit gassy. And I just think Glen Force, if he breaks well and is able to go there, I think Adre will make plenty of use of him because he does see the 1.5 miles out very well.
Adre's riding well from everywhere this season. He's absolutely brilliant. He's had his best ever season. He's had Group 1 wins. He's just been flying, hasn't he?
He's like a fine wine. He seems to be getting better. But I think age is the thing tonight, isn't it? I think we had Joe Fannin at 50. I think is Adri 50 or
Tig's
51?
At least 62.
Well, he looks 62.
He does.
I think he's not even 40 yet.
I think he's 38, isn't he? So
I
maybe
think
39.
39.
Yeah.
He looks 49 now.
Yeah, he does. He won't care what we say about him. He's won a very valuable race. As is this one, Dubai Turf. Right, who wins it?
I think the class horse in it is Lord North. And, he looks fit, he looks well. I think he's the horse that I think is the improving type. And, I think an international campaign beckons for him in the summertime.
I think you'll probably be right, but I better stick with Al Sahel as I made in my tip all week, but I've got nothing else right tonight. And who would begrudge Lord Glitters a third Group 1 win here? That would be absolutely brilliant for Dubai Racing, brilliant for connections. So good luck to the Lord Glitters team. Only a couple more to load. Ektiran there and Al Sahel. So let's head upstairs to Craig.
About to go in. Felix is out the back. Vandergaard still to go forward, and Courthouse as well with Lord North. This is the running of the Dubai Turf on the international boards. Lord North Favourite just ahead of El Sahel, Lord Glitters and Van der Gaard. Van der Gaard coming along, Courthouse to follow it up for David Egan. And Lord North will be the last to load. Starter Shane Ryan heads off to the starting position. They're almost set. First of the big three to wind up Dubai World Cup night. Lord North goes in. They're all set now. Ready. And they're racing in the Dubai turf, and away well was first contact from towards the inside. Zayn Holm shows a bit of speed. Nectaran getting its head up in the air out wide. Glenforce, Epic Hero are just off the speed. Van der Gaard is getting a little keen. El Sahel improves between horses, followed by Lord North, Lord Glitters. Then Courthouse over on the inside, Land of Legends. And Felix went back to the rear as they run their way down the back. And the front runner first contact out by 3 parts of a length over Ectoran, now a length. Over on the inside is Zayn Holm, followed by Glenforce in the red. Van der Gaard is over on the inside of Epic Hero, then El Sahel, Land of Legends. Lord North, Lord Glitters, the grey down on the fence, then Courthouse, and Felix was at the rear. 25-23 was the lead as they turn off the back, and first contact shows the way. Out a length and a quarter over Ectoran in second. Over on the fence is Zayn Holm, followed by Glenforce, still fairly keen against the rider. Van der Gaard down on the inside of Epic Hero, then El Sahel. It's about 7 lengths from the leader. Land of Legends down on the inside. Then Lord North, Lord Glitters, followed by Courthouse and Felix. They come to the bend. First contact is made play from the outset in the Dubai turf. Shows the way a length over Ectoran as they turn in. Zayn Holm now getting a little ride, followed by Glenforce on the outside, then Epic Hero. Van der Gaard went back to the inside, trying to pick its way through. Down the outside, Lord North runs on. El Sahel is flat-footed. Felix comes from the back. They come across the track, and Lord North booms up on the outside. Van der Gaard gets through Epic Hero. Felix from the back of the pack, but Lord North streaks away in the Dubai turf over Van der Gaard, Epic Hero and Felix, and Lord North careers away for Frankie Dettori, takes the Dubai turf. Lord North easily by 4. Second Van der Gaard, then Felix running on from the back from Epic Hero. Next in Land of Legends, Lord Glitters, followed by Ectoran, Courthouse. Well back was Glenforce. Then the early leader first contact, followed by well back Zayn Holm, and El Sahel didn't finish off at all. Runs in near the rear. Great performance by Lord North, Frankie Dettori and John Gosden. Another win for the UK on what is turning out to be a truly remarkable international card of racing here. Lord North has let rip with a barnstorming finish, races away. Van der Gaard, well ridden by Barcelona. He didn't go around too many horses, went back to the inside, finished well, and Felix settled dead last for Oisin Murphy, has run on strongly in a very good run too from Epic Hero. So the internationals absolutely dominating this one. Lord North for the UK taking it out. Van der Gaard for Japan second, and third across the line. We'll wait for a confirmation. Felix it was for the UK. So great ride by Frankie Dettori. He's taken out the first of the big trio of features here at the end of the card. The $4 million Dubai turf, sponsored by DP World.
Joined by Thady Gosden after the success of Lord North. That was impressive. Were you expecting something like that?
Well, we always hoped he'd run well, and he was in brilliant form over here. But he definitely put that race to bed pretty well from pretty far back.
Pretty much his career best effort, which is setting him up nicely for what should be another profitable year.
Well, we can but hope.
Yeah. And do you think you'll be spacing his runs out? It seems to be a horse that goes very well fresh.
Exactly. We'll probably take him home now. Might give him a break to last it and tied at the race he won last year.
Many congratulations, well done, Thady.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a performance by Lord North. That was absolutely top drawer. A second win in the Dubai turf for Frankie Dettori after 1997, when he teamed up with Saeed bin Saror to win it with Tamayaz back when it was called the Dubai Duty Free. This is a gorgeous horse. Another Dubawi.
Yeah, look, that just shows how versatile he is. A marvellous sire. Another great advert for him. We're seeing him win on dirt, and we're seeing him win on turf. The race panned out like I thought. Tig's horse, fortunately enough, broke well. He was able to let him just point his toe. And, yeah, Frankie just got a lovely slip through. And like I say, he's probably he was the class horse in the race going forward. Al Sahel was very disappointed. I think he finished last in the end. I think
he was a little bit not stopped for a run, but squeezed up at one point.
Yeah.
But that's not really an excuse, I don't think.
No, I think they'll certainly have Charlie having his head scratched there, because I think they were very disappointed that Felix, I thought, ran a real good race, stayed on really well for Marco Botti to finish third. I know Sean James, that used to be out here a long time ago, aka Furby, he'll be very pleased because he rides his horse at home, I think, and he's been banging on about it on social media. So
I know, I thought he was completely bonkers.
No,
he's got no chance.
Yeah,
he's run a
well,
great
that's
race.
what you get. He certainly knows his horses, and I think this is a horse on the up. He certainly ran a real good race and stayed on, and I think he'd be better going a little bit further.
He was bought by RJ Ane, who's you heard from at the top of the programme, one of the stewards here tonight, and also a successful bloodstock agent. He was responsible for Felix, who just continues the excellent international record of Marco Botti team. They are brilliant at getting a horse right for the big occasion. But it's all about Lord North here, who's by Dubai out of a mare called Najum, who is a half-sister to Discourse. He's also had a very good record fresh, so the fact he was running here for the first time since that Breeders' Cup turf wasn't really a concern.
No, and I was listening to an interview earlier on in the day with Adrian. They were talking about, having horses, fitness-wise going into the race, and the facilities they have now back home, John Goz and the gallops that people are able to have their horses, you're not really too concerned with them being off the track for such a long time. So, yeah, he was a horse that brought in all the class form, and look, he's duly obliged, and look, he was top rated. I think he was 123 this evening. The second horse, Van der Gaard, was 115. Felix has run way above his rating and certainly will go up now. I think he was 108. He'll probably go up to 115 after tonight. And I think, like I say, I think Lord North is a perfect horse. John and now Thaddy Gosden, we should mention, he's had a very good start to the partnership, because I think they had a winner yesterday, half-sister to Coronet, and there's no better way than stamping your partnership than having a Group 1 winner.
Yeah, a horse called Regent won for them in the UK on the all-weather. Frankie Dettori, of course, rides primarily for John Gosden in the UK, and he's just had a really good carnival here with Said Bin Saror, and Pip pops up on the night with a big win as well, so well done to him. Lord Glitter's only 6th. He was a little on the rail. He might not have had didn't see a hard luck story as such, but he might not have had a clean run.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to watch the replay. I was just picking out certain horses in the race, and I was picking up the run Frankie had. I know he had William on the outside of him, but I wasn't sure where Danny had sat in the race. But they'll obviously be disappointed, but he's been a fantastic servant. Look, you can pick holes in his form going, look, as in local form, as opposed to the big night, and the international horses have certainly brought a bit of flavour to the occasion, and like I say, Lord North rated 123. We'll look back and probably say he was the banker of the evening, but I think he's a very smart horse going forward.
It's been a good night for the Brits so far, following on from the win earlier on in the Dubai Gold Cup from Subjectivist for Mark Johnston, the winning most trainer in England, and John Gosden, one of the most successful trainers in England. Multiple champion trainer, wins this with Thady, who won't actually get his name on this because we don't have training partnerships yet in the UAE, so the horse has defaulted to just being John's. But Thady's been here with the horse. We'll give him the credit.
We'll give him the credit, and I think he takes the credit for Mishrif in Saudi. Hopefully his father is going to give him the percentage of it, or his share of the percentage of it, because they're two big wins. And look, I was very fortunate to have a few rides for John Gosden when I was back in the UK.
And Dare Me?
Yeah, I did. I won on her at Newmarket. Yeah, so
she won, of course, won a Dubai. She won a Sheema
she was
Classic,
Williams. She was Williams' first Group 1.
Yeah.
She won a Sheema Classic. So, I know they're a fantastic operation, and they do everything the right way. And I'm sure John Gosden won't be taking a back seat, but I suppose going racing, that will possibly left to Thady to be the front man now, and it's a great way to cement the partnership.
I didn't know what Frankie was going to do there. He's done a little smiley face. That's a bit original. We'll take it from the start. And Lord North was drawn in 10. As you told us, really, Tig went forward on first contact, so did Jim Crowley on Ectiran.
Yeah, I didn't think Tig would take the horse back. He's quite a free-going horse anyway, and his best form in the past, when Charlie had him, was when he was letting him use his stride. I do believe he's going to be a better horse, next year. There's a few of them. Zane Holm was a little bit keen under Antonio, but I don't think there was any real excuses for anything else in the race. They've gone a nice even gallop. I wouldn't say they've gone quick. I thought Adri would be close to the pace, knowing his horse won over a mile and a half last time. But, you know, Frankie's just taking his time. He knows he's on the class horse, and he knows there's a long straight when we turn in here on the turf. You've got 3 furlongs to run. I think Danny is you know, he's happy where he is. I wouldn't say I'm not sure whether he got stopped on the turn, but I'd have been very happy where he's sat now. I think he's following Land of Legends just in front of him, and Frankie's just on the outside of him. So he's got all the right horses around him. The Japanese horse, Vindegard, is just a couple of lengths in front of him. So at no point, like I say, I didn't see firsthand where there was any interference. I think it was a fair even gallop, and the best horses won. Like I say, Frankie was always oozing confidence coming down the straight. And yeah, you know, look, you could argue Lord Clitton's was a little bit unlucky there, but he didn't show the zip that he did in previous runs. And yeah, I certainly wouldn't have said he was an unlucky loser.
No, he wasn't, was he? He just wasn't quite good enough on the day. He's made up ground, but it was never going to be anywhere near Lord North, who was the second most impressive winner of the night so far. I don't know, actually. Grand Bishop was pretty impressive earlier on as well. We've had quite a few wide margin wins, and this is a gorgeous, gorgeous horse, Lord North. Only having his 7th start this evening. Not his 7th start at all. 7th win, 13th start this evening from Lord North. Continues a very good record of John Gosden here in Dubai. That's now 6 wins from just 44 runners. So far tonight they've had a winner and a 3rd renewed treasure. What's Mishrif going to do?
Yeah, who knows? You know, we were all scratching our head when the entries and they were decided to go on the turf with Mishrif. I didn't see it as a major surprise at the time, because I thought they would actually go for the turf race, the Dubai turf, but obviously the plan was always to run Lord North, and wisely they've separated them. If they are looking at an Arc de Triomphe campaign, then obviously John Gosden's working back from there. And look, why not tip your toes in the water now and see how he gets on a mile and a half? But the way he travelled in Saudi, what was a strongly run race over this distance, you know, and he's never ran over 2,000 metres. But like I say, I would never question anything John Gosden does, because, you know, they're a very, very powerful outfit. So, but I do believe, I'm a believer that I think Mishrif will the mile and a half will stretch him.
Yeah, I'm very keen to take on Mishrif as well. The race just set up really nicely for him in Saudi, didn't it? He had a nice stalking trip, and the leaders went pretty hard, and he was able to just sort of stay past them, if you like, over the 1,800 metres. It is quite the big step up here. Just trying to see if there's any, but there's no real hard luck stories. They've all run on merits. Alsa Hale travelled very nicely and has just found absolutely nothing. He hung in a bit again. He's just perhaps something not quite right, maybe, or it's in his head. I'm not sure. Hard to diagnose.
Yeah, he's obviously a difficult horse. Like we saw him coming down the tunnel with William on, and he's obviously a horse that gets quite fractious. He didn't look like too fractious.
Just stop you a second there. I think we can go back to Stephen.
Victoria after the victory of Lord North, very reminiscent of so many horses from John Gosden in the past. Handicapper to Group 1 winner. What a horse he is.
Yeah, I was well in with 8.10 in the Cambridgeshire. I thought I was good on the day, but maybe I wasn't so good. Look, it was difficult when he was a young horse, and since we gelded him, he's turned the corner. He's on the Prince of Wales, and it was the heighted race horse in the race. We tried the mile and a half in America. Maybe it was a step too far. But he absolutely flew today.
And lovely the way things panned out, nice strong pace suited you.
Yes, to me, I follow William. I thought it was the horse to beat. I knew my horse would stay really well, so I kicked early, and the response was immediate, and it took 6 lengths on the field in a furlong. It was like unbelievable.
Yeah, some performance. Well done, Frankie.
Thanks.
Frankie Dettori there after his 185th winner in Dubai. Thady Gosden after his first winner in Dubai. He was over earlier in the carnival with Dubai Warrior. That was a bit of a underwhelming campaign by that horse. Running him on the dirt was never really going to suit, I didn't think.
No, and we had the full brother.
Yeah.
I think if Dan Silly, if you were looking at sires for artificial surfaces, I think Dan Silly is the best one, isn't he? I think he's both horses, but I think were undefeated on artificial surfaces, and it was they kind of both ran in the last leg of the Maktoum, or the second leg of the Maktoum Challenge, or was it the last leg? That was one of them anyway.
Second leg,
yeah. And it was. They were both disappointed it'd be interesting to see whether they stay out here for the future. Obviously, the owner, Mohammed, has...
Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa. I think he's gone home, Dubai Warrior. I'm pretty sure he's gone home.
Yeah, he's gone back to the UK. Well, I know our horse has gone off to the farm, so he'll have a nice break and he'll be brought back for maybe a campaign on turf next season.
Yeah, it'll be a nice horse for the turf, over a longer distance. These are the results for our Xingxi 2.3 million first prize Dubai turf. Lord North, Vandergaard, good run in Japan. Mikel Barcelona's picked up a couple of seconds tonight, including with Panadol earlier on. Felix, Epic Hero. And Landa Legends picking up minor money as well. Well, it's already been a great night for John Gosden. What can Mishrif do? His is quite an interesting story. Adam Brooks has more.
The maroon and grey silks of Prince Faisal of Saudi have been carried to victory by some wonderful horses in decades gone by. The Prince's own Nawara stud produced top sprinter Invincible Spirit at the turn of the century, and that horse would become a doyen of the breeding sheds and is still producing Group 1 winners year after year. Make Believe is another burgeoning stallion that represented Prince Faisal with distinction, landing the French 2000 guineas and Prix de la Forêt of 2015. It's one of his first crop progeny, a homebred colt, Mishrif, that currently has the racing world at his feet. After dispatching some well-regarded sorts in the Newmarket Stakes, the Prix de Jockey Club was his next assignment. The way he exploded out from an unpromising position at Chantilly was deeply impressive.
And Mishrif is now the one that picks up, and Mishrif forges on in the maroon jacket for the John Gosden team. Mishrif wins.
2020 ended on a low note, with the horse disappointing when expected to win the Champion Stakes at Ascot. But he wouldn't be slow in showing that to be an exception rather than the rule. Mishrif went to his owner's homeland and chased down Bob Baffert Charlatan on the long Riyadh home straight to collect the $20 million Saudi Cup.
Mishrif Charlatan, Mishrif conquers the cup, an upset winner.
With options of plundering further riches on dirt, the 4-year-old will now contest the Sheema Classic over 1.5 miles on turf. A head-scratcher perhaps. Thady Gosden gives us some insight into the thinking behind that decision.
He got back home a day, and it didn't take too much out of him luckily, and he was training well at home, and Prince Faisal and everyone made a decision to come over here, so he's in good form at the moment, just went on the turf there now, and seems well in himself. Obviously they're very different races, but it's such a wonderful turf course here, and obviously being 1.5 miles, it's like kind of will decide the rest of the season, so we thought we'd find out now.
Mishrif will face a high-quality field in the Sheema over a trip that he's never attempted before. This is a whole new challenge, but he is arguably the most exciting racehorse on the planet right now, and it will be marvellous to see him strut his stuff on World Cup night.
Well, it's a remarkable story concerning Mishrif. It really is. If he can pull this off tonight, that is a serious double. The Saudi Cup's not a Group 1, but it will be. It was a very strong race. He's beaten probably the two best dirt horses in America there in Charlatan and Nixco.
Absolutely. It was a great red letter day for David Egan as well. I mean, my slight, the major concern I have is that he's coming back he's never ran 1.25 miles. Look, I believe Prince Faisal is obviously looking at the Arc, at tilt at the Arc. The worrying factor is he travelled extremely well in what was a hard race in Saudi. You know, Charlatan and Nixco got hooked up early. They went hard. I think he sat third and travelled extremely well. I've seen him a couple of times in the morning here, and he looks like he's a little bit gassy. He's now running over a trip he's never been over before. It's an extra 2 furlongs, back on turf. I always are slightly worried when horses come back from dirt to turf straight away, because they tend to hit, they've been forced to get out of their comfort zone and race out of their comfort zone, because you want them to get a good position on dirt racing. And that was a hard run race, which is why I'm surprised that they didn't go for the turf, but subsequently we've seen why with Lord North winning. I'd be willing to take him on today. Look, he's a top class horse. He won. I think the furthest he's been it was an extended mile and a quarter in the French Derby.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, that is the major concern I have, is that he's taking on proper seasoned stayers. You know, that have ran this distance, and I'd just be more concerned about how David Eames going to switch him off early doors.
Yeah. I mean, David's proved himself to be a bit of a superstar, especially with the media this week. He's been brilliant. He's been on every channel. He's done loads of press conferences. He's been fab. And the young jockeys are a bit like that, aren't they? A lot of them.
You know what? I was saying yesterday that there's just an amazing bunch of young jockeys that look, they're very talented in the saddle, but out of the saddle they're extremely good. I mean, look, we've seen Oisin Murphy's been very open in recent years with social media. Tom Marquand, young Kieran Fallon, and I think David got somewhat forgotten a little bit because he was the rising star of all these young jockeys. There's probably no one better bred to be a jockey than him. I mean, his dad is still riding, John, who's a fantastic rider. His uncle was one of the finest riders we've ever seen, Richard Hughes. His grandfather, Desi Hughes. His mum, Sandra. So there's no one in that weighing at the moment that has a better pedigree than him. So, but I think, he had a Royal Ascot winner very early in his career with Roger Varian. I think he won the Albany. I could be wrong. And I think a lot has been made of a lot more younger jockeys coming through that had hit the headlines before him. And he kind of got forgotten about, but he's an extremely talented young man, very good rider. Extremely nice kid as well, very polite, well-mannered, and like you say, he's been exceptional with the media all week. I believe he was the same when he went to Saudi. He's got his head screwed on, and he's, look, if he's able to bag this tonight, he's going to be well known as a big race jockey. Because he seems very calm, collective, and he's taken everything in his stride.
Yeah, if he can win this tonight, that'll be a serious performance by both horse and jockey. It'll be a very unique double, even though the Saudi Cup's still in its infancy, of course. And we're up to $5 million for our Longines Dubai Sheema Classic. It hasn't really had much of a cut. It was $6 million, I think, last year or 2 years ago when we last ran it. We've got 5 Group 1 winners in here. Not all Group 1s are created equal, I'd say. Channelmaker's a 4-time Group 1 winner, but the level of Group 1s he's won wouldn't be the same as the level of Group 1s that Chrono Genesis has won in Japan, for instance.
Yeah, look, Channelmaker, he's been a good turf horse in the US. I'd always question their turf horses as opposed to the European turf horses. We've always gone over to the Breeders' Cup races, and the Europeans have generally dominated. And you've seen in recent years horses that have been brought to sale in the UK and in Europe have gone on them and become stakes winners, and they've probably only been listed horses in Europe. Chrono Genesis brings some. I think he's a 3-time Grade 1 winner. Solid horse. I mean, the Japanese, their horses are getting better and better every year. Mogul, I think, is somewhat being overlooked in that I think that he's a horse that I think there was a lot of expectation about this. So I think Ryan rode him in the Derby. I think he was his Derby ride. Serendipity won the race, but I think he's probably a late developer in that mentally. It's just taken him a bit of time to get the hang of things. And look, he's coming off the back of winning in Chartin. I think was it the Vase he won? The
Vase. Quite a weak Vase, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the race he won in France. He won the Arc Trials. Was it the Gannet or the?
He won
the Group 1, the mile and a half race for
the Grand Prix de Paris. I think.
Oh, the Grand Prix de Paris. Sorry, Pierre Charles Buldo rode him that day. Yeah, so. He's a horse I think is just only getting his act together, and I think you'll see bigger and better things to come as a 4-year-old from him. And it looks like the intention is to keep him in training, and maybe you'll look at him as having a crack at the Arc, the King George, the Coronation Cup, all those big Group 1s this year. So and they're genuine stayers, and that's the worrying factor with Misriff. If he does get the trip, he's a class horse, but that is a major question mark, and like I say, it's just more if he settles coming back off a fastly run dirt race.
Yeah, it's 5 weeks. It would have been a hard race, as we said, in Saudi. Mogul is a proper mile and a half horse. He's a half brother to Japan and Secret Gesture. Japan, of course, successful at Group 1 level, but didn't really go on in his sort of later career, did he? I wonder if they're a bit worried about that with Mogul.
Yeah, obviously, look, I think Japan was another one that he was a bit of a talking horse, but the profile of this horse, he was always talked upon, and Ryan always favoured him in a lot of the big races, and I would say his homework was always good. Maybe he was just mentally fragile in that when he got to the races, things didn't work out his way, And, you know, you look at his solid 2 Group 1s came at the back end of the year where he was just about to turn 4. So, to me, that just tells me that he's a bit immature mentally as opposed to physically. I just feel that he's a horse that I think is going to be dominating some of those big mile and a half races in Europe, and maybe, you know, he'll go on to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. We've seen he's proven traveller as he won in Hong Kong, but I think he's only just starting to get his act together.
I think so as well. I think he's going to have a big year, Mogul. I'm just not sure if it will necessarily start with a win today. The Japanese have had a good night without managing to have a win so far. Of course, they had live chances in the Shaheen. They also had live chances in the Derby. They're going to be really banking on Chronogenesis to get them that win, because the Chua Wiz is probably up against it in the World Cup. She's the best horse that they've brought here tonight. She's got very good record fresh. We last saw her in the Rima Kinen. She's beaten the Colts over there. She should just be too good, but seeing her in the morning, she doesn't really impress. She's not the most amazing looking filly.
No, and the mares have actually got a very good record in this race and in the turf itself. Look, I go back to her. She won a Grade 1 last time out. You go back to that previous run, she was 3/4 of a length behind Almond Eye. If you put Almond Eye in this race, she's 4-1 on, 5-1 on favourite. You know, she'd be the banker of the whole card. So if she's able to chase that horse down to 3 parts of a length, and if she brings that form into this race, then she's a clear danger. And I go back to Mogul. I think he's the one that is just starting to get his act together. We'll see how he comes back off that run in Hong Kong, but certainly she's the one they've all got to go and beat.
Well, the Japanese have won this race 3 times, with Stay Gold back in 2001, Hearts Cry in 2006. That was an amazing performance. And Gentle Donna won it in 2014. So it is a race that they've got a good record in. And in Japan, they really do breed for a mile and a half, don't they? Their biggest race, the Japan Cup's over a mile and a half. They're obsessed with winning the Arc. Everywhere else, not everywhere else, but in Europe, it's gone more sort of speed focused, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, in recent years, like you say, the Japanese have always, you know, their best horses have always been out and out stayers. I think the tracks out there are very similar to here at Meydan, big long straights, you know, big galloping tracks where their horses are able to get into a nice rhythm. They look generally visually that they run at good solid paces, so you have to stay the distance. And you go back to what we said about in Europe. Now we've gone away from that. If you win a Derby, you know, your chances are you'll probably be covering national hunt mares nowadays.
Yeah.
You know? Which is why I don't think we'll ever see a Triple Crown winner in the UK, because I don't think anyone really wants to win the St. Ledger anymore. It's a mile 6, as stud value is so valuable these days. And
I'll stop you a second, because we can go to Stephen for an update on this race.
Chronogenesis versus Mogul then promises to be a great Sheema Classic, and plenty of other good horses in there besides. Let's show you the conditions then for our penultimate race. There's 2 more to go on Dubai World Cup night. We're due off at 8:10 for this 2,410 metre contest on the turf, carrying Group 1 status and sponsored by Longines. The one non-runner in there, as you can see, is Berkshire Rocco, which leaves a field of 9 headed by Channel Maker, Vijol Rosario and Bill Mott. 2 is Dubai Future, Frankie Dettori in search of a double. 3 is Simsir, Adrade of Free Rides for Fauzi Nas. 4 Star Safari, Mikhail Barcelona on board that one. Walton Streets is the mount of William Buick. 6 doesn't go. Then Mishrif, shouldn't forget him, of course. David Egan on board, the Saudi Cup winner. Mogul for Ryan Moore will break from stall 1. Chronogenesis and Love's Only You, the 2 Japanese mares down the bottom there.
It's a good lineup, it really is, for our Longines Dubai Sheema Classic. This is Channel Maker, who is a really popular horse. He's trained by Bill Mott, who is a very popular trainer. As I said, he's a 4-time Grade 1 winner. He's not going to be winning this, I don't think. He did run a very good race in Saudi behind True Self, where he led and looked briefly like he was going to hold on. That was over 2,100 metres. He does stay this trip. He's won twice over it in the Sword Dancer and the Joe Hirsch. In fact, he's won a couple of Joe Hirsches, I think. But he's probably not going to be quite good enough here. This is Dubai Future. Frankie will have to be at his very best to win on this one.
I think that's the only sort of added advantage this horse has, is he's got Frankie on his back, because I think he's going to have to up his game. Yeah, he was 3.5 lengths behind Walton Street last time out. on that form, he's got a lot to find.
Yeah, he does. He goes for Sobering Stories. Won this race twice. Frankie himself won it on Rewilding in 2011 and Suleimani in 2003. Rewilding was a very, very smart horse. This is Simsia, the Bahrain Trophy winner, who ran on dirt in the Saudi Cup, which was never going to work, and it didn't. He was last. It's his first run over the 1 mile and 4 this evening, this trip, but he's a winner here at the Carnival. That came last year when he was trained by Nick Halford. He's probably not going to be quite good enough, I wouldn't say. 66-1 is about right for him. Adjudgery rides. He was another one who came over at the weekend. They've been going out in the early quarantine slot, the Bahrainis. Star Safari's been a good horse here in Dubai. He's 3 from 4, but this is a tough spot.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. He's been consistent during the Carnival. He's won his last 2. The last race was a Group 3, and he beat Bedouin Story. It's interesting that Williams overlooked him, to ride Walton Street. So, he looks like a second string, and he certainly has to up his game if he's going to feature in this.
Could have done with Charlie having 3 in here, and then you wouldn't have to talk to me all night. He's actually been good to you. You've ridden a lot for Charlie this year.
Yeah, look, we go back a long way. We've been friends for many years, and look, they've got a lot of horses, and I think, obviously, I think Brett Doyle went back early this year. He would have obviously been on the horses, but he supported me, and I'm very lucky to have the support of him during the Carnival.
Well, Charlie won this with Hawkbill, who'd also taken the City of Gold the time before, which is a race that Walton Street won, and Walton Street actually set the track record earlier on this season. He's been a super horse this year. He won very well on Super Saturday. Several others would have to underperform for him to win this, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think he broke the track record in a listed handicap. Probably, I think it was the opening night of the Carnival, I think, or certainly the second meet, and he was impressive. He's then, stepped up to Group 2 company. You could probably pick holes in that form. But yeah, he's probably one I see finishing. Look, he does stay. That's the one thing in his favour. He gets the trip. I think if he was to finish 3rd or 4th, I think Connections would be very happy.
Here is Mogul. It's really good, as is Aidan O'Brien's one. He was the last arrival of the international horses. We didn't see him go out onto the track until I think Thursday, maybe. But that's what Aidan does. He likes them to do their last piece of work at home with him and Ballydoyle, and then he sends them over. Cost 3.4 million as a youngster. Tattersall's Book 1 did Mogul, because I mentioned he's got excellent breeding being related to Japan and Secret Gesture. Chronogenesis is on her toes a little bit. She's a daughter of Bago, and she's the only slight concern I have is she's actually the first ride here for Yuichi Kitamura, who I'm sure will have done his research, but it's the first time he's ever ridden here at Maidan, and it's also the first runner here for Takashi Sato, the trainer, so that's a bit of a worry. By contrast, Loves Only You is also from Japan. Yoshii Murphy rides. He's had 27 winners in Dubai, and the trainer Yoshito Yahagi has had a winner here before, so there is that. Loves Only You is a full sister to Real Steel, who won the Dubai Turf a few years ago. She could maybe pop up a little bit at a fairly big price, but no getting away from the fact that Chronogenesis is very much the first string here for the Japanese.
Definitely, and like you say, I was just looking at her there. She's on her toes, but doesn't seem to be getting too overexcited. She's quite a lightly framed filly, but yeah, I mean, you go back to the thing that Yuichi Kitamura hasn't ridden here before. The tracks here are very similar to what they are in Japan, and it's very straightforward. I think he'll just take a slot on her. He knows her well. He's ridden her, I think, in the majority of her runs so far.
Sorry, we'll just go to Stephen in the parade ring.
I'm joined by Dean Reeves and Randy Hill, part owners here of Channelmaker, and what a horse he is to own.
Oh, he's been fabulous. He brings his A game every race, and I think he's getting better. I mean, his past year being Eclipse Award winner, won 2 Grade 1s. So this is a top-line horse.
It certainly is, and the way he carries his head, I think he's a horse that everybody associates with. Is it maybe a bit quirky, but everyone loves him?
Well, he's quirky, but he wins, and that's what counts, and he's a Eclipse Award winner.
he's gotten better, as Dean said, the last year or so, and been a fun horse for us to own. I think he's won 4 or 5 Grade 1s for us.
Certainly, I took you to Saudi, brought you here. What sort of run are you expecting again today?
Well, I think he's proven he needs to go to the front. And if everything goes well, we're going to be out front, and they're going to have to come catch us.
Does the longer straight worry you at all?
No, I think he's going to make his move, try to get the jump on him, and we just got to hope we can hang on. So he's training well, and we're pretty confident.
And when you talk about his head, his head going up, that's the problem you get. If he doesn't get his lead, he uses a lot of energy throwing that head up. So you've got to get him on the lead and then calm him down. So when he comes home, he's got something left.
Well, it's great to see you both here. Hopefully I'll be talking to you after the race as well.
I hope so.
We hope so, too.
This has been fabulous, and we really appreciate the invitation here.
No problem. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Mishrif. Look at him go. He's a beautiful horse. And good to hear there from the owners of Channel Makers. So many owners have made it over here from America, which bizarrely enough is one of the easier places to travel to and from at the moment. And fantastic that we've had so many connections here. Here's another look at the Saudi Cup. That's Charlatan, one of the best dirt horses in America, we think, about to be sort of ground past. It's not really a phrase, is it? By Mishrif. Now, you rode in the Saudi Cup last year, Richie. It's a different surface to here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very fortunate. I've been to Saudi quite a few times. Certainly last year, what I remember the track was rode a little bit deeper than it usually had in previous years. I've been over there for the King's Cup. It's a very kind surface on horses, but what I gather on Saudi Cup night, or certainly the day before, it rained an awful lot. And
it rained and it was freezing.
Yes, well, it's very cold there, but I think the problem with they have some sort of wood chipping or some fibres in the dirt track, and I think a lot of the guys were complaining that it was very, very deep and rode very, very slow and holding, and which is probably why the horses that were close to the pace kind of saw it out. I was talking to Antonio about Military Law, and he was saying that he never able to get organised on it, the track at all. So I think that played a big part in it. But like I say, this horse was always placed close to the pace. I mean, Charlton and Nick Skull went lights out. I mean, they were literally taking each other on, and full credit to Charlton because it was still able to finish second. Like I say, from stall 10, it'll be very interesting to what David's tactics will be. I believe he's going to take back and ride the horse to get the trip. I think because if he gets pitched out wide, I think the horse is going to over-race. I don't think he'll go forward on it because it's the first time over this distance. The pace angle is very interesting to see where it comes from here as well.
Chronogenesis generally sits just off the pace, sort of in mid-division, which is what she does here. This is the Arima Kinem, which is, I think, the biggest betting race in the world. It's a huge deal. It's over at Nakayama, over the 2,500 metres, so a little bit further than she'll travel today. And she beats Salacia, who's a Group 1 winner, I think, very nicely indeed. She's not spectacular, apart from her win in the Takarazuka Kinem, which was by 6 lengths over Kiseki, a former Japan Derby winner. She often just gets it done. She also won the Kyoto Kinen. That was a Grade 2. She beat Karen Bocador in there. Her level of form is just strong right the way through. She's beaten the top horses in Japan, which makes me think that she's going to be just too good here. She should just be too good here. But I think fillies are probably a little bit harder to travel with than colts and geldings.
Yeah, they're certain, but they're a bit harder to train in general, in that some of them don't come out of the races as well as others, which is why you take your hat off to Ormond Eye. She did it for many years. She was at the top of her game. You just have to see how, like I say, she looked pretty good in the paddock, a little bit on her toes, but nothing major that you'd be concerned about. But you kind of, with a filly, you'd kind of have to back off and give them a little bit more time than a robust colt would take. Like I say, they do take their races a little bit different. The interesting one is Sims here, because I'll be surprised to see it. I mean, when he won in Bahrain, he won that big international race. I think he made all the running, and he scooted clear. He was quite a free, gassy horse, I remember, when he came over here last year with Mick Halford. I don't think Adri's going to make the run in stall 4, and he's another one that I think this trip's going to stretch. Star Safari might just go because Walton Street's a good solid stayer, so Mikel might just let him point his toe. I don't think Ryan's going to be too far away on Mogul either.
No, we know Mogul really sees this trip out well, so no particular reason to hold him up, you wouldn't think. He's quite a strong travelling sort, Mogul. A really lovely son of Galileo. So who's going to win it then? I shall play it safe in this one and go with the favourite, Chronogenesis, for me.
Okay, well, I'll go with something different. I'm going to go Mogul because I think he's an improving type. I think he's only just really getting his act together. So it's one for the Irish and Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore.
Only 2 runners on the card tonight for the O'Brien family. Joseph had speaking colours earlier on in the Quoz, and this is Aidan's only run. In fact, it's his only nomination, which was slightly baffling. So great that he's brought him. Aidan won this race in 2013 with St Nicholas Abbey. Can he do it again with Mogul? It's our Longines Dubai Sheema Classic, and it's up next.
Final 2 to go forward. So we're almost set to go now. 2,410 metres the journey. Mishrif and David Egan about to go forward. And we're almost set for a start. $5 million on the line. They're all set. Ready to go. Gates are back and they're racing in the Sheema, and Mogul off the inside began beautifully. So too did Walton Street, and Channel Maker's going to go forward and take up the running early. Sincere alongside of it. Chronogenesis, Love Zone and You are just off them. They were followed by Star Safari. Now Mogul getting back on the inside now. They will follow as they leave the straight by Dubai Future, and outside of it as they race their way towards the back straight was Mishrif. They go towards the back now, 2,000 metres left to run, and Channel Maker for the USA shows the way of Sincere up to second. Walton Street in the clear third. Next of all is Star Safari, then Chronogenesis, Loves Only You. Mogul over on the inside, then Mishrif, and last of all as a race into the back is Dubai Future. The first section was 26.31 as they flatten out. Into the back straight they go behind Channel Maker, showing the way, leading by 3 parts of a length. Sincere up on the outside in second. Next of all is Walton Street. They were followed by Star Safari, the red cap, down on the inside of the Japanese mare Chronogenesis. Mogul goes through on the inside, then Loves Only You. Next of all then is Dubai Future, and Mishrif just bowling along at the rear of the field as they run their way down the back in the Sheema. And Channel Maker has made play, getting to its neck on the outside now is Sincere, then Walton Street, the inside Star Safari, the red cap, followed by Chronogenesis and Mogul travelling together, then Loves Only You. Next of all is Dubai Future, and over on the outside Mishrif is at the tail. About to turn down the back as they turn off the back straight, and Joel Rosario gave Channel Maker a little bit more rein, and it snuck away a length and a quarter over Sincere in second. Walton Street travels well in third, followed by Star Safari, Chronogenesis, Mogul, Loves Only You. Next of all then is Dubai Future, and Mishrif is beginning to take off around the outside. A crackerjack finish in the offing here as they come to the bend, and Channel Maker the leader. Walton Street strode up on the outside strongly. They were followed as they turn in by Chronogenesis, the inside Star Safari. Mishrif comes down the outside. Loves Only You trying to push its way into the clear. Mogul head of the rest. Walton Street went to the lead. Loves Only You got through with Mishrif. Chronogenesis is full bore. Mishrif out of the middle went to the lead. Chronogenesis, Loves Only You are digging in. Mishrif the leader. Chronogenesis, Loves Only You over on the inside. Mishrif its nose in front of the Sheema Classic. A Sheema Classic comes up, and it's Mishrif. Mishrif by a head over Chronogenesis, and Loves Only You will remember that for years. They were followed then by Walton Street. Next to come across the line is Dubai Future, followed by Mogul. Then came Star Safari and Channel Maker and Sincere. I think we built it as the clash of the night, and that is one of the best races you will ever see anywhere in the world. Mishrif goes up on the outside of Loves Only You. Chronogenesis was just a little bit flat-footed, but she dug in late. But Mishrif switching back to the turf and takes the Dubai Sheema Classic over Chronogenesis in a race for the ages, and Loves Only You, and they're beaten off Walton Street. Fantastic performance by Mishrif. What a training performance by John Gosden and David Egan, the rider. Settled last, made his move off the back straight, covered them quickly, but as soon as he got to the front, then the 2 Japanese mares sprinted with him. Fantastic performance by Mishrif, and Chronogenesis and Love's Only You have been a huge in defeat. Fantastic. Longines Dubai Sheema Classic, presented by Longines, has been taken out by Mishrif, who has now won 6 races from 10 career starts. And this win will open up so many doors back in Europe now that can run out a strong 24.10. And back onto the turf tonight, Mishrif has added the Dubai Sheema Classic to what is building as an enormous resume.
What a horse. This has never been done before, Richie. You just don't win a top-level dirt race and 5 weeks later come and win one of the best mile-and-a-half turf races in the world, beating one of the best Japanese mares in the world. It just doesn't happen, yet it just did.
That's why John Gosden's a trainer and I'm not. That was amazing, and it, you know what a lovely ride David gave him as well, because he was drawn 10. He took him back early. He was racing a little bit freely early on, but he always had him in control, and he made his move at the right time. Yeah, look, like I say, in Saudi, he was always just outstayed the horses, whether he was always going to get this trip. But like I say, that it just, John Gosden is a genius with what he has, and I think, yeah, he's going to work back from the arc, and this Prince Faisal obviously wanted to have a tilt at it. And yeah, as for value going as a stud, there's more value in winning this race than the race in Saudi.
Yeah, this is a great one.
He's now a Group 1. Well, he won the French Derby over 2000. He's now won the Sheema Classic over 2-4. And yeah, like I say, lovely ride, and the horse had to be really tough because the other 2 Japanese horses were out-and-out stayers. And yeah, he's really battled well, but it was a lovely ride, like I say, from David, who's certainly emerging as one of the top flight young stars in the weighing room, and like I say before, he's turned himself into a big race jockey.
It was a super performance. Let's get more from the Winning Connections.
I'm joined by Ted Vout, racing manager for Prince Faisal. Wow, what a horse Mishrif is. I think plenty of people doubted, but to come back and do what he's just done on the turf there, amazing.
Were amazing. Great ride from David. I mean, bided his time, tucked him in behind, and then on that last turn started picking them off one by one and came up the outside. Beautifully timed. Great horse. 1.2 miles, 1.5 miles, dirt, turf. He's doing it all at the moment. It's great for Prince Faisal. And his son here is Prince Khalid, probably as nervous as I was.
And there was no hiding place out there. He really needed to stay, didn't he?
And that filly's good now from Japan. She's real good. So I'm delighted. He's beating proper Group 1 horses, and he's a real star.
He probably deserves a bit of a break now, don't you think?
Well, he's got to get one.
Many congratulations.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What an amazing performance by Mishrif. It was the best finish we've had of the night. The 2 Japanese fillies did not want to lie down. They were very, very game in defeat. Chronogenesis and Love's Only You. Let's not forget he was giving weight away here, not much. 1.5 kilos to the fillies, but that's not easy.
No, it's not, especially when you're running over 1.5 miles for the first time. They looked like they went a nice, genuine pace. Channel Maker and Joel Rosario, led them along at a nice, good, even gallop. And like I say, I think David's first point of call was getting the horse to switch off after running on the dirt. But what a horse, and what a tough, genuine performer he's been. And he's a homebred as well, which I think will make it even more special for Prince Faisal.
Yeah, stallion make-believe. Very successful indeed. And the mare actually contradicted the Dama Mishrif. She was a Mile 2 winner. But all the siblings have been milers so far. John Gosden's very good at winning this race. He won it with Dare Me in 2010, the first ever running of the race at Meydan, and also won it with Jack Hobbs, who kind of came into the race a bit like Lord North. He was a horse everyone was talking about all week. They loved Jack Hobbs, and he was a very good winner, of course, for Godolphin. But this Mishrif is a little bit special. Right away through his career, he's been a horse who just really wanted to battle, and I felt like he never really got the credit he deserved for his win over in France. He then won one of the Arc trials. They didn't want to go to the Arc. His only bad run came on ground that was very soft on Champions Day behind a D.
Yeah, and I think there was more made of the fact that I think Frankie Dettori jocked off David Egan that day than there was on the ground. But yeah, look, he's he's got under the radar. He ran very well last year. I remember being out in Saudi. He ran the Saudi Derby, and he ran extremely good race. And David always liked him. Look, I think his win in the French Derby or the Prix de Jockey Club certainly went under the radar. And he, like you say, I don't think he got the credit deserved. I don't think he actually got full credit for winning in Saudi. You know, he beat two of the best American dirt horses. And I've always said, look, very good horses will go on any surface. It's, you know, and this clearly is a very good horse. And, you know, hopefully this catapults David into the stardom that he's destined for. And like I say, I see him going down the route. Like, I expect John Gosden to work back from the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe now. You know, he perhaps may run at Royal Ascot. They might even go back to a mile and a quarter and the Juddmonte, because I'm
they
sure
have
pretty
the Juddmonte, haven't they?
You know, I'm pretty sure Prince Faisal would want that to support that race. So for obvious reasons. And yeah, look, he's an exciting horse, and we've seen. Now John Gosden once again, you know, Enable's retired, and he's emerged tonight with Lord North and Mischief to go to war with next year.
Amazing. It's not easy to win two big Group 1s here on World Cup night. What a great night for the British trainers. 2 wins for John Gosden, 1 for Mark Johnston. Good stuff. A carnival that everybody said would be dominated by Godolphin. It really wasn't, thanks to Lord Glitters and Equilateral. And then tonight, just had the 1 win for Godolphin so far. Of course, they do have the favourite Mystic Guide for the Dubai World Cup coming up. A great performance by Mischief. It means the Japanese have only got one more bullet to fire, as Tiger Shea would say, which is Chua Wizard, who's possibly can be a bit forgiven his run in Saudi last time, but
yeah, you said that he actually didn't run too bad a race. I didn't really watch him in look, I struggled to see the Japanese, like, if I think they were pinning their hopes on this race.
With good
reason. You know, they've been great supporters of racing here over many, many years, but I think if they're, you know, look, they're only winning the World Cup came with Victoire Pisa, and that was on an artificial synthetic surface.
Stunning ride as well, wasn't it?
You know, yeah, I mean, Mirko, I think Luke DeField gone into the first turn, and the race was history, but yeah, I certainly, I think there's stronger claims from the States and the local horses than there are with the Japanese in the big race.
What I love about Mischief is the way he puts his head down, and he really looks like he's trying hard. There is Ted Wout. I'm sure it's not an easy job when you have a big owner. You've got to manage their interests and you know, plan matings and plan races, and everybody said this horse was in the wrong race.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll hold my hands up, I thought, but like I say, what do I know? That's why John Gosden is where he is. It's great because I think that the last good horse was this horse's sire that the owner had, Make Believe.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then you have to go back a few years. Kodiak, who was out here, actually ran the carnival. And I think the Invincible Spirit was probably the last good one. So, yeah, what a tough, genuine horse. And like you say, it's probably a jockey's dream, really, because he just gets his head down and he just wants to fight. And yeah, like I say, I think he's got a very good future going back to Europe, and you know, and he might even take in something like the Breeders' Cup turf as well.
Yeah, that would be a nice target for him at the end of the season. It comes relatively quickly after the Art would be the only thing. I reckon they might give him a nice break now. We might not even see him until the Juddmonte. They could go to the King George, of course. That's a nice prestigious race to win over the 1.5 miles. Another race that John Gosden's very good at winning. Beautiful pictures of Mischief and David Egan. I feel like I've been looking at beautiful pictures of Mischief and David Egan all year.
He's just been, like you say...
the horse this year.
Yeah, I think the horse and like you say, David, with the Saudi race really propelled him to stardom, and this race will, I think, elevate him even further. I mean, this has been the World Cup night. We saw the emergence of William Buick with John Gosden and Dare Me. Oisin Murphy hit the headlines here, winning races like this. So, yeah, I think, you know, like I said before, you know, there's no one in that way that's better bred to be a jockey. So, I think he's got a very bright future ahead of him. And, you know, he's just showed what a class rider he is. And he's just off on a horse, he's the same as he is off it. He's very calm, collective. He gets a lot of good advice from his father, John, who's still riding.
I haven't seen John. Is John not? I don't think
he's
John's
around
here.
still. I think he's not here this week because of obviously the quarantine restrictions. But I read an article the other day. John said that he was going to ride till he was 60, and if anyone will, it'll be him, because he's still fit and he still strives, and I think he'll get more of a kick out of David winning this than he would have. I know the prize money was a lot more in Saudi, but to win a World Cup night race is immense.
Yeah, to win a Group 1. So we're having a little look back at some highlights of the Longines Dubai Sheema Classic. The 2 Japanese fillies went down on their sword, truly. Super performances from Chronogenesis and Loves Only You. There is a Sheen Murphy. I don't think he was particularly confident about any of his chances tonight, so therefore he'd have probably been pretty happy to have finished third and picked up a nice check there on Loves Only You. There is Chronogenesis. She might well be one that we also see in the arc. They've talked about an international campaign for her later on this season. She didn't lose a great deal in defeat. Mogul was a bit disappointing. I do feel today was very much the starting point for him.
Yeah, I thought he'd run a lot better than that. He travelled extremely well. Ryan was down the fence and always had the better horses in his sight. He seemed to cut out a furlong and a half down, whether this was a starting block for what's going to be a tough campaign during the summer. But yeah, I would expect they'll be slightly scratching their head as to how he's ran. Like I say, I expected a little more from him. Walton Street, I thought would perform a little better, but it's ultimately come down to probably the misriff, as we've somewhat overlooked him because of the trip, and I certainly have going a mile and a half, but John Gosden's certainly got a plan for him, and it will be targeting those bigger races during the summer.
It's amazing what they've done with him already. It really is amazing. Let's go to Stephen.
I'm joined by David Egan after the victory of Misriff. Wow, what a month or so you've had.
Yeah, what a month or so for Misriff. He's a tremendous horse, and just so lucky to be connected with such a great horse and a great team. Mr. Gosden, Tady, Prince Faisal, it's Ted Vout who's been instrumental as well, so it's a big team win.
He had to show that dirt grinding quality at the end there almost, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? I thought the last 100 yards was going to be tough, but look, fantastic to get on top. I think what was the key today was getting relaxed and in a rhythm. Had a nice pitch at the back of the field, and he was changing legs well, and he showed a good turn of foot. It was just whether he'd hold on that last 100 yards, and just his grit got him through it.
Some horse, well done, David.
Thank you.
Former UK champion apprentice, of course. Very big fancy trophies we have for our Longines Dubai Sheema Classic. Apparently it's the Longines Dubai Sheema Classic presented by Longines. Actually, on a serious note, they've been brilliant for horse racing. They sponsor the world's best racehorse. I say this a lot, but I love the fact that they sponsor at Sharjah.
I was just going to say that
really
it probably goes under the radar, but if it wasn't for their sponsorship at Sharjah, we probably wouldn't have racing there. It's and they're always there to present the trophies.
Yeah,
so
Patrick Ayoun, that gentleman there, is the regional brand manager, I believe, for Longines. He never misses a meeting. He'll be there when there's a 0 to 40 Arabian race at Sharjah next week. He'll be there presenting the trophies. He's great. Well, Tady Gosden, we should probably get him a chair up there. He's been up there all evening. He only just finished his licensing, didn't he? I think it all got delayed due to COVID, and he's just.
I think so. Hence
license.
why his name isn't on the license today. But I'm just checking. He doesn't have anything in the next race.
Yeah, I know.
Because they're just such an amazing operation. Everybody down at Clarehaven in Newmarket, they're a great team, a very powerful team, and for the last decade, John Gosden has been able to turn out good horses year in, year out, and that's not easy to do. Most trainers would love one of these horses, and like I say, obviously it was very upsetting and Abel and as spectators to see her go, and I'd say when she left the yard, he was obviously looking to see where the next one is, and we've seen two, from a mile and a quarter to probably a mile and a half, two top class individuals be released on the night and emerge as like top contenders for the top grade 1 races around Europe and the world.
Confirmation of the result. I didn't realise the little glut of Godolphin horses in 4th, 5th and 6th. Walton Street, I thought for a moment was going to win it. He ran a blinder.
He's ran a super race, and look, that's their first. He had a lot to find on the form book as ratings go. But look, they've proved that they're fit horses. They've been around here. Look, you take his listed handicap win on his first start. He broke the track record, but he's improved. He won a Group 2. He's probably ran a career best there, and I think he's another horse that will will be a good contender. He might be the type of horse Charlie will look at maybe taking down to Australia again.
It's got something going to Hong Kong for the Champions of Chater. I can't remember what horse it is. There's someone mentioned the other day that they were looking at that for a long-range plan. It's one of the few 1.5 Group 1s in Hong Kong, one of only 2, I think, actually. Charlie was looking at that for one of his horses. But Walton Street certainly proved he belongs at this level, and it's just bizarre the amount of improvement he's found at his relatively advanced stage of life at the age of 7. Full credit to the team at Moulton Paddocks. That's a nice shot. Beautiful. I didn't ask you how I know you were only on the Arabians. How did it look? Very dusty, the dirt track for the Kahala.
Yeah, it genuinely is. Look, Laura, we generally race here most nights. It's 6:30 start, so the race earlier, like obviously, look, we're racing at 3:45 in the afternoon. It's very hot and the track is very dry. Pat Baker and his team do their very best to get enough water on the track, but ultimately it dries out. And it's like I've always said that the first 4 races are always slightly slower, and that's just no help. That's just the weather, and we can't do anything about that. But as the evening goes on, the temperature started to drop. Now it's a little bit cooler. I'd expect the track to ride a lot quicker for the big race.
Well, that will suit some of the horses, but not necessarily Jesus' team, who's trained by Jose D'Angelo, who could become the youngest ever World Cup winning trainer.
Jesus is the name of the son of the owner, Alejandro. He put this year all his horses one name of the family and finishing team, like Mimina's team, Mauro's team, Franco's team, and Jesus' team.
Okay, well, that makes sense. And tell me how he's doing. How's he settled into Maidan?
Jesus go very, very good. He's gone very good. He adapted very fast when he changed the barn. He loved the track. First day, we went to the tiny track. He doing good. But the first day, he looks a little sharp and nervous. But when finished the first turn, he looks more comfortable and focused. And the second day, perfect, amazing. I like he did in the track, and I am very sure he loved the track, and we're gonna have a great race on Saturday.
And I really love what you've done with him. You've targeted this race. You said straight away, we're not going to go to Saudi, we're going to come here. So hopefully he's a little bit more fresh than some of the others.
Yes, because all the race of Jesus, I planified, okay? So, for example, we made the points to Kentucky Derby, and the Kentucky Derby was my project. But what I see, I saw he's not ready. I passed the Derby, and I went to the Jim Dandy and Preakness, and I think that was a good move. I think the Saudi is past the Saudi was a good move to have a Jesus 100% and fresh in Dubai now.
And he's a lovely horse, isn't he? He's running all the big races, and he always shows up. He always runs a good race.
Yes, he have a big heart, and he likes to run and have a courage. He is a great horse.
Yeah, good luck to them with Jesus' team. He's never won at this level. He's never won anywhere near like this level, but he does have some of the best form on offer in that good second in the Pegasus and also in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. That's what it's all for. Well, that and $6.960 million is what you get if you win. What would you reckon? Can it go to military law?
Yeah,
NASA's had a good night.
It'd be great, wouldn't it? One for the home team. We've gone to war in this race for many years. It's like, look, Saeed's won it plenty of times, but we never really consider him as a local trainer. So he's a horse that handles the track. I thought he actually ran very well in Saudi Arabia. He was sixth. Look, who knows? It's I think he's got as good a chance as any. It's every year there's a standout class horse in the race. I think it's wide open this year. There's half a dozen in there that could win it.
Yeah, it's so open. There's 5 Group or Grade 1 winners in there. Possibly my idea of what would be the most sentimental winner would be a Giusto Fiscal. I'd love him to win it for the Antonio Sintra team. I don't think he can, really, but he is a dual Grade 1 winner from Uruguay. Lots of cleaning and sanitising going on, as you would expect. They've been very hot on things like that, the Meydan team. I just think it's ripe for an upset, isn't it? I just can't work out where it's going to come from.
No, I'm the same. I was talking to a friend of mine earlier on in the night, and I said there'll be some strange results this evening. I just don't see where it's coming from. Look, like you say, Jesus' team brings some good form from the US. Obviously, was second in the Pegasus. Sleepy Eyes Todd, it was a lot made of it that he was unlucky in Saudi. I've yet to see where. Look, Mystic Guide brings some good form in. He still has to step up to the plate and prove. Look, there's a man there that just looking over to my right that has won it before, and if there's going to be a surprise, I think it could come from Hypothetical.
Salim Bin Ghadat was so confident when I went to see him the other day. We didn't take a camera, I just sort of went on a slightly social visit, and he was just, all he wanted to talk about was Hypothetical, and he had Panadol in the Derby, and he said he's going to run a big race, and I said, no, Salim, it's a year too soon. Next year it'll be a serious World Cup horse, and he was like, nope, this year. Yeah, and I think he has every right to be confident because, like I say, there's not one horse in the race that really stands out. You know, you can pick holes in most of the horses, really. Like I say, Mystic Guide, you know, he's a Grade 2, Grade 3. Not sure, he hasn't won a Grade 1 yet. He hasn't won a Grade 1. He won the Grade 2 Jim Dandy would be his sort of biggest achievement, and then he was second in the Grade 1 Jockey Club, but it was a pretty poor renewal of the Jockey Club. Yeah. He's an exciting horse, but let's get more on this race from Stephen.
We're around about 10 minutes away then from the big one, the $12 million Dubai World Cup, sponsored by Emirates Airline, the anticipation building in what is becoming an ever-increasing busy parade ring. Let's show you the conditions then for the finale. As I said, we've got $12 million on offer, prize money unaffected in this race, and all the way down to 8th place. And there will be 14 of them going in search of it. Headed by number 1, Giusto Fiscal, the mount of Wagner Leal for Antonio Sintra. 2 is Capizano, will break from stall 7, a likely pace angle for Royston French and Salim Bin Ghadat. 3 is Chua Wizard, Katie Tasaki rides that one. Gifts of Gold is the mount of Christophe Soumillon, will break from the widest gate in stall 14. Great stop on the inside, Frankie Dettori riding for Abdullah Mishrif. Hypothetical is alongside him in 2. Mikhail Barcelona rides. Jesus' team is the mount of Joel Rosario, just heard about him. Magni Corps, one of 2 in the race for Godolphin. Then Military Law, Nasser Asker in search of his second winner on the night. The other Godolphin runner is Mystic Guide. Then we've got Salute the Soldier, Sleepy Eyes Todd, The Great Collection, and finally Title Ready, who is the mount of Ryan Moore.
What a beautiful trophy it is for the Dubai World Cup. First run in 1996. You've ridden in it 2 or 3 times? North America was almost favourite one year, wasn't it?
North America twice, Surfer ran in it once, and I think I rode 4 times. Richard's Kid I rode as well.
Richard's Kid, yeah.
He wasn't named after me.
No, I remember you saying you thought you should have had the ride on the basis of the name, and you got it anyway.
I did, yeah. But he ran it once. He ran it twice. 1 year I didn't ride him, but 4 times I rode in it.
He was a really little horse, wasn't he? He started out in the States and then joined Satish. Giusto Fiscal, as I mentioned, is a dual Grade 1 winner from Uruguay. He won the Jose Pedro Ramirez Stakes. That was back in January of 2020. He missed Super Saturday with a really minor thing. So he comes in a little bit fresh in some of these. He's been quite well held, if we're honest, in the 2 starts here today. Any extra trip will suit him, though.
I think so. He looked like he was staying on behind Salute the Soldier. He's got to find, look, like any of them, they've got to be on their A game tonight. He's one that, I think could fill the minor places up.
Wow, Capizano looks absolutely amazing. He is a 6-time course winner. He was favourite for this race in 2019 when he didn't make the lead, and we're kind of banking on him to go forward here, aren't we? That's just what he does.
Yeah, I'd always watch the horse in the paddock. He doesn't look at the Capizano of old, where he's very aggressive in the paddock, very upset. Now, whether that changed when Royston gets on his back, but to me, he's always been at his best when he is able to when he is overexcited and he's able to dominate things, I would expect him to press for the lead. But like I say, it depends on how his attributes are once Royston mounts him. But at the moment, he's looking a little bit too calm and collected for me.
He's taking the hood off, which is interesting, because when he suddenly started kind of rapidly improving, that the hood was the reason for that. There's Jose Francisco D'Angelo, who has the extremely valuable assistance of Dubai World Cup winner Joel Rosario to ride his horse. This is Gifts of Gold. Saeed has won this race 9 times, so I'm not going to question much he does, but he's very up against it.
Very much so. I think he ran in round 1, didn't he, of the Maktoum Challenge, and he was beaten at distance behind Military Law. They then they stepped him right up in the staying race in Saudi, and Patsy rode him, gave him a lovely ride. That was on turf. I think it's just the fact that I think Saeed's had a runner in the race every year. It's every renewal of the race, so I think it's more the fact that we need a runner in it. As opposed, I would be shocked if he's able to perform on the night.
It will be the shock of the night.
I've been shocked many times before, but I'd be very, very surprised if he was able to lay it down to these.
Great Scott looks like he's about to send a few people scattering in the parade ring. He used to be trained by Tom Dascombe, that horse, and he ran a super third in the Saudi Cup, form which has been franked, we should probably point out. Certainly no concerns about horses coming here from Saudi, but Mishraf went home. It's even more crazy that horse managed to win tonight when you consider what he's been through in the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. He's done a lot of travelling. He's proved it. I mean, but yeah, like you say, this horse, although I think he had the home advantage that day, he's used to the track. He's got the added assistance, obviously, of Frankie on board, and he's got a great draw in stall 1. Be interesting to see what Frankie does from that position, whether he presses or just takes a sit off. Sit and follow Hypothetical and Capizano. I think they'll go forward. But yeah, he's a horse that, look, he's on his run in Saudi. He holds a lot of the others, Military Law especially. But I would see Military Law reversing placings with him.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I think Great Scott's up against it, especially looks like he's running his race before. Jesus' team has looked great all week. He really has. He's a little bit of a doubtful stayer, actually. He was kind of running on. He looked like he probably did want the extra trip behind Nick's Go in the Pegasus. That was over 1,800 metres. Andre Fabre is very keen to win the World Cup. He's had a number of attempts at it with Talismanic, had a similar profile to Magny-Cours. Vadamos Meandra, who was 6th, that's his best ever placing in the race. I know he's bred for dirt, Magny-Cours, but I just can't have him. It's so difficult in this company.
No, his pedigree is all dirt. I mean, his Medagladora is out of an AP Indy mare. But 2 things surprised me. One, Mikel Barcelona is riding Hypothetical, and I know he rides for Salam Bin Gadea, but he's contracted Andre Fabre.
Yeah, I was very surprised.
William Buick has obviously come in for the mount, but I'd be shocked if a horse coming from France, it's more the style of the way this race will be ran. I think he'll be out of his comfort zone from the word go. The outside stall will probably help him in that he won't get the kickback, but I just can't see it happening.
Well, this is Mystic Guide, who is the favourite and kind of deserves to be, but it's mostly on connections and how exciting he is. He won the Razorback by 6 lengths last time. That was on a sloppy track, and he did get the perfect trip. Lewis Sayers is on board him. He could just be too good here, Mystic Guide, but for me, he just has a little bit to prove tonight. And Sleepy Eyes Todd, another one came out of the Saudi Cup, goes for trainer Miguel Silva, his first runner here in Dubai. He did get quite badly squeezed. And then he was on the sort of, what I think was a bit of a dead rail, which is the same excuse for Chua Wizard. All the same, I think he's going to struggle to win this. And the poor old Great Collection never gets any credit. I don't think he should be the outsider of the whole lot here.
Do you know what? I've been very critical of this horse in the past, but he's actually the one horse in the race, for some strange reason, I keep going back to, is because he's actually the one horse in the race that actually wants to run this trip. And you know, I've been critical in the past in the fact that he doesn't, he's never backed up a whole season. This year he seems to have got his act together. Pat Cosgrave gets on really, really well with him. He actually ran, look, he was 4th behind Salute the Soldier in round 3, but I followed him into the first turn. He actually got the bit through the mouth. His bit slid right through his mouth. So Pat Dobbs, for 3 or 4 furlongs of the race, was trying to get the horse, get the bit back through, get him organised, get him back on the lead. So that spent a lot of energy. I just think this horse finishes his races off really, really well, and I'm not saying he'll win, but I think he's he should not be the outsider of them all. And if there's going to be a real big upset, I think it'll come from this horse.
So drama here.
Well, it will be quite the upset at 28-1. They were brave. Our Secretary of the horse's owner. They could have just got in the mile where he'd have run a place, I'm sure. He was like, nah, I'm going for the big one, the World Cup. Good luck to them. Been a great supporter of Dubai racing. You just saw Title Ready as well. As I look back at all the World Cups so far, my favourite winner is Cigar, even though I wasn't here, because I think without him the race wouldn't have the prestige it does now. He was just brilliant, and I also thought Arrogate was amazing, and I love Thunder Snow. Any particular favourites for you?
Look, you'd always have to sway towards the American horses. They're dominant force in their own country, but the fact that I'm not sure any of them have won a Grade 1, have they? I don't think Jesus' team has.
He hasn't. No.
No.
The horse at the top of the market, none of them have won a Grade 1. The Grade 1 winners are Reduce Fiscal, Capizano, Chewer Wizard.
Yeah, I mean, which tells me that. And the one thing that I sway from the Jesus team is that Joel Rosario's riding him. Luis Saez has opted to ride Mystic Guide. Irad Ortiz has ridden him in the past. Would they have come if they thought he was a leading contender in it? I don't know. It's just an open race. Look, I'd love to see.
I'm not quite sure what's going on, but some of the horses have gone back into the whereas the sort of unsaddling for the also rans, including the Great Collection, has gone into there.
Yeah, they're not following the parade.
I think there's a loose horse on the track. Great Scott has got loose. Great Scott was being very hard to handle in the parade ring, so it looks like we might have a bit of delay before our Dubai World Cup. So a couple of the jockeys and the horses have gone back into the unsaddling area, and Pat Cosgrave has hopped off the Great Collection. Frankie's okay, that's the good news, but yeah, Great Scott was getting really upset in the parade ring. They mounted him in the chute, and he's now gone off on the track and maybe scratched, I'm not sure. So that's why it looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay. Interesting that Pat Cosgrave's opted to get off the Great Collection, whereas the rider of
I'm just looking at Military
Japanese
Law. He just looks so relaxed in himself. Out of all
he's
the
been here before, done this before.
Where I've been there, and he's just got such a great attitude. You know, there's a few of them getting warm, a little bit jig-joggy. He's just walking around like, you know, it's just another race. And, you know, I love that. And as a jockey, you want your horse to be relaxed. You want them, you know, taking it all in.
Capizano's now going a little bit loopy. Is that loopy enough for you?
Yeah, that's about him. That's about him now.
He's dangerous if he's back.
Yeah, he is and he isn't. I don't think he's the Capizano of old, but he's dangerous. He is the pace angle around the race. You know,
besides him, there's not a lot of pace.
No, and that's the interesting thing. Obviously we don't know if Great Scott's running, but I think with Frankie, and I think, you know, where's Christophe drawn in 14? I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see Christophe trying to do a Thunder Snow and going out from the outside and trying to look. He stays extremely well. He won over 3,000 metres, so it's going to be. I think the orders Saeed has obviously given to Christophe will be keep out of kickback, you know, and try and get him into a nice rhythm. I think from 14 he's going to try to go forward, but I think Capizano will force the issue. I think Mikel will just, you know, take a sit on the rail in behind him.
If he can win this on Gifts of Gold, he deserves a knighthood. Let's hear from Stephen.
I'm joined by Michael Stidham, of course, trainer of Mystic Guide. Not an ideal prep for him, but he seems to be handling it all right.
Yeah, he's doing well, and we're just wanting to get on the racetrack, and let's see what happens.
And an honour for you to have a runner for Godolphin here at the big night at their home track.
Tremendous honour to be here, and to have a horse in the race for Sheikh Mohammed is a wonderful thing.
And he's had a good build-up to the race, Mystic Guide?
He has, very, very good. He had a big race at Oaklawn, and then he's trained well coming into this.
We wish you all the best and great to see you here.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Michael Stidham. It's his first time ever travelling a horse outside of North America. Best of luck to them. It'll bring the house down, to be honest, if they can win this with this exciting Godolphin homebred. Mystic Guide, who's out of a mare called Music Note, is a 5-time Grade 1 winner. He's the son of Ghost Zappa. He's 3 from 7 career, and they skipped a lot of big targets with him. They just wanted to keep him right, get him safe. They could have run him in the Breeders' Cup Classic. They said, no, he's not ready. Give you some form from America. This is Nixco winning the Pegasus, beating Jesus' team, who he's got a very high action, hasn't he? Quite a nice action. He's not exactly finishing with a wet sail like he wants to go a bit further for me.
No, he looks like he's just about clung on. If anything, Nick Scoer's tying up. He's probably flattered the distance or the margin now that he's finished to him. I'm just interested. I'm looking across there, and I'm just seeing a couple of the jockeys have got off their horses. Pat Cosgrave's got off the Great Collection, so he's being led around where we normally unsaddle.
And a lot of Adri's opted to stay on board, as has Keita Sasaki, who rides Chewa Wizard. Everyone's different, I suppose. But it's quite a significant hold. Great Scott's still loose, so we just saw him galloping down the back straight, looking ever so happy. And we've got outriders. We've got about 6 outriders, but they're being used to pony the Americans, so hence there's not a lot of
to be fair, none of the horses actually look like they're getting upset with it.
Everyone's quite happy.
They're quite happy to just keep walking around.
We are at post time now, so we're going to have a bit of a delay. There is Magny Core, who had a nice little gallop on the dirt here the other day. I'm assuming he's
body language says that doesn't run.
No. Frankie looks pretty dejected, but he's won a big race tonight, so it's not all bad, and he's okay, and the horse is okay, so just hasn't been caught. Not ideal circumstances. Frankie's now coming back behind us, so no Great Scott, who's pretty much done the course and distance.
You're doing right with that. You're 50.
And Frankie's just coming back and saying he's a bit of a lunatic, this horse. Yeah, which is strange because he used to be trained in England, as I said, by Tom Dascombe. He's a gelding, a 5-year-old gelding. He should know better, shouldn't he?
I think Frankie should know better riding horses like that at the age of 50.
Frankie's all right. There's a look at Title Ready. I'd love them to win this, the Title Ready team. Dallas Stewart, who's tried a couple of times. Charles Fipke, who's been a massive supporter of racing here in Dubai. Hypothetical. There's a horse that they thought was a Derby horse at one point when he was trained by John Gosden. And he proved he stays this trip last time with that good second behind Salute the Soldier in round 3. We haven't spoken much about Salute the Soldier. Not sure he's going to be quite good enough, but he's a course and distance winner.
Yeah,
Group 1.
I would question that the last run in that. I think it was kind of gifted. It was a great Adri ride from the front. I don't think he's certainly not going to get it his own way. He had it out in front easy. No one really took him on, and we went pretty slow. That's not going to be the case today. I still personally think him as a miler, a good miler. I know he's won over 2,000 metres, but I just believe that, like I say, he had it pretty much his own way when he won round 3 of the Maktoum Challenge. But he's certainly a live contender, and like I say, what we keep going back to, what is a very open race. But I just think Adju would have loved to have been drawn lower and been able to sort of dictate things. He knows Capizano's going to go forward, and I just don't think that it's going to go. They're going to have Adri. He's not going to have it as easy as he did the last day.
No, he's not. He really isn't. And Fauzi did seem quite dejected after the draw. The Title Ready going down quite quickly with the pony. There is Salute the Soldier, who was a little bit buzzy himself. We usually see him go straight out. He'll come into the parade and go straight out. He won't circle like the others.
He seems to have taken it pretty. I mean, what's happened and the delay, like I say, none of the horses seem to have been affected by it. And you think something like him, he might have got on edge, and even Capizano hasn't seemed to get upset with the proceedings and the delay that they had.
Military law, not a bother on him, as you say. I assume they've caught Great Scott. We haven't had a camera on him at all. I'm assuming they've caught him because they're now going behind the gates. So looking like they're going to load in a lackadaisical manner, which is good. People watching around the world. They've done a very good job to keep the time already. I think that's him right the way around. I hope it's not one of the runners right the way around the back anyway. I think they've caught him around the back straight there, so that's good. First ever World Cup ride for Pat Cosgrave, who's kept the ride on this horse, who he gets on very well with, actually. He won the listed Dubai Creek Mile, beating Secret Ambition, actually.
You could run your form book round Secret Ambition. He's just a solid horse. And, he beat him at the beginning of the season. And, he ran well behind Military Law in round 1 of the Maktoum Challenge, and he's like I say, he's been ultra consistent because he was only a length behind Salute the Soldier in round 3 and then round 2, and then you obviously, like I say, Pat Dobbs had those difficulties when the bit went through his mouth in round 4
You
or
could
round
see
3.
that from your horse, could you?
Well, I could see. I knew Pat was having trouble. I'd see. I was right behind him, and I was kind of wondering what was going on. And he'd said afterwards that the horse ran the bit right the way through, and he was just trying to get out the whole time. He was making, Dobbsy's life not very nice at all.
No, it's a genuine excuse, isn't it? The horse ran a very good race, all things considered. 3 ex-Europeans, or current European in the case of Magny Quoz, behaving beautifully. Mystic Guide has got quite worked up, hasn't he? The outrider was doing a good job to hold on to him. He's calmed down a little bit now. That's him obviously in the
Yeah, he's on
blue.
his toes. I'm not sure what he's like in America. That's his style. He gets warm and jig-joggy. Sleepy Eyes Todd has been taking it in. He's taken everything in all week. Well, since he arrived from Saudi, he's just posing for the cameras every morning. And he seems to just, such a natural, like it's another day at the races for him.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse. He really is. He's just the love of Miguel Silva's life. I said to him, is this the best horse you've ever trained? He was like, by Mars. That's what I love about the Dubai World Cup meeting. We get trainers come over here with what is very much their best horse. They're young trainers, they're unknown trainers. Really, in the case of Miguel Silva, he wasn't really well known in the wider world. Likewise, Jose D'Angelo. So it's nice. It brings together different nationalities. There we have the Japanese runner Chura Wizard, won the Champions Cup, formerly the Japan Cup Dirt.
I think, like you say before, Laura, with the, it's a platform for horses, but it's also a platform, and like we say for David Egan, it's a platform for these young trainers.
Yeah.
To get on the world stage. So, it's great, and it's been so well supported. With obviously all the restrictions we've had around the world, all through the card this evening, from France all the way, to the US, to Argentina and Japan have been very supportive. So it's, a multicultural card.
It is, and we've had quite a multicultural bunch of winners, really. 3 for the UK was probably beyond most people's wildest dreams. 1 for the UAE, 1 for Godolphin. That's always good. We started out with 1 for France, Derian in the Kahala. And it looks like we are now going to move forward. We're going to be around about 10 minutes late, probably, for our Dubai World Cup, the biggest race of the year, run in Dubai. You could still argue it's the biggest race in the Middle East, and it does carry Group 1 status, which the Saudi Cup doesn't yet. I'm just not going to offer a selection because I keep getting things wrong. But no, I've been with Jesus' team all week. The more I look at Military Law, though, the more I think he's going to run a massive race.
I just think he's going to run a huge race. I'd love to see it for we've seen Antonio have a Group 1 winner, but I think, for the home team, he's him or the Great Collection, you'd love to see it for Doug as well. But, just the way he's taken the whole proceedings in, and like as I was speaking to Antonio, he's very confident with the horse, and I think he's going to run a huge race. I'm going to go with him.
Okay, so can he win it for Masaba Al-Mahari? Not too many more to load. Let's go to Craig Evans for the call of the 25th Dubai World Cup.
Scott came out at 8:48 after galloping 2 circuits of the track. Now Mystic Guide with the white blinkers about to come forward goes up. Salute the Soldier, Augusta Fiscal will be the final 2, along with Gifts of Gold. So we're almost set to run now. Last couple coming forward. Augusta Fiscal's drawn wide on the track. Gifts of Gold to come forward, has drawn the outermost gate in 14, now 13. One's got underneath the front. Military Law has snuck underneath the front of the gate. Some more drama here. Military Law has got underneath the front of the gates and has galloped off. Antonio Freshu unfortunately looks to have just hurt a leg there, but this is terrible bad luck for all concerned, with Military Law getting underneath the front of the stalls and they're galloping off. And we'll just have to wait and see what they do with the remaining runners here. They may well have to back them out. Stand by, we'll get word through from the stewards in just a moment.
Oh, what a shame for the connections of Military Law. It looks as if he's got under the gate, and we were just saying how well the horse had behaved all night. Dejection for Antonio Fresu. He loves this horse. He rides him every morning. The horse never turns a hair. He's going to have to be scratch Richie, we think, as per the rules, if he's burst through the gate.
I'm pretty much, look, I'm not...
That's the rule in England,
that's
isn't
the rule over here in every other meeting that we've had. If one goes up in the gate or goes under, they're generally scratched by the starter. So I'm not sure. Look, first and foremost, they catch the horse and he's okay. Luckily, we've seen Antonio, he's on his feet and he didn't go under with him, but
I think they're
it was just very uncharacteristic as a horse. I think they have to take them out because of the delay. They haven't caught the horses yet.
A couple of outriders have had a good go. He's probably heading home to Oasis Stables, which isn't very far away from here. It's so uncharacteristic. Horse has behaved like an absolute pro all night. He's just a lovely horse. It's not like him. He's probably just got spooked or whatever. They'll catch him, she says. No. He's off again.
Oh, they've got him.
Oh, dear. Oh,
just get him
terrible
into a corner
for everyone. This was his year to win it because it'll be tougher next year. Anyway, he's all right. That's the main thing. Everybody's okay. So I had to back them out. Now, I find when this happens, there's often an advantage for horses who haven't already loaded. And I'm not sure who that is, so it's not much use to you.
I think the only one that hadn't been loaded was... I think they'd all been loaded, or bar Christoph. I think he was the last one to be loaded. Gifts of Gold. I think because he was in 14, he was the last to be loaded.
You must mess with horses' heads a bit when this happens. So you often see it in the mornings, don't you, that... And you will have been a big part of this, of course, that people will gate school their horses, then they will back them out rather than break them from the gates.
Yeah, we do a lot of gate schooling in Zabeel. Some horses take to it very well. I know in America they gate school them an awful lot and they bring them out the back. So, you're just now looking at what horses have been upset by what's happened because we had the delay beforehand with obviously Frankie's horse loose, and now we've got Antonio's horses has got loose. Hopefully they've caught him, and it's just they seem to be pretty okay. They're all sensible. They're generally they've done this a lot before. Mystic Guy's probably a little bit fractious, but you said he was like that before they went into the gates.
He was. It won't have made him any better. He seems his team is handling it reasonably well. What a bizarre set of circumstances tonight for Antonio Fresu. He wins his first Grade 1 on a horse that wins by a mile, then breaks down. That almost never happens. Then he goes into the World Cup on a live chance on a horse who behaves beautifully all the time, and the horse breaks through the gate. Absolutely crazy. It's been a strange night. It really has. It was always going to be a bit of a World Cup out of the ordinary, wasn't it?
It's something that you hate to see on any occasion, at any rate. They're obviously going without him because they're loading back up now.
I'm guessing he's been caught. We can't see him from where we are, but he looked like he was coming to a sort of fairly natural halt. So we go without Military Law and Great Scott. They're dropping like flies. Jesus' team goes forward, so not too many more to load, we hope. He's got a Mystic Guide is not behaving particularly well. Antonio is still at the start, but won't be taking part in the race, unfortunately. Just devastating for Connections that have put in all the hard work, of course, but he will have another year, as we said. He's only a 6-year-old and still an improving horse potentially on this surface. Juste Fiscal is quite well behaved. He's handled it nicely. So Salute the Soldier, actually. They would have been concerned with him being quite buzzy.
Yeah, and he seems to be taking it all well. Like I say, the only horse that looks to be a little bit fractious is Mystic Guide. So, but whether that's just his characteristics anyway, matter he's like that. Like he said beforehand, before they loaded first time around, he was a little bit on his toes. Like I say, I don't know too much about him, so maybe he's like that. But generally, you don't see. The American horses are very well gate scored. They don't tend to... The only thing different, they've been schooling them this week because the gates are somewhat smaller than what they are used to in America.
Well, we try again for the 25th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup.
A few vacant, unfortunately. The inside, gate 1 and gate 5 will be empty. We're almost set. Gifts of Gold coming along. Inside on there for Christoph Simeon. So Gifts of Gold to take up a spot. And for the 25th time, the Dubai World Cup field is set. Ready Racing in the Dubai World Cup, the Great Collection, Capizano away quickly with Mystic Guide, a hypothetical hard ridden off the inside. Chua Wizard's going to be handy. Salute the Soldier's going to drop across behind them. Jesus' team title ready. Magnicor out wider. Gifts of Gold is going up deep with Sleepy Eyes, Totta, Husta Fiscal. The Great Collection bounced okay, but bounced back to the rear. Out of the straight they go in the Cup, and hypothetical found the front over Capizano in second. Mystic Guide up to third from Chua Wizard. Next of all is Salute the Soldier around Jesus' team and title ready, then Gifts of Gold. Next of all as they race into the back straight is Magnicor with the white cap. They were followed by the Great Collection down on the inside of Sleepy Eyes Todd, and Ajusta Fiscal was at the rear. 25-13 was the lead as they run down the back behind a hypothetical from Macau Barcelona. Led over the stablemate in second, Capizano. Up on the outside is Mystic Guide, followed by Chua Wizard, then came Salute the Soldier. Gifts of Gold on a wide trip around the outside. Jesus' team trying to work off the fence. Magnicor is picking up ground, then title ready, Sleepy Eyes Todd, the Great Collection and Ajusta Fiscal. Turning down the side in the Cup, and the front runner is hypothetical, but Mystic Guide travels up strongly on the outside. Chua Wizard down on the fence, followed by Salute the Soldier. Capizano gives it away, followed then by Magnicor under pressure. On the outside of it is Gifts of Gold. Jesus' team trying to pick its way through, then the Great Collection and Ajusta Fiscal title ready, and back and behind them was Sleepy Eyes Todd. They turn into the footsteps of history, and it's Mystic Guide going up to challenge hypothetical, then Sleepy Eyes Todd. Chua Wizard continues to come on, then Magnicor. Jesus' team are down the outside, but Mystic Guide races away in the Cup inside the 200 metres mark, gets away by 3. Chua Wizard, hypothetical, Salute the Soldier, Magnicor, but it's going to be a Godolphin win, a Godolphin USA win. Mystic Guide charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup. Mystic Guide wins easily, second Chua Wizard, third in Magnicor, then hypothetical. Jesus' team, Salute the Soldier, the Great Collection, Ajusta Fiscal, Gifts of Gold, Sleepy Eyes Todd, and well back was title ready.
Amazing. He ran a fantastic race.
Everything that went on before just added to your nerves.
A lot of concern going, in the post parade and everything that happened, but it worked out in the end.
And this horse taking you to some special places already, but just where else can he go?
Well, we'll see. But this is all I'm worried about tonight. Thank you.
Many congratulations.
Thank you.
What a performance by Mystic Guide. He might have got upset before. He might have never won a Grade 1 before. It did not matter. That was brilliant, Richie.
Yeah, it was perfectly placed by Louis Sayers throughout the race. And I think, the American horse's class just took its toll in the end. He's a horse that I know he's not won a Grade 1, but he has now. And he's arrived on the scene as a major player going back to the States, and I think you'll see him in the top Grade 1 races, Breeders' Cup, all those races. He looks like he's improving. He travelled with supreme confidence throughout. Chua Wizard, I thought, ran on really well to be second, but yeah, there was only ever going to be one winner.
Yeah, it was a really good performance by this colt, son of Ghost Zappa. Homebred by Godolphin in America. They've got some very nice horses over there at the moment. Prevalence, Proxy, Maxfield. This is the one they decided to bring here, and it has worked out beautifully for Michael Stidham. He never travelled a horse outside North America before. The horse came over. He had a kind of quiet week. I think he even missed the day on the main track. There was no suggestion that all wasn't well, but it wasn't the sort of prep that we often see from a Dubai World Cup winner, but it didn't matter. He had the raw talent, and all their patience last year in skipping the big targets has now really paid off.
Absolutely, like you say, Laura, he's come in a little bit under the radar, really, in that he wasn't the most photogenic horse all week, and we didn't see him out on the track most of the time, and he's just kind of gone about and done his thing, and the prep was obviously done in the States. Like you say, Michael Stidham's never travelled anything out of North America before. I'm certainly thinking he might be a horse that will come back for a tilt, another go. And look, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed and Godolphin have been dominant in this race, since the inaugural run and when it was Cigar won. And I think this is another one that I think has got a bright future. He's a ghost sapper as well. So, look, I think all the planning that they missed big targets for him in the US. Had him coming here fresh. I think he's, he was perfectly trained by Michael Stidham.
Well, the favourite wins the big race. It's not been the easiest of night probably for favourite backers. That said, Mishrif would have been quite well fancied early on. But we had a big upset, of course, in the Shaheen with Zendon was a big prize in that one. Even Secret Ambition was a fairly big prize. Luis Saez, best known perhaps as the jockey of Maximum Security, proper top-class jockey in the States, but his first time ever riding here in Dubai.
Yeah, I think he's a jockey that's come on the scene. I believe Kieran McLaughlin is now booking his ride.
He is. He'll be very happy.
You know, that's great for Kieran. There's always a story behind a big win, and like you say, Luis Saez was better known for the rider of Maximum Security. Talking to Chad Summers this week, you know, he rates him as one of the top jockeys in the US, and he's proved it here. And this horse, like I say, I think has got bigger and better targets ahead of him now. And like you say, it's a nice way to break your Grade 1 win. And I think Luis Saez, like I say, he's got Maximum Security. He's now had this horse, so big day for him.
Big day for him. Well done to Michael Stidham. He's been a very successful trainer. I think he's won 40-odd graded stakes over there in America. And he seems pretty honest, this horse, for all he wears the headgear. But headgear's a lot more common in America. Yeah,
and you see it here with a lot of the trainers have adapted it to on the dirt here. I think it's more just to help the horses concentrate, giving them what we call, make them a little bit more streetwise and have that race sharpness where they travel a lot better. You know, that headgear, you know, they only look like small cut blinkers anyway. So, look, they're quite flashy with the Godolphin emblem on the front of them. So it's, I think it's more just to help the horse, as in make them a little bit sharper for dirt racing. And like you say, they're common in the US anyway.
Well, they might get a little fine because you're not meant to take off headgear. I'm actually glad they have, because it's much prettier to see the horse's face. I love a flashy chestnut. But you're not meant to do that, are you, after Furness went berserk and ran up the...
Yeah, I believe so. I think there is a fine, but I'm pretty sure they've just won the
6 million.
The 6 million, so it won't be Luis Saez that gets fined anyway.
No, it won't be. Luis Saez is 28 years old. He's a native of Panama, which makes him the second native of Panama to win the Dubai World Cup after our very own Fernando Harris from Panama, isn't he?
Fernando, yeah. I think he was about 18 when he won it.
He was
Fernando.
so young.
So there are a lot of top class jockeys that come out of Panama. But the one that springs to the top of my mind is Lafitte Pincay.
Yes.
One of the greatest jockeys of all time, and I think they have a great jockey academy out there, and there's a lot of Panamanians that ride in the States. I believe, I was actually talking to someone the other day, I think it's is it part of the US now? I think they have a US passport, I think, Panama.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Oh, sorry, tell a lie, it's Puerto Rico I'm thinking
Puerto
of.
Rico,
Yeah, so,
okay.
Sorry.
Panama's a place I really fancy visiting. I think I should go there and make a documentary on the success of jockeys from Panama. These are really great scenes. Well done to the Michael Stidham team. His assistant Hilary Pidham has been here all week. They've had a big team on the ground. I understand that the rider that's been with this horse, Mystic Guide in the Morning, is actually new to their team. So they've changed up a few things for this win.
Certainly
here
worked.
in Dubai. Be the biggest win of Michael Stidham's career, wouldn't it, by a long way?
Oh, definitely. It's look, it's announced him on the world stage. Look, like you say beforehand, that Michael Stidham had never travelled anything out of North America. I'm sure he's a household name in New York and in that area, but you know, as far as across the world now, we'll all remember the name Michael Stidham, and certainly Mystic Guide will go down. And a lot more people will follow his career, and I'm sure it's going on to bigger and better things, you know, once he ships back to the States.
Yeah, because he is only 4. I suppose they're the most obvious end-of-season target for him now is the Breeders' Cup Classic, and it's which races they choose to go to on the way.
Yeah, interestingly enough, if they do keep him in training, that is, he's a full horse still. I believe they will. He's still only a 4-year-old, but he's a lightly raced, I think. Like you say, Michael Stidham's been very good with race planning this horse, and the bigger targets are towards sort of the back end of the year, aren't they? Anyway, in America, so I think this horse will be freshened up. They're not shy of backing him up pretty quick, but I think his main target will be a tilt at the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, nice places to aim at along the way. Perhaps maybe find something at Saratoga, taking the Whitney or something like that. These jockeys are very nice. I think I'd be a bit inclined to say, look, I'm carrying a saddle. I've just won $6 million.
I think he's looking for his valet, because in America they come out and pick up his saddle. So he's looking for someone to come out and collect it. I'll go and pick it up if he gives me 10% of his winnings.
Yeah. So look at the way the race unfolded. And Mikel Barcelona was a man possessed. He was getting to the front on hypothetical if it killed him, and he got there ahead of Capizano.
Yeah, but I look, very good tactics. Whether they would led us to believe that Capizano was going to go and then we were all going to ignore Mikel. Mikel's been dominant from the front, and Salem's horses like to be in that position. Royston was wanting to go forward as well, but the problem he had then, he'd set Capizano alight, trying to get back off Mikel's heels. I'm pretty sure Mikel would have liked Royston to be a length further back and take the rest of the field kind of out of the race at that point. But you could see Luis Suarez was aware to what was going on in front of him, travelled supremely well. You know, he got very little kickback, if any, and he was always in a good position. Adrian de Vries was placed perfectly well on Salute the Soldier. He was following the winner. And, you know, I don't believe there was any... it's very hard to say there's any hard luck stories in there, you know.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty fairly run race. Title Ready struggling out the back at the moment in the white blinkers. Jesus' team has picked up 6th, which is a nice check, but never really looked like landing a blow whatsoever. Chua Wizard has run a great race. He's in the white silks. Capizano's now starting to drop back through them. He's not had an easy run, I don't think. There's your hard luck story. Great collection.
Oh, yeah.
He had to.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether that was from Pat's doing or whether the horse had just got on. He's quite an awkward horse anyway, so... You know, the head carried. It'll be interesting to speak to Pat afterwards. But Chua Wizard looked the first one beat at the turn, and he's plugged on gamely, you know, to take second. Good performance from the Japanese horse, because we kind of half wrote him off. Well, I certainly did. You felt he was slightly, you know, the run in Saudi was very good, but it was all gone from the top of the straight when Louis Size let go of this horse's head. He was away and gone, and yeah, good performance.
Magny Quoz has run on really well for 3rd. That's the closest Andre Faber's come to winning the Dubai World Cup. His previous best effort in it, I believe, was 6th. And a nice little salute there from winning jockey Louis Saez, who's, just had this horse in the right position, the right way around. He had a willing horse. He's not the best looking horse, is he, in the world, but he's got an engine.
No, and he's not flashy. He's not over big. He's quite lightly framed. He's not one of those typical American dirt horses that are quite imposing when you look at them. You know, so he's, and hence probably why he gets himself a little bit, you know, buzzy before the race.
We can get some more fallout with Stephen.
I'm here with a delighted Louis Saez. You've jumped on this horse just at the right time. What a superstar he is.
What a perfect horse. What a nice horse. He had all the ability, you know. It was a little bit nervous in the gate, but he handled it pretty well. He braked from there super. That was the spot we was looking for. Everything came so well. When we came to the stretch, he was just asked me to let him run, and he took off.
Was there any danger of him boiling over before the start? Were you worried at all?
It was a little bit dangerous because a lot of going on, but everything came so well.
You've ridden some great horses. Where does this horse stack up? And he's still got plenty of opportunity to improve again, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Every time he's running, he's getting better and better. Last time when I rode him, I know he was the horse, and, well, today he did his job.
What does it mean to you to carry these colours to victory here in Dubai in the world's biggest race?
Wow, this is unbelievable. I couldn't believe that I'm here and I'm winning with these colours. It's an honor for me, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything. Super beautiful place.
Many congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Stephen's done a good job with interviews all night. It is not easy, even with less media presence. So you're still kind of fighting a lot of the time. Here's another look at how Mystic Guy did it. He's a nice attitude. He stretches his neck really, really well. And he was always going to be too much horse for Hypothetical, who's run a great race. Salem was right. I'm a little disappointed he didn't hang on for my each way 3rd.
Yeah, and I think, like you said beforehand, Laura, I think Hypothetical is a horse for next year. You know, this race might have come up a year too early for him. You know, he's certainly going to be a stronger horse next year. But, yeah, like I say, you know, I think the fact that Mikel was able to get out in front and do his own thing and dictate the race how he wanted, you know, I think he was fourth in the end. Certainly played into his hands, but take nothing away from the winner. He was always well placed and picked up good when it mattered.
What's on his knee? It's like a little bit of kind of black material on his knee.
They're pull-ups, I think.
Oh, okay. That looks really strange. He's the second horse to win the Dubai World Cup with a flappy saddlecloth. I think Dubai Millennium had a flappy saddlecloth when he won it a few years ago. These are pictures that will be going around the world, and it is still a huge deal winning the Dubai World Cup. And Michael Stidham has done it at the first attempt. He's, I think, a relatively new trainer to the Godolphin team in America. I think he's only had horses for them for a few years. And Louis Sayers gets the golden whip. Where is he? Probably talking to Stephen. There he is. It's amazing for Godolphin. 9th win in the Dubai World Cup. Ironically enough, they now equal, Godolphin as owners now equal Saeed bin Saror as a trainer, who'd won it 9 times, but of course he won it once with Ahmed Tawakal.
Yeah, of
who
course.
Carried the Shadwell silk. So
look, it's the one race that His Highness Sheikh Mohammed wants to win every year, isn't it? And they've been very lucky in the last couple of years with the likes of Thunder Snow, but I think they've got a genuine contender here, and who knows, he might come back to defend his crown.
I think he might well come back to contend to defend his crown. Why wouldn't you? He's only a youngster. Obviously he's going to need to stay sound and all the rest of it, but I think it's a high chance. But he'll have big targets to compete in before that in the States. It's actually, well, obviously a 3rd win in a row for Godolphin in this race. Thunder Snow winning 2. And plenty of emotions on display. It's been a drama-filled night, Richie.
Yeah, it has been, yeah. I mean, look, we saw Antonio Fresu win his first Group 1. The horse then breaks down after the race, and that was very unfortunate. It's nothing that any of us like to see. And then, he's had an up-and-down night. He's going in full of confidence into riding. Military Law, I think, would have ran a super race. And then that happens. Look, at the end of the day, look, horses, they're not machines. They have them, they have their quirks, and it's an unfortunate job, and that just shows you, the ups and downs of this job. And as being a jockey, you're on cloud 9 1 minute, and you're the lowest, And we saw Antonio walk past us, and he was absolutely devastating. And we've all been in that position, and it's unfortunately it happened in the biggest race of the night, but I'm sure he'll bounce back. He's got a good support system around him, and like I say, I'm sure he'll be quickly forgotten what happened, and they've got a nice horse. Like you say, he's only 6, so they've got a horse they can go to war with again next year.
I don't think anything was beating Mystic Guide tonight, to be honest. I thought that was a brilliant performance. It was, as we said before, it was an open World Cup. It wasn't the strongest World Cup we've ever had, but this is a horse who's announced his arrival onto the Group 1 scene in a very good way indeed. He's very exciting for Godolphin. They're having one of their best spells in the States at the moment. They've got, as we said earlier, the Kentucky Derby favourite, one of them in Essential Quality. They have Proxy, who's very exciting. They have this horse. They have some really nice fillies. They've got a very exciting few months ahead of them in America. And Louis Sayers nets the $12 million World Cup at his very first attempt. Just trying to work out what my highlight of the evening is, and I'll probably say...
Having me sat beside you.
Well, having you here has been fantastic as always. I'm going to say my highlight of the night was Secret Ambition, because I love the horse and I'm delighted for Tig.
Absolutely, and look, Tig's one of my closest friends, so to see him have a winner on a big night, I think the only thing that's, like I said to you, is missing from his CV is a Group 1 win. And I don't think there's any horse in the UAE that deserves it more than him. He finally got his fire break. And yeah, he's gone on and won a Godolphin Mile now. So what a super horse at the tender age of 8. And there you go. You speak about ups and downs. He was Nasser Aska's first horse. He's on a high. He's won the Godolphin Mile, and he has a leading contender for the mile, and the horse doesn't run. Look, it's a leveler. As Pat Edry used to say to me, this game will tame lions, and it certainly does that.
It really does. It's been quite an amazing night. We had a big shock win, of course, in the Quoz Sprint with Extravagant Kids, Zendam, the emotional result, really, and that was a shock win. And the Shaheen. No winner for Japan. That's pretty unusual. And Godolphin, 2 winners. Rebels Romance, we must not forget, he could well be bound for the Kentucky Derby. Obviously, if anyone was wondering, we're not expecting any fireworks here this evening. But we are having a closing ceremony, I understand. So we'll cross over to that.
ذكرك الباقي بذكرك نحتفل واسمك